Next arc, Soul Siblings first chapter, The Fatal Spark to be released, April 9, 2021. And so ends the first story arc. The setup is done and we'll now be getting into the rest of the story. Important note on release dates. With the introductory arc complete, I will now be taking short breaks between chapters. Chapters under 7,500 words will be followed by a 1-day break. Chapters over 7,500 words will be followed by a 2-day break. Lastly, there'll be a 5-day break after the completion of a story arc. This is so I can keep ahead and have time to write the chapters so you guys can have consistent releases. I won't be releasing chapters if I'm on holiday, sick or traveling, but otherwise I'll stick to the schedule. I hope everyone's okay with that. Thank you all for reading and I hope you enjoy. Please leave a comment or review to let me know what you thought. 2-1 The Fatal Spark. The days following Izumi's awakening as Amaterasu, her defeat of Akumayomi, and the start of her life with the Konohana household at the Hero Commission were a busy but fun time for young Izumi Midoriya. She spent the entire first week getting to know Kigo Takami, Ishiko the Ponkel and everyone in the Konohana household, while also beginning her training to become a hero and regain her lost godly powers. In that week, Izumi trained hard to work out her current abilities and skills, granted by her forms. While in her green-haired pure human form, Izumi found she was essentially quirkless and powerless, as she always had been. To use her powers, she had to transform into the demigod form or her full wolf form. The differences between those two forms were mostly in shape, as the demigod form retained Izumi's human body with some additions, while the wolf form was just that, a wolf. As a wolf, Izumi had all the abilities one would expect from a wolf, as well as many of the same limitations. She could run much faster, had hard, sharp claws for digging, powerful fangs and an equally strong jaw for biting, and sharper senses of smell and hearing. She also found that her wolf form was as bad at swimming as Izumi's human form, and she could barely do more than doggy paddle slowly across the Commission's training pool. Her lupin body also lacked the ability to speak, and she obviously couldn't use her front paws for the same things as her human hands, to the point that she needed to use her dexterous tail for things like brush techniques. Unlike a normal wolf, however, Izumi found that she could see all colors just fine. Her demigod form was the halfway point between her human form and wolf form in ability as well as appearance. In that form, Izumi's claws, fangs and jaw were much stronger and deadlier than her human ones, but not as tough as her wolf ones, and the same could be said of her senses. She still couldn't swim well, and while the demigod form was weaker in all physical aspects than her wolf form, the added convenience of being able to speak and use her hands made it Izumi's go-to form. As her training advanced, Izumi gradually got better at fighting with her claws, divine retribution mirror, which had regenerated by the time her training started, and her two brush techniques. Rejuvenation proved her most useful skill, good for healing any scrapes she and Kigo got in their training, while Sunrise was an oddity for her. Izumi wasn't strong enough and faith in the gods was too weak for Sunrise to work properly in the human world, and instead of making the sun rise like it had when her past incarnations used it, it simply created a mini-sun that caused an illusion of daytime which was only really useful as a very tiring nightlight. Sakuya insisted it would also weaken demons and possessed humans though, so Izumi kept practicing with it. Outside of her training, Izumi returned to preschool and quickly found herself being accepted again since she had a quirk now. Her powers were registered under the fake name Okami and described as a transformation quirk that gave her the ability to turn fully or partially into a wolf with ink-based spellcasting. It wasn't the wildest or most diverse quirk registered, but it was still impressive to those she had to explain it to. After returning to school, time began to move quickly for Izumi. Her weekdays were spent at school, training with Kigo, Master Onijirai, and Kaken, and taking lessons from Sakuya and her tutors on how to become a great hero, and her weekends were often spent on day trips or sleepovers with the Bakugas. Combat-wise, Izumi was about as skilled as could be expected from a 5-year-old with no prior training, but despite her frequent defeats at the hands of Kigo and Katsuki, Izumi persevered and kept trying, actually making some real improvements, especially with the use of her mirror. Her more traditional education went much better, as Izumi was an eager student and loved to learn. She devoured her theory lessons on hero law and regulations, as well as excelling at mock analysis scenarios. Once her first month of lessons were behind her, Master Onijirai judged she could be a fully licensed hero by age 15 if she worked really hard, while Sakuya believed that if it were based solely on knowledge, Izumi could do it before turning 10. Funnily enough, this was the opposite of Kigo, who while smart, was more of an instinctual genius with his quirk than a master of law and strategy. Once Izumi had been given this assessment, she began to renew her previous helpful efforts. Before her quirk, she had merely done odd jobs and offered an extra pair of hands to those in need, but now she could do so much more. As a wolf, she had the strength to carry heavy loads, and even people, so she could carry people's heavier groceries and help them move house, while also offering rides to young children, the old and the infirm. Izumi started a little wolf taxi service, wherein people could call Izumi's cell phone, graciously provided by Sakuya, and ask for rides to places around Mizurufu. It wasn't uncommon to see Izumi trotting along in wolf form, carrying a heavily pregnant woman or an elderly couple on her back as she took them to and from the grocery store. Kids on the playground loved her, treating her like a big friendly dog, even though a lot of them were actually older than her, and at preschool, Izumi became one of the most popular girls around due to her helpful nature, cool power, and the higher quality toys and clothes that Sakuya loved to spoil her with. While her wolf form was a great help, it was the use of rejuvenation that really sold Izumi's reputation to the locals. With a single splash of ink, Izumi could not only repair broken objects, but also heal anything from a child's scraped knee to an adult's broken leg. Doctors at Mizurufu's General Hospital would often call the Hero Commission to borrow Izumi, having her heal serious injuries quickly so they could focus on the things Izumi couldn't, such as illnesses. The number of serious injuries in Mizurufu dropped to nearly zero. It would have been zero if Izumi had the strength to heal endlessly, and the number of injuries of any kind in both the Commission's home ward of Darufu and the Bakugu's home ward of Tetouan were so low that you never even saw kids with band-aids on their knees anymore. It drew the attention of Ep.2 and some local hero agencies, giving Izumi the opportunity to meet some of her favorite heroes like Recovery Girl and Kamui Woods. Principal Nizu of Ep.2 even sent a polite recommendation letter to Izumi, giving her the option of attending Ep.2 when she turned 15, 10 long years in the future. Recovery Girl wouldn't let Izumi come to Ep.2 before that though, even as a visit. Your healing ability is wonderful, but if the students learn they can hurt themselves as much as they want without any repercussions, they'll be even more reckless. My quirk prevents permanent harm to some degree, but isn't powerful enough to nullify injuries completely, so they still have to be careful, the old woman had said. A few months into her new routine, Izumi's work began to have an unintended side effect. Despite the hard work she put in, and the gratitude of the people of Mizurufu, Izumi never accepted the sweets, toys, or money offered to her for her help. Other children had seen them being offered though, and worked out that if they did the work instead, they could reap the rewards. Some didn't even want the rewards, just the attention and praise, so without Izumi meaning to, she inspired the children of Tetouan Ward to do all they could to help as well, though the much wealthier children living in Darufu didn't take to it with as much fervor. The adults were ecstatic and happily rewarded them, and seeing this, Izumi decided to stick to the deeds only she could do, like healing and acting as a pack mule. It left her without as much to do, so she turned her eyes to the rest of Mizurufu. As a little girl, she couldn't travel outside her home ward by herself but with her bodyguards, the Onikawas, never far behind. And Kabuto Nezo, her driver always willing to take her where she wanted, Izumi could expand her helpful operation outside of Tetouan and Darufu. As such, the residents of Mizurufu quickly became enamored with the wolf-slash-wolf girl that appeared from nowhere and helped them with their problems, though it wasn't until Izumi was older that she would be connected to these beings, since the people of Tetouan kept quiet about it in case Izumi got in trouble for using her quirk in public, and Izumi's other forms were different enough that only those that knew her well could tell they were the same person. The rest of the commission was doing well too. The Kanahana household was livelier with Kigo and Izumi living there, so they were happy. Sakuya found herself with even more influence in the government since it was her foster daughter making a name for herself. Torikeigo, now fully healed, had worked hard to earn the children's trust and respect in the aftermath of her possession and was now living in a home in Darufu Ward, leaving Kigo at the manor as he requested. Kigo kept up his own training and tutoring, and as expected, took and passed the provisional license exam held in the autumn of 2271. He now took it easy, working hard when training but goofing off and acting like a normal kid the rest of the time, with his favorite pastime being to take a nap while using Izumi's wolf form as a pillow. Ishiko remained by Izumi's side at all times, recording her life in a large scroll so that the history of Amaterasu's third incarnation would be preserved and hopefully remembered for eons to come. Izumi had bought a large dollhouse for Ishiko to live in within Izumi's room, and Ishiko had turned one of the two large unused rooms in Izumi's wing of the manor into a combined trophy room and art gallery. The only trophies contained within were Nizu's framed recommendation letter to Ep.2 and a few similar letters from residents of Mizurufu offering their thanks to Izumi for her help. The art gallery had more, as Ishiko had painted 5 large wall scrolls depicting moments of Izumi's life, all done in a traditional Japanese painting style. The first depicted a human Izumi and a wolf Izumi within the astral plane, shortly before their fusion and Izumi's awakening of her powers. The second was a detailed portrait of Izumi/Amaterasu in wolf form. The third showed Izumi and Kigo fighting at Kumayomi, while the fourth showed Kumayomi's defeat and separation from Torikeigo. The final scroll showed Yamagami in all his glory. Ishiko assured Izumi there would be more scrolls depicting her future deeds too, as the Ponko wanted an entire gallery of art to prove not only her superiority over her ancestors, but also that she was the right person for the job of Izumi's celestial envoy. All in all, life was looking up for Izumi, Kigo, Ishiko and the Konohana household, but unfortunately, the same could not be said for one Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki was a smart boy, strong, and had a powerful quirk. He had a kind of roguish charisma and his family dearly loved him without spoiling him too much. He was popular and from the moment his quirk had manifested, no one doubted he could achieve his dreams and become a pro-hero. Izumi getting her quirk had been another boon for him, since it meant he got his sidekick back and their fight in the park gave him an excuse to drop the losers Tsubasa and Ashigaki. Izumi was even getting proper hero lessons now, so Katsuki wouldn't have to babysit her out in the field and giving him a fairly strong opponent to spar and practice his quirk with. Plus there was Kigo to spar with and the commission's resources, which Katsuki used eagerly whenever he had the chance. So then why did he feel so wrong? As Izumi thrived, Katsuki felt himself become stifled and stagnant. The differences between him and Izumi had once been a source of pride, he was stronger, more confident and more popular, but now those differences were taking on different meanings and it made him insecure. Izumi was as smart as him and the two constantly switched who was number 1 and number 2 in their class rankings. Before, Izumi had always been number 2, but after a brief drop in her grades due to her volunteer work, Izumi had pulled out all the stops and was studying harder than ever at school, skipping out on playing so she could study and keep her grades, which now meant she was competing with Katsuki. Katsuki had always been proud of his quirk, and it earned him a lot of praise, but now Izumi was taking that praise. While Katsuki's quirk only hurt and destroyed, Izumi's healed and helped. People began to take note of the fact that most of the damaged property Izumi fixed was caused by his quirk and it made them pity her for putting up with him. They began to scold him for being reckless, telling him to be more like Izumi and stop giving her so much more work to do. Izumi was taking another thing from him and making Katsuki doubt his powerful quirk. How could he be a hero like All Might if the adults were right, and all he did was cause trouble and destruction? The differences just kept becoming more glaring. Katsuki was still stronger and a better fighter, but Izumi kept getting back up and he could see her getting better, plus Kigo could demolish him in seconds when the older boy bothered to try his hardest. Katsuki had refused to follow along with the other kids when they started helping, not wanting to be seen as a leech just helping for rewards and praise, but it just made him look petulant and unhelpful. To make it worse, Izumi had completely forgiven the attitude Katsuki had given her while they thought she was quirkless. The year of bullying and verbal/emotional abuse was forgiven like it hadn't even happened and to his shame, Katsuki couldn't help but remember what had happened when she'd been hurt by Ashigaki. He thought she was dead and had snapped, hurting people while Hayabusa had run for help. Katsuki hadn't even tried to help Izumi, just going straight to violence. Izumi still loved him as a brother and looked up to him, even after all he'd done. Plus, beneath it all was the secret Katsuki had, the worst thing he'd ever done and something he'd told not even his parents. The explosive boy knew that Izumi would hate him if she found out, his own parents might well hate him for it too, and he wouldn't even blame them. Katsuki hated it. He hated feeling weaker, he hated that Izumi was getting stronger than him and he hated that he felt such resentment towards her. This spiral of self-hatred and resentment kept tunneling deeper and deeper into Katsuki and before anyone knew it, Katsuki had begun to flit between bouts of severe depression and volcanic rage. His temper and violent nature isolated him and made him feared and hated, but Izumi would always smile and hug him, acting like the precious little sister Katsuki saw her as. Katsuki loved and hated her for it. Katsuki hated himself for it. It was a disaster waiting to happen, a powder keg waiting for that fatal spark, and when that spark came, his life would change forever. Tuesday, October 13, 2274. Hibana Elementary School, Tatooine Ward, Mizurufu. 3 years had passed since Izumi had developed her quirk. She and Katsuki had moved up to elementary school when they were 6 and had been in the same class every year, though their fortunes had changed since preschool. Izumi was quiet and not everyone in the school knew about her heroic side activities like those at preschool had, but she had still become semi-popular thanks to those kids that had gone to preschool with her, and since she was nice to everyone, while Katsuki had long been abandoned by all but Izumi, leaving her as his only friend. Now they were 8 years old, and things were only getting worse as Katsuki got into frequent fights. It all came to a head on a rainy autumn day in Mizurufu, where bitterly cold winds were blowing through the city, so the 3rd graders of Hibana Elementary were in the school gym for their phys ed class, playing volleyball with mixed-gender teams. Izumi and Katsuki were doing their stretches together as they watched the first group playing. Katsuki was quiet and frowning, which Izumi had learned was his neutral state, when he wasn't experiencing the extremes of depression or rage. It wasn't ideal, but it was the best she could expect for now. Hey Kaken, did you see the news this morning? All Might and Edge Shot teamed up to take down a villain in Tokyo. Izumi said cheerfully. Katsuki grunted, yeah, I saw. Edge shot is gonna get in the top 10 this year, I'd bet anything on it, he replied. Izumi beamed at him and her joy at him speaking to her just made him angry. He could already tell today was going to be a bad day. I think so too. Edge shot and Yoroi Musha are getting a lot of attention this year. Yoroi is getting kind of old though, so I think he might retire soon. Heroes don't really stay active once they get past middle-aged. Izumi mused. She was prolonging the conversation just to keep Katsuki talking. Isn't Bird Boy getting his full license this year? Katsuki asked, referring to Kigo. Aha. He'll be 14, the youngest fully qualified hero. He won't be in the rankings yet though. He wants his own agency first, but they're technically government offices so you need to be 18 to run one. Izumi said. Though there was no law specifying a minimum age for heroes, partly to avoid loopholes and legal gray areas with hero students, you did need to be over the age of majority to start your own agency. Once Kigo got his full license, he'd be operating directly as a hero in the commission's employ, until he turned 18. Katsuki opened his mouth to reply, when one of the girls in the class cut him off. Hey Izumi, come team with us, she called, nervously looking between Katsuki and Izumi. Katsuki scowled and looked away. Oh, okay. Come on Kaken. Izumi smiled, grabbing Katsuki's hand and beginning to lead him over. Actually, we only need one more person. The girl said nervously. She had pink hair and her quirk made her secrete bubble gum from forearms, so Izumi had noticed that the girl began blowing bubbles with her gum whenever she was nervous. She was doing that now. Katsuki sneered and tried to pull his hand free. Go on, Izuken. I'll join some other losers, he muttered. Nope. Izumi held on tighter, then turned to the girl. Sorry Sakugama, but I want to team with Kaken today. Maybe next time. Oh okay, the other girl said, then ran back to her team. The eyes of most of the kids were on Katsuki now, and before long their whispers reached his ears. Bakugo is monopolizing Midoriya again. Do you think he's threatening her? Why would anyone want to team with him? He's so violent. I hear he's the reason Tsubasa had to move away. Yeah, he beat up Hayabusa that one time right? Midoriya almost died in that fight, my mom heard about it at the police station. Midoriya probably has to stay with him to fix what he breaks. TCH, why can't he just get lost? Did you hear him say he wants to be a hero? Like he could. He's a villain. At that last comment, the sound of an explosion ripped through the gymnasium and everyone went silent. The volleyball game stopped and the teacher, who'd been acting as the ref, looked towards Katsuki with a long-suffering sigh. Katsuki's free hand was smoking and Izumi was panicking beside him, trying to get him to calm down. The teacher frowned. Bakugo, what are you doing? You know using your quirk in school is forbidden, especially if it can hurt someone. Katsuki's heart lurched. Of course, if someone like him was using a quirk like his, it must mean he was hurting or threatening someone. He was a villain in the making after all, everyone knew it. Sorry sensei, it was my fault. Izumi chimed in, looking nervous. I was chilly so I asked him to make a little explosion to warm me up, but we kinda stretched too much and his palm was sweatier than expected. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Why lie for him? No one believes her, not the kids or the teacher. He didn't need her to defend him. He doesn't need anyone. He was better off alone. The teacher narrowed her eyes, but ultimately, she shrugged, all right then. Be more careful, Bakugo. And just like that, everyone got back to what they were doing. Once again, Izumi has fixed a problem, one Katsuki caused, and all because she cared about him. Why? Why did she care? It was obvious no one believed her, but they took her word for it. She was helping him. She was looking down on him. She cared about him. She is beneath him. She was better than him. He was supposed to be the best. He loved her. He hated her. Katsuki gripped his head. It hurt to think. He couldn't breathe and his heart was beating too fast. He could feel his explosive sweat pouring from his hands, dripping on the floor and soaking his gym pants. Izumi was panicking again, trying to calm him down but it just depressed/enraged him. He pulled free from her hand before any more explosive sweat could soak it and turned to run away, when a hateful voice caught his attention. TCH, stupid Bakugo. He gets to do whatever he wants cause he's got Midoriya eating out the palm of his hand, came the snarky and mocking voice of Ashigaki. The long-fingered boy had never forgiven Katsuki for beating him up, or Izumi for getting him grounded. He was an outcast to all but the bullies of the school, especially now that Tsubasa and his family had moved away. Most of the fights Katsuki had been in since coming to elementary school had been with Ashigaki or someone that Ashigaki had wound up and pointed in his direction. "What did you say?" Katsuki demanded in a dangerous tone. He was barely restraining himself from exploding. "Ooh, are you going to act tough again? Go ahead, nobody likes you anyway. Everyone's just waiting for you to go too far and drive even the perfect Princess Midoriya off. She only likes you because you're a headcase that she can fix. She gets more popular just by following you around and cleaning up your messes, like you're some kind of mangy dog." Ashigaki smirked cruelly. "That's a lie. Kaken is my best friend," Izumi yelled. Ashigaki was one of the few people outside of actual demons that Izumi could truly say she hated. He was needlessly cruel and never accepted his own mistakes, blaming others instead. "Oh really, who'd have guessed? You never hang out with anyone else. You've got half the school clamoring to be your friend, but you ignore them all to play hero with a villain. Wait, I've got it. This is all part of your hero origin, right?" Ashigaki laughed, like when Bakugo would go on about going to a crappy middle school so he'd be the only one there to get into U.A. "What are you talking about?" Izumi blinked, confused. Katsuki had only said stuff like that during the year they thought she was quirkless. Ever since then, she and Katsuki had said their hero origin would be as childhood friends who became as close as siblings and grew to be the top heroes in the world. "Come on, it's an awesome story, right?" Ashigaki grinned evilly. "You try to save your best friend from villainy only for him to become your arch-nemesis. It's like something out of a comic book, and with Bakugo, it's inevitable. I bet he kills someone before he reaches high school." "That's enough, Ashigaki," their teacher shouted, finally taking notice of what was happening. "One more word and you'll have detention." "I'm just telling the truth. Bakugo's going to end up killing someone." The bully looked Katsuki in the eye. "I bet it'll be Midoriya." That was a bridge too far for everyone, and the entire class began yelling at the unconcerned Ashigaki, even as the teacher began marching over. Their yells turned from anger to panic when Katsuki viciously grabbed Ashigaki by the front of his shirt and pulled him in close, glaring down furiously and panting in rage. Ashigaki sneered. "Go ahead, villain. Bakugo, stop. Kaken. Don't. Kill him." All other words were drowned out by an ear-splitting explosion. Everyone in the gym was knocked on their backsides by the force even before the roar of flame expanded outwards, scorching the walls and tearing up the ground. There were screams and the sound of falling rubble as people fled for the doors as the gym caved in around them. Thick black smoke choked those that remained, filling every crevice. Thankfully, the fire was limited, and with the gym now open to the elements, the October rain quickly extinguished it as the wind cleared the smoke and left the destroyed gymnasium clearly visible. It looked like a missile had hit the building. They weren't far off. By the time Izumi's ears stopped ringing and she was able to take stock of her surroundings, the majority of the destruction was over. All she could hear were the scared cries of children and the shouting of teachers trying to determine what had happened. Izumi bit back a scream as her senses properly returned, and she found her right hand badly burned, and she could feel a cut on her forehead from where a tiny bit of roof had hit her when it caved in. Choosing to ignore it as best she could, Izumi looked around desperately, trying to find Kaken and see who needed help. The gym was like a war zone. There was a large crater in the laminated wooden floor, and the ceiling had fallen in after a hole was blasted through it. Most of the other kids weren't hurt, they'd been knocked down by the shock wave, so the following flames had done little more than singe their hair and clothes. The only real injuries were Izumi, whose hand had been drenched in Katsuki's sweat, which had ignited and exploded, Ashigaki, who was unconscious and severely wounded, covered in burns and partially buried by a piece of roof, and a few other kids who'd been close to them, though they only had minor burns and a few bruises from roof rubble. Katsuki was stood in the center of the crater. His clothes had been mostly destroyed and only his shorts had survived incineration, but they were still barely clinging to him. He was unharmed, but his face was frozen in shock. He looked catatonic, and Izumi dearly wanted to help him, but it was more important to help the injured at the moment. Injuries in one of Izumi's forms transferred to the rest, so Izumi had to suffer the pain of her burned hand as she used her wolf form to pull the rubble away from Ashigaki and began healing him with rejuvenation. Thankfully, Ishiko had chosen to spend Izumi's gym class napping in her normal clothes, so the punkle hadn't been harmed, alleviating at least a small bit of worry from the girl. Izumi did her best to ignore the pain in her hand, though she found herself sniffling and crying a little as she healed Ashigaki. A lot of people were hurt, so Izumi couldn't waste any stamina healing herself. Once Izumi was confident that Ashigaki wouldn't die or suffer long-term disability due to his wounds, she stopped healing him and went to heal the others. There was no way she had enough stamina to fully heal Ashigaki, so he was hospital-bound anyway, meaning the best thing she could do now was fix the others and reduce the number of kids being sent to hospital. She managed to heal all but the most minor of scratches and bruises before she dragged herself over to Ashigaki and continued to heal his more serious wounds, but ultimately, she lost the remainder of her stamina and passed out, collapsing beside Ashigaki and sliding down into the crater where Katsuki still stood. As she lost consciousness, she looked up into Katsuki's face and saw a ring of red appear along the edge of his iris, making his already red eyes appear larger. Izumi closed her eyes, her mind slipping away into the depths of sleep. She wondered what that odd red ring was, why had it appeared? Why was Kaken releasing black smoke from his mouth, as if the explosion had come from there? The smell of the smoke was foul, and the last thing Izumi registered before succumbing to unconsciousness, it smelled of corruption, rot and ashes, it smelled like a boar. Next chapter, Katsuki's Sorrow. To be released, April 11, 2021. And now we get to the second story arc. The first half focuses on Katsuki and the beginning of his development. I'm not super happy with the first half of the chapter, but I needed to put those details in and didn't want to bloat the story by covering it in unnecessary detail. In future, you can expect most of the early arcs to begin with a summary of events that took place in the time skip between arcs. 2-2 Katsuki's Sorrow. Tuesday, October 13, 2274. Hibana Elementary School, Tatooine Ward, Muzurifu. Katsuki Bakugu watched with almost dead eyes as Izumi collapsed and slid into the crater around him. A dark and awful feeling in the depths of his heart whispered, "Good, and she's beneath us." But Katsuki could do nothing but stare. His body was in shock and he felt like he was frozen, stood there in the center of the destruction he'd caused while his only friend lay unconscious and wounded at his feet. Her hand was raw with burns and much of the skin looked like it was about to fall off, exposing the burnt and bleeding muscle beneath. The cut on her forehead was dribbling blood down her unconscious face and Katsuki couldn't help but flash back to the incident at the sandbox. Had he done it again? Had his actions almost led to the death of his only friend? He hadn't meant to do this. He'd been sweating from his exercising and was beginning to sweat more from the panic caused by Ashigaki's words. He'd been angry, but he hadn't wanted to hurt anyone. It had been just an instant of lost control. A single flare of anger, but that was all that was needed. A single spark flickered to life in his palms and that was the end. Katsuki's world exploded and now he could only stand in the rain and stare at the devastation he'd unleashed. Time's flow felt odd after that. There were moments where Katsuki could barely register everything happening around him and there were moments where it appeared everything was in slow motion. Katsuki could hear sirens and the shouts of paramedics and police officers, as well as the teachers. Someone had touched him once, trying to move him but he didn't budge and another shouted voice ordered the perpetrator to leave him, lest they suffer the fate of the students. He didn't react at all until a paramedic came and picked up Izumi, moving her onto a stretcher and lifting her out of the crater. That snapped him out of it enough that he tried to follow them, only for a heavy hand to land on his shoulder. "You've done enough, Bakugu," said the stern voice of the school's guidance counselor. "Come with me," he ordered. Katsuki flinched at the harsh tone, but didn't argue. He followed the man out of the ruined gym and to the guidance counselor's office, where he was immediately engulfed in a hug. "Katsuki," his mother cried, pulling him into her chest and holding him for dear life. Katsuki felt like sobbing. His mother never cried or made herself look vulnerable, but he'd made her act that way. It was another stab of guilt. His father, Masaru, sighed with relief when he saw his son was unharmed and knelt beside his wife, stroking Katsuki's hair. Behind them was Sakuya Kanahana, talking in hushed tones with a paramedic. She was clearly worried, but since she wasn't panicking or fleeing the room, Katsuki guessed that meant Izumi wasn't in serious danger. That was a relief, still, it should never have happened. Katsuki gripped his own wrist, digging his nails in hard. Other than his parents, Sakuya and the paramedic, the majority of the school teachers had been squeezed into the guidance counselor's office, including the principal. There was also a police officer, likely there to take statements, and one of the Onikawa bodyguards were stood just outside, while the other had likely gone with Izumi. "Okay everyone, we need to determine what happened. Katsuki, I know it's hard, but you're the only one here who witnessed what happened firsthand. Can you tell us what happened?" the officer asked gently. He was knelt before Katsuki and his parents, offering a kind smile and a genuine look of friendliness, but Katsuki didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he just couldn't. Some of the teachers began to look angry and impatient at his silence, but the officer silenced them with a glare and turned to the paramedic. After a few seconds of the paramedic flashing a light in his eyes and feeling his pulse, the man stood up again. "He appears to be in shock. That plus the stress of the situation has resulted in temporary muteness. Once the adrenaline leaves his system and he calms down, he should be okay," the paramedic explained. The officer nodded, "Fair enough. Principal Kobayakawa, you mentioned security cameras before. Yes, we had some minor cases of theft and vandalism last year, so we installed cameras in the gymnasium, offices and communal areas. The one in the gym was destroyed, but the recordings are stored here in the main building. I have the relevant recording here. The principal said, producing a small holograph projector. He placed it on the guidance counselor's desk and turned it on. Thanks to the recording, the whole event was shown, including the audio. The Bakugas were furious that Ashigaki had goaded their son, though their anger was muted by the state that the boy ended up in. Sakuya watched with tearful pride as she saw Izumi try to defend her friend, then healing their classmates despite her own wounds, though she gasped when Izumi passed out. The police officer and paramedic were taking notes. As they watched, the officer clicked his pen. Right, that answers any questions I had. Still, I have a hard time believing this catastrophe was caused by Katsuki's quirk alone. Principal Kobayakawa, you said it allows him to produce and detonate nitroglycerin from his palms, right? That is correct. The principal shot a glare at Katsuki. Well, even if he was producing buckets of sweat, Katsuki shouldn't have been able to do this, the officer pointed out. That's true, the school quirk counselor piped up. While it may be possible for him in the future, Bakugo can't produce explosions that strong right now. If he could, then Midoriya's hand would have been blown off completely rather than burned, since it was covered in Bakugo's sweat. So the explosion was triggered by him, but not fully his quirk, another teacher asked. Are there gas pipes in the gym? Sakuya asked, a look of familiarity in her eye. Working with heroes as long as she had, she'd seen the aftermaths of explosions fairly often, and had picked up some of the nuances. The principal paled. Why yes. They're small and only power the heaters in the gym. There's a dual heater and air conditioner in the center of the gym's roof that pours hot or cold air down on the students and also keeps snow and frost off the skylights. The officer looked grave as he noted that down. I'll need a fire marshal to confirm, but it sounds like Katsuki ruptured a pipe with his explosion and it blew out the pipes and the heater. That's why the roof collapsed. Considering Katsuki's reaction to all this, I don't think the initial explosion was intentional, the officer stated. The quirk counselor nodded. I believe that is true. Bakugo produces the sparks that cause the detonation subconsciously while angered. Combined with the sweaty nature of gym class and the gas pipe, it's all terrible luck. Bad luck. A teacher and 3 students are in hospital and 13 others were injured, another teacher yelled, making Katsuki flinch. The paramedic nodded. That is true. Midoriya's quirk reduced the number of students hospitalized by healing the majority of the injuries. The 13 students injured have superficial cuts and bruises and a few burns that don't even reach first degree. They'll all be fine within a week. It's more the psychological effects of the incident that might cause concern. The teacher and one of the students hospitalized were left unconscious by the explosion, but are no more hurt than the other 13. It appears that Midoriya healed them but they didn't regain consciousness, so policy demands they be taken to hospital. Ashigaki and Midoriya are the only real injuries. Both suffered third-degree burns, with Midoriya suffering them on her right hand and Ashigaki on his face and torso. Both also suffered minor lacerations from the debris of the roof, and Ashigaki had some broken ribs and a broken femur from the chunk of roof that landed on him. Midoriya's healing repaired the bones and reduced the burns to first degree, but the lacerations were untouched. Ashigaki will likely be fully healed within a month. Midoriya is the more worrying case. She either didn't or couldn't heal herself, so her own injuries are the most serious, plus the fatigue caused by overusing her quirk. Katsuki's gut twisted. Third-degree burns to her hand, lacerations, severe fatigue. What had he done to his friend? She's no friend of ours, remember? Sakuya frowned and began rapidly texting someone. You've taken Izumi to Mizudafu General Hospital, right? Could you ask Dr. Sakamoto to look after her until our private doctor, Dr. Tanaka, can get there? Izumi knows Dr. Sakamoto and will be more relaxed with her. The paramedic grabbed their pager and sent along the message, then looked to Sakuya. I've let the hospital know. Can I assume you've contacted Dr. Tanaka? At Sakuya's nod, the doctor continued, all right. Before I leave, may I ask if Izumi's quirk affects herself? I'm familiar with her from her volunteer work at the hospital, but I've never asked. It does. Izumi will need to regain her stamina, which is why I asked for Dr. Sakamoto to look after her. Izumi has a somewhat delicate constitution and won't be able to relax properly with strangers, a product of some past abuse, I'm afraid. Sakuya said sadly. The adults in the room nodded gravely, having been made aware of Izumi's past foster homes in case they ran into problems with Izumi that related to them. Katsuki clenched his hands with an expression full of pain. That had been his fault too. Izumi had been beaten and almost molested because of him. She deserved to suffer for looking down on us. The paramedic soon said his goodbyes and headed off. There was still work to be done after all. The officer wasn't far behind them. From the police's point of view, this whole thing was an accident caused by the volatile quirk of an 8-year-old and gas pipes that weren't sufficiently shielded. As we can't prove malicious intent on Katsuki's part and he was actively goaded into the situation, we can't take the matter to court, nor do I believe we should. For now, I suggest you take Katsuki home, give him time to rest and recover, then see about psychiatric help. Things like this can cause a lot of trauma for children, and with that, the officer tipped his hat and left. Silence filled the office for a few minutes. No one quite knew what to say. The teachers were torn. They'd originally thought that Katsuki had maliciously caused the whole thing during a tantrum, but with the revelations about the gas pipe and what they saw in the video, they no longer thought that. At least some of them didn't, others still blamed him and believed Katsuki was just a villain in waiting. Can't take it to court. Bah, I'd like to see how that goes when the other parents get organized, one growled. Excuse me. How dare you say that about my son? Mitsuki yelled. The teacher looked unrepentant. Mrs. Bakugo, I'm sorry but you know it's true. Katsuki is a delinquent. He refuses to make friends other than Izumi Midoriya and is in a fight every other day. If detention isn't solving this problem, then perhaps some time in juvenile hall will. A few other teachers nodded in agreement, muttering similar opinions, which only served to enrage Mitsuki more and even draw the fury of the usually gentle Sakuya and Masaru. The hell are you talking about? Even you can't say that Katsuki started any of those fights. If you could control your bully problem, none of this would be happening. Masaru roared. Katsuki was almost impressed. He'd never seen his dad so mad. Of course, the fact that he was indirectly responsible only depressed him further. We do have to take some of the responsibility here, the quirk counselor pointed out, but we are a small school and we just don't have the resources to deal with a child with a quirk like your son's. He requires specialist help. Perhaps an institution that is made for those with volatile quirks and minds. Katsuki is an 8-year-old boy struggling with depression and bullying. He is not insane. Locking him up in a mental institution isn't going to help him. Sakuya shouted. She had grown fond of the boy. He reminded her a little of Nagi and his descendant Susanoo from millennia ago. He's a danger. We can't have him around normal people. Miss Kanahana, your own foster daughter is in the hospital because of him. She's in the hospital because her best friend was being actively bullied and your teacher did not step in to stop it. Sakuya said angrily. The teachers, Sakuya and the Bakugas began to argue in earnest. His family was fighting for him, but Katsuki couldn't block out the words spewed by the teachers. They thought he needed to be locked up, either in jail or a madhouse. Was he really so bad? The police officer said that it wasn't his fault. But it was. The explosion was the fault of the weak gas pipes. You enjoyed watching them burn. It was Ashigaki's fault for starting it. You got revenge and blew him up. The teacher should have helped him. Why help a villain? He wasn't a villain but he was. Katsuki let out a furious scream, startling everyone in the room. They all turned to look at him, some with fear for him/fear of him, and others looked like their views of him were vindicated. They weren't/they were. With tears of misery and rage blurring his vision, Katsuki ripped open the door and fled, leaving the shouts of his parents and Sakuya behind him. The Onikawa bodyguard chased after him, but Katsuki knew the school grounds better and easily evaded the man, ultimately squeezing through a hole in the school fence and fleeing. The whole time, the voice in his head whispered darker and darker things to him, urging him to kill and hurt those that looked down on him. Katsuki shut it out and kept running. He needed somewhere to hide and get himself under control, somewhere he could be forgotten, somewhere no one would think to look for him. He knew the perfect place. Meanwhile, Muzurafu General Hospital, Izumi awoke screaming Katsuki's name. She sat up abruptly, panting hard as her dream faded into the distance. She dreamt that Katsuki had been devoured by a massive black monster made of smoke, warping him into some kind of pig-human hybrid, and Izumi hadn't even been there to try and help. It was so haunting that she didn't realize where she was for several seconds. Once she calmed down, the little girl discovered she was in a hospital room. An IV drip was connected to her left arm and her right hand was coated in a thick layer of gauze, the musty scent of ointment coming from it. With a groan, Izumi reached up and felt another bandage on her forehead like a headband. She suddenly remembered what happened. Kaken! Izumi yelled, gingerly getting out of bed. She had been changed into a hospital gown, thankfully one without the open back, but all her things, minus her gym clothes, were in her backpack, which had been brought along. Whoa there! Calm down Izumi, yelled Ishiko, crawling out from Izumi's backpack, you're pretty banged up. Take it easy. Ishiko? Izumi said, leaning against the wall for support with Ishiko standing on one hand and her backpack in the other. Her legs were a little shaky from weakness, but a little snack would have her raring to go again. What happened after I passed out? Izumi asked. That's what I'd like to know. Ishiko frowned. I was napping in your clothes when a teacher suddenly shoved them, and me, into your backpack and brought me here with you. All I heard was that your pal Kaken caused an explosion and you got hurt. I've had to stay hidden, so I haven't heard much. What the heck happened today? The punkle asked worriedly. Izumi quickly explained everything she could, then lifted Ishiko to her shoulder so Izumi could go through her bag to find her day clothes. Before she could find them though, Dr. Tanaka, Dr. Sakamoto and a male nurse came running into the room. Izumi. Dear, you shouldn't be out of bed. You need more time to recover your stamina. You actually fainted from exertion. Sakamoto said, effortlessly picking up the small girl and putting her back on the bed, which was right next to the window. But Kaken needs me. Izumi argued. I'm sure Katsuki is in good hands. He wasn't brought in with you and the other two, so he must not be hurt. The other doctors were impressed with your handiwork in healing those two boys, you may have even saved Ashigaki's life. As it stands, you are the worst injured. Dr. Tanaka explained. Yeah, I ran out of stamina before I could heal myself. Rejuvenation takes a ton of stamina and I'm still too weak to use it for very long, Izumi said sadly. Hey now, that's not true. Sakamoto argued, you're plenty strong. You've helped a lot of people with that power. You're only 8 years old, your stamina will get higher as you get older. For now, just rest a bit so you can heal yourself. Yes ma'am. Izumi replied, cheered up a bit. Ishiko stroked the back of Izumi's neck comfortingly, having hidden in her long hair to avoid being seen by Sakamoto or the nurse. A good meal would help you regain your stamina. You were already tired from gym and I bet you shared your lunch again, so you didn't have as much food as you were supposed to. Dr. Tanaka said, a hint of reproach in his voice. Izumi blushed, sorry sir, but there was a girl in the year below me whose mom forgot to make her lunch, so she was going hungry. I had to share. Dr. Tanaka sighed, I wish you were a little more selfish sometimes Izumi. Still, I have a solution, he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a cloth pouch tied up with a ceremonial rope. It was a bag of Mrs. Nazo's Holy Bone Bites, Izumi's favorite snack. It was a big bag too. Izumi wasn't sure if it was the nutrition of the snack, or the blessed nature of the ingredients, but a bag of those bites could restore Izumi's energy as quickly as a good night's sleep. The only downside to them was that they took a lot of effort to make, so Izumi could only get one bag a day, and she'd eaten the bag she got that day after training with Master Onijirai before school. She hadn't expected to get more. How did you get these? Izumi asked, smiling widely as she gratefully took the snacks and began eating. I thought Mrs. Nazo couldn't make more than one bag a day. She can't. Dr. Tanaka said, using a hand gesture to silently promise Dr. Sakamoto an explanation later. Mrs. Nazo makes enough for one bag a day, but sometimes she has 1 or 2 individual bites extra, so she puts them into the next day's bag. She kept doing this until she was able to fill 2 bags with 1 day's work. She put those bags off to the side for emergencies like today. Izumi nodded, silently eating. The sooner she got her energy back, the sooner she could heal and get back to help Kaken. As she ate, the nurse, whom Izumi didn't know, explained a little about the treatment they'd given her. Izumi, you're currently on fluids and a lot of pain medication. The burns on your hand are serious enough that normally, you'd likely need skin grafts and it'd be a few months at the earliest before we could let you leave. You'd also likely lose some functionality in that hand. Thankfully, your quirk should heal it all up nicely, but you'll probably have to stay for a while just to make sure there aren't any complications from that head wound. Izumi frowned and looked at her bandaged hand. No wonder it didn't hurt, she was pumped full of painkillers. Still, that didn't matter. Once she'd eaten and gotten her power back, she would be able to heal completely, but who knows what could happen to Kaken in that time. Her dream had freaked her out and she needed to help him. Plus, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that she'd smelled that foul demon smoke, and seen Katsuki's red eyes gain an extra dash of crimson before she passed out. A few minutes after she'd finished eating her snack, Izumi began to feel her stamina returning rapidly, as if she'd just downed a coffee with 100 sugars and energy drinks in place of milk. I think I can fix this with my quirk now. Izumi said, startling Dr. Sakamoto and the nurse. That fast? The nurse asked. Those snacks are special and make me strong. Izumi said simply. Sakamoto and the nurse turned to Tanaka, who nodded. Those snacks of hers contain a mix of herbal ingredients that stimulate Izumi's unique biology, which is a result of her quirk. It allows her body to more quickly produce the ink she uses for her abilities, he said, only half lying. Izumi wasn't listening to the explanations however, having already transformed into demigod form and unwrapped her bandage headband. Using her divine retribution mirror to see the wound on her head so she could accurately paint over it with her ink, healing it. The nurse, who hadn't seen Izumi's rejuvenation in action, was awed. Amazing, her appearance changed, she conjured a mirror and she healed herself with ink. It reminds me of when I played Dungeons and Dragons with my roommates back in medical school. Hehe, does this make Izumi a warlock or a sorcerer then? Dr. Tanaka asked, thoroughly confusing Izumi. Can you help me with these? I don't want to just yank them off, the girl said, holding out her bandaged arm. Of course. Here we go. Sakamoto said, gently undoing the bandages around Izumi's forearm. The cut on her forehead had been healed in an instant, so Sakamoto was happy to move on to Izumi's hand, carefully unwinding the mess of medicated bandages. Once it was done, Izumi grimaced at the state of her own hand and was glad she couldn't feel it. It was red and raw with patches where the skin was completely gone. As Izumi began to heal herself, starting at her wrist, Dr. Sakamoto asked a question. I know your powers are based on your ink, but if someone else uses your ink, can they use that power too? Izumi, having tried that particular experiment a year before with Kigo and Kaken, nodded, kind of, yeah. The ink can be imbued with my will, so other people can use it, but it dries up after about an hour no matter how you store it, so it's not really useful to other people. Dr. Sakamoto's eyes shone, can I try it? You make your rejuvenating ink and I'll apply it, like ointment. I'll be very gentle. The little girl thought about it for a moment, then nodded, sure. Here you go, she said, holding out her uninjured hand and allowing Sakamoto to dip her finger into the ink in Izumi's palm. When applied, the ink rejuvenated extremely fast, to the point that Sakamoto could sign her name on Izumi's arm in healing skin, which amused the little girl. Within 10 minutes, every inch of Izumi's hand was pristine, the new skin as soft as a baby's. Even Izumi's fingernails were restored, something Izumi hadn't noticed she'd lost. Phew. All healed. Izumi sighed. She was a bit tired again, but it was no more tired than she expected to be after gym class, so she could function normally. Suddenly, Izumi felt a wave of sickness overcome her. Seeing the green tinge to her cheeks, the nurse just barely had time to grab a bucket before the poor girl was emptying her stomach. Sakamoto grimaced, but then the smell hit her. It was the acrid smell of stomach acid, common in hospitals, and the bizarre combination of chocolate, grapes and bleach, a scent that everyone at Muzutafu General Hospital recognized. It was the smell of the super painkillers they used, produced by one of the doctor's quirk. What the hell? Did she just puke up the medication? The nurse cried. I apologize for not mentioning. Dr. Tanaka said sheepishly, Izumi's body is very sensitive to foreign substances. Things like makeup give her a rash, and most medications are rejected in the way you just saw. She likely only kept the painkillers down for as long as she did due to her body being highly fatigued and stressed. Once that fatigue and stress was gone, her body purged. Fascinating. Sakamoto commented idly. Ugh, speak for yourself. Izumi mumbled grumpily. Apparently, a god's body, even when in the form of a normal human, didn't like to be filled or covered with artificial materials. Now that her divine power had awoken, Izumi couldn't eat food with large amounts of artificial ingredients, nor could she wear makeup or clothes that weren't specially made for her. Even her medications had to be herbal. It was the biggest inconvenience of her powers, but one Izumi could tolerate most of the time. Within a few moments, she felt well enough to remove her four, much to the annoyance of Sakamoto and the nurse, who tried to put it back in. Tanaka mediated by offering to replace it with an four containing a saline made with holy water, which he knew Izumi's body would accept. Izumi stubbornly refused, believing it was unnecessary, and because she wanted to leave right away to help Kaken, leaving their standoff to continue until it was interrupted by Izumi's cell phone ringing. Curious, Izumi dug through her backpack to retrieve the device and found it was a call from Sakuya. Hello Lady Sakuya. Where are you right now? Izumi asked. She'd half expected her guardian to be with her by now. Izumi. I'm sorry dear one, but I've been at your school helping your aunt and uncle with Katsuki. I'm really sorry, but tempers were high and I was afraid there'd be another incident. Are you okay? Yep, don't worry. I ate some holy bone bites and got my strength back. I healed myself up nice, though I threw up some medicine that the doctors gave me before Dr. Tanaka showed up. I'm completely okay now though. I can probably come home today. Izumi grinned, ignoring Sakamoto's exasperated face palm. Oh thank goodness. I was worried. Is Katsuki there? Izumi froze. No, why would he be? Was he hurt? No dear one, but, like I said, tempers were high and some of your teachers. Izumi could hear the tone of the wood sprite's voice change as she glared at someone on the other side of the line, said some things that upset him. He ran off somewhere and I thought he might have gone to you. Izumi's gut twisted at the thought of Kaken running off into the cold and rain because their teachers were mean. It wasn't Kaken's fault. It had been an accident. I'll find him, Lady Sakuya. What? No. Izumi, you're in the hospital. Fully healed or not, I don't want you leaving until I get there to pick you up. Izumi? Izumi. Sakuya's voice was cut off as Izumi hung up and shoved the phone back in her backpack. She began pulling out her day clothes when Sakamoto put a hand down on top of it. No chance, little one. I could hear your foster mother clear as day, you aren't leaving. Sakamoto said, trying to sound stern. Dr. Tanaka nodded, and with a whistled signal, Akiji Onikawa entered the hospital room from outside, crossing his arms sternly as he blocked Izumi's way out. The Onikawas, despite being scary-looking bodyguards, were complete sweethearts and hated doing anything scary or aggressive where Izumi could see. Still, he stood ready to stop Izumi from leaving, as did the doctors and nurse. Izumi's face filled with regret, I'm sorry, but Kaken needs me. In a flurry of action, Izumi transformed into her wolf form and leapt at Akiji, her fangs bared. She snarled and gnashed her teeth as if to bite the man, making him flinch and brace his arms over his face. This was all Izumi needed, as the moment his arms blocked his vision, Izumi returned to her human form and used her much lither form to slip between the man's legs and through the still open door. The moment she was in the hallway, she transformed back into a wolf and sprinted away at top speed. There were shouts of surprise and calls for her to return, but Izumi ignored them and ran away. She'd pay for what she'd done once she was sure Katsuki was okay. He came first right now. You are going to be grounded for like a year for this. Ishiko said, riding atop Wolf Izumi's head. I know, but I have no choice. I'll accept my punishment after I help Kaken. Izumi said. While she couldn't speak as a wolf, Ishiko could still understand her thanks to being a ponkel, a race that could talk to animals. I'm not trying to talk you out of it, I'm always on your side, Izumi, through thick and thin. I'll help you find Katsuki, just don't be surprised if Lady Sakuya gets mad at you later. Ishiko said, patting Izumi's head. The ponkel girl was 18 now, being exactly 10 years older than Izumi, they shared the same birthday, and had become something of an older sister to Izumi, often encouraging her to commit more selfish acts or some small bit of rebellion. It was Ishiko's form of therapy, telling Izumi she didn't need to be perfect to meet people's expectations. It rarely worked. Izumi's biggest act of rebellion to date had been staying up an hour past her bedtime, and that had left her racked with guilt and sent her tearfully confessing to Granny Citrus. A combination of her desire to help people, make people happy and avoid disappointing people made Izumi terrified to act out, the emotional and occasionally physical abuse of her year in foster care reaffirming that choice. Go figure, the only way for her to disobey or rebel is if it's to help someone, baby steps I suppose. I'll make an independent out of you yet. Ishiko thought, as the two rode off into the cold and rain in search of Katsuki. Next chapter, Akomabaku Part 1. To be released, April 13, 2021. Poor Katsuki is being put through the ringer here, but luckily Izumi is coming to help him. 2 to 3 Akomabaku Part 1. Tuesday, October 13, 2274. The streets of Mizurufu. Izumi ran through the rain and wind, slowly being soaked by the downpour as she searched everywhere for Katsuki. She searched desperately, the weather battering her face as she strode onward against the wind, hoping for even a glance of her friend. She even had Ishiko ride atop her mirror as she sent it into the sky, but Izumi's range was too short to get a proper bird's-eye view and she dared not send Ishiko higher anyway, lest the wind blow her away or lightning strike. For an entire hour, Izumi practically flew across the city, desperate for a single glimpse of Katsuki, a flash of blonde hair, a puff of smoke, even an outright explosion. Anything would do. Where could he be? He's scared and alone, but where would he go feeling like that, she thought desperately. She couldn't even try to sniff him with her wolf form, since the rain was dampening her sense of smell, washing away much of the city's usual smells. She'd checked his house, the park and their old preschool, but he was nowhere to be found. Izumi was about to head to her elementary school to ask Mitsuki and Masaru for help, or perhaps try to pick up a trail, when the thought triggered a memory. Izumi remembered going to the woods with Kaken once. It had been before she had awoken the power of Amaterasu and after she'd been dubbed quirkless, so he had barely tolerated her, mostly out of pity for having lost her mother to the Reaper. He'd fallen from a log into a little creek and she tried to help him only for him to shout at her. It wasn't a pleasant memory, but it was the only place Izumi could think of that she hadn't checked, so she turned in the direction of the woods surrounding Tatooine Ward and ran with all her might. Her hunch proved correct. Izumi padded her way through the woods to the exact creek where Kaken had fallen 3 years before and returned to her human form as she looked sadly at her childhood friend. Kaken was shivering violently, his head in his hands as he argued silently with himself. He was crouched and wedged in the space where the log met the bank of the creek. Kaken. Izumi said gently, approaching him. Stay back, he yelled, suddenly looking up. His left eye was completely blood red. It was like his iris had taken over the entire eye, leaving his pupil and sclera completely red. The right eye still had some white, but the pupil had been replaced by red as well. Foul-smelling black smoke was also wafting off the boy, as if the rain was evaporating as it landed on him, taking the dirt and filth of the city with it. Izumi gasped. In the 3 years since awakening as Amaterasu, she had never forgotten a single detail of her battle with Akumayomi and the possessed Torikego. The solid red eyes, the smoke-like corruption and the pain the whole experience had forced on Izumi, Kigo and Torikego. Sakuya had explained some of the symptoms of demonic possession in the aftermath of that disaster, as Torikego's complete lack of control came with her having a fairly weak will and constitution. For those with stronger hearts and bodies, the possession was slower as the demon worked to break the host's will through various sinister methods. One such method was pretending to be a voice in the person's head, a part of their own minds, and filling the poor host with nightmares, visions, and dark thoughts, fueling the host's negative feelings and slowly eroding their desire to resist. If the host was strong-willed enough and resisted even this, then the demon might start mutating the host's body to match the demon's, so the host would be ostracized by those around them. Katsuki was so strong-willed and had been fighting it so hard, it was beginning to transform him, starting with the eyes, just as Akumayomi did with Torikego. The eyes, the windows to the soul, were always the first thing to transform. Suddenly, so much about the last year made sense to Izumi. Katsuki's mood swings had gotten so much worse in that time, it was likely a result of this possession. Kaken, I know how you're feeling right now. You've got awful thoughts going through your head, but it isn't your fault. You're a good person, Kaken, you need to fight it. Izumi cried, taking a step closer. A single touch with Sunrise should purge him of his possession. She prepared the technique. Go away. Katsuki roared, blasting the ground between them and sending dirt and water splashing in all directions. Izumi put her arms over her face to block it, then looked back at Katsuki, just as determined as before. There were only 2 cures to demonic possession, death or purification. Demons that relied on possession were weak and vulnerable by nature, often needing a host to even survive, and a good dose of Sunrise's purifying light would erase such demons from the world. It would be hard though. Kaken was agitated and already losing his will to fight, having been hurt deeply by the words of the teachers. The demon would likely get full control of him soon, or at least force him to fight her. Since she wasn't about to kill a human, especially her best friend, Izumi had no choice but to defeat Kaken so she could apply Sunrise. Ishiko, get some distance. This is going to turn into a fight, the girl whispered. Ishiko nodded gravely, I've got it. I'll stick close by though, let me know if you need a distraction, she whispered back, before hopping off Izumi's shoulder and into the canopy of trees. Turning her focus back to her best friend, Izumi gathered her courage and yelled, if you want me to go away, you need to make me. Katsuki growled like a feral beast, leave. I'll hurt you again. Izumi scoffed and held up her right hand, again. Please, I healed that in a second. Stop being stupid and either talk to me or fight me. Nothing else will make me leave. You think I won't do it? Katsuki snarled, I blew up the gym. I put you and 2 other kids in the hospital. I'm a fucking monster. Once the teachers convince my parents and Sakuya, they'll shut me away somewhere. Like the villain I am. Izumi saw red and in a moment of anger, she reached out and slapped Katsuki hard. How dare you, she looked him in the eye, tears streaming down her face to mingle with the rain. Sorrowful green orbs met widening crimson ones. How dare you call yourself a villain and a monster, she seethed. Katsuki's voice wasn't distorted, so it wasn't the demon speaking for him here, that had been Kaken's own heart talking, and there was no way Izumi would ever accept that from her best friend. For a moment, Katsuki just sat there bewildered, before his anger took over and he punched Izumi hard in the cheek, knocking her on her backside and allowing him to jump on and pin her to the ground, her head half in the water. He looked down at the girl and guilt flashed across his eyes for all of a second before Izumi smirked at him. Now that's the Kaken I love, she yelled, head-butting his chin and sending him reeling back. Izumi got to her feet, there's the Kaken that doesn't just give up. The Kaken I know doesn't just lay down and let people walk all over him. He doesn't let them decide who he is and who he'll be. Shut the fuck up, Deku. Kaken roared, throwing an explosion at her. Izumi rolled to the side and summoned divine retribution to block Kaken's follow-up punch. The boy yelped as his hand struck iron, giving Izumi the chance to send the reflector behind him and pull it back to her through his legs, tripping him up and allowing her to pin him just as he had pinned her. "You need to do better than that," Izumi taunted. If Kaken got angry enough, he'd get sloppy and that would be Izumi's chance. She wasn't as good a fighter as Kaken, and Sunrise needed a few seconds of direct contact with his chest to purify him, so she needed to be clever. Kaken scoffed, "Don't get cocky, you haven't beaten me yet," and with that, he made a large explosion to kick up the mud surrounding the creek and blind Izumi. The girl squealed and her hands flew to her face, trying to get the mud out of her eyes and allowing Katsuki to deliver an uppercut to her chin. Izumi yelped and fell backward, which let Katsuki wriggle out from under her, then stand and deliver a huge explosion to send her flying into the opposite bank. The rain was reducing his ability, but Katsuki was still strong enough to give Izumi a hell of a fight. Izumi pulled herself from the mud of the bank and stood up, her jaw aching like nobody's business. Normally during their spars, she had the sun's warmth to help restore her stamina, allowing her to risk using rejuvenation to heal herself and let her fight longer, but the dark weather was impeding her as much as it was Kaken. Still, she wasn't about to give up. In a puff of smoke, she transformed into her wolf form and lunged at Katsuki, grabbing him in her jaws. Katsuki yelled in surprise and hit her in the chin with a large explosion, causing her to fly backward and crash to the ground, unfortunately taking Katsuki down with her. Her wolf form was sturdier than her human form, with stronger bones and a tougher hide, but that extra defense was nearly useless against the shock waves produced by Katsuki's explosions. Izumi left quite a trail through the woods as she crashed, uprooting a few small bushes and winding herself as her belly struck one that refused to give way. This made her splutter and cough, making the now drool-coated Katsuki tumble out of her mouth and into another tree. "Fucking mutt!" Katsuki yelled as he got up, only for a clod of earth to hit him in the chest and knock him down again. Izumi had quickly returned to her demigod form to throw it, and then summoned divine retribution again, forcing it to stay on the back of her left arm as a shield while she straddled Katsuki and began punching him. Whenever Katsuki threw a punch back or launched an explosion, Izumi would block with her left arm, meaning the attack was absorbed by the iron reflector. If he wasn't currently getting his ass kicked, Katsuki would have been impressed. He eventually broke free by aiming his explosions at the ground again, though this time he expected Izumi to block the spray of mud, which she did, obscuring her vision with her own shield and allowing Katsuki to make another explosion aimed at the ground, shooting him upward with Izumi still straddling him. Using small explosions to adjust himself in the air, Katsuki rotated them and the two landed with Izumi on the bottom and him on top. Katsuki threw his fist back to return the pummeling he'd just gotten, but Izumi was suddenly in wolf form again. She grabbed his wrist in her strong jaws and threw him like a rag doll into the distance. He landed a few feet away, thankfully missing the trees, and looked up to see Izumi in demigod form again. She was on her feet in a crude battle stance, her emerald eyes gleaming and a confident grin on her face. She gave him a "come on" gesture with her hand. "Oh, that's how you want to play it, huh? Fine, I'll blow you and that fucking mirror to pieces." Katsuki roared, preparing the largest explosion he could and running at Izumi. Predictably, she raised her reflector to defend herself, holding it just below her eyes so she wouldn't be blinded this time. Katsuki didn't care, he knew that a blast this strong would break her mirror, he'd done it before in their spars. Then it would take at least an hour for her to resummon it, giving him more than enough time to win. With a smirk, he threw his arm forward to release the blast, his other arm up to shield his eyes from the flash. At the last moment, Izumi's mirror flipped so the reflective side was facing him and the carved iron back was facing Izumi. In that instant, Katsuki's heart lurched. He saw himself, feral smirk, mad eyes, and caked in dirt. He looked like a monster. Was this what Izumi was seeing? But then why did she smile at him? Why care about someone that looked like such a monster? The voice in his head really was right, he was a villain. The explosion went off, but to Katsuki's surprise, it was absorbed into the polished metal of the mirror and immediately blasted back as Izumi yelled, reflector style, true reflection. Her mirror had reflected his own attack right back at him. Katsuki couldn't deny being impressed. Since the boy was mostly blast-proof, the explosion just sent him flying from the force, bouncing all the way back to the creek. He landed flat on his back in the water and before he could get his bearings, Izumi landed on him again, only this time her legs had each wrapped around one of his arms and forced them into the stream, binding him stiffly and forcing him to keep his hands in the water. After the last explosion, he needed to sweat more to launch another one, but in the icy water of the creek, that wasn't possible. Katsuki's eyes widened, he'd been played. Izumi had purposely goaded him enough that he used his biggest blast so he wouldn't be able to do it again straight away, then bounced it back at him and bound him in the creek where he couldn't produce more sweat. Now Izumi sat on him, a fierce look in her eyes and her fist was drawn back, the reflector on the back ready to punch him. Her other fist opened to reveal a ring of golden ink on her palm. "Sunrise," she yelled, plunging her hand down onto Katsuki's chest. "No. I'm not beaten," a foreign, demonic voice roared out from Katsuki's throat. The sudden shout made Izumi pause, and before she could continue her technique, an explosion roared up from Katsuki's chest, making Izumi scream as she was launched away. She landed hard, cursing herself for not remembering, demons could empower their host's quirk. Kaken could usually only make explosions from his palms, but with the demon possessing him, he could potentially release them from anywhere. "I have to thank you," the demon said, his voice overlapping with Katsuki's. Izumi's heart sank as she looked up to see Katsuki's eyes were now solid red. This brat's pride was too strong, but you kicking his ass made him finally give up and let me take full control. Ishiko hopped down from the trees to stand on Izumi's shoulder again. "Are you okay?" she asked urgently. Izumi shook her head. "No, I'm not. I messed up," she said, wincing a little as she began to heal the burns on her thighs from that last explosion. "I thought defeating Kaken would give me a window to purify him, but it just made things worse. The demon has full control over him now." The demon-possessed Katsuki laughed. "Indeed it did. I've spent the last year slowly breaking his will, but even after he nearly killed you today, he still resisted. The stubborn brat just wouldn't give in, clinging to his dream and his pride. But then you utterly defeated him, using his own power as well. You stripped away his last piece of pride and let him fall into despair. Now I control him utterly," the demon boasted. "Bastard!" Ishiko yelled, brandishing her tiny sword. Izumi felt the demon's words stabbing at her heart, making her want to cry. She had wanted to help Kaken, not make things worse. Standing back up and getting back into the stance Master Onijirai had taught her, Izumi glared at the possessed boy with determination. "I'm going to defeat you. I'm going to save Kaken, and then I'm going to make him feel better. Kaken is someone important to me, I won't let you hurt him," she declared, eyes burning with determination. "You're going down, demon." The possessed Katsuki stopped grinning, his face falling into a scowl. He didn't feel right, his body was stiff. The boy was still resisting a little, his will not completely broken. Izumi's words had reignited it a little. "TCH, this assignment was always going to be a pain. The master assigned me to destroy you after a Kumiyomi failed. I thought possessing your friend would give me the perfect vessel to finally kill you, Amaterasu, but it looks like your friend is tougher than that old woman." The demon grumbled, the black smoke emanating from him beginning to thicken. Izumi narrowed her eyes. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Hehe, let me show you," the possessed boy said ominously. Just as the possessed Torikeigo had done, the demon possessing Katsuki began to pump out huge amounts of the corruption smoke, filling the forest with black and purple air. The force of the expelled smoke almost blew Ishiko away, but Izumi quickly caught her and pressed her against her chest to keep her safe. The smoke stank of rot and nitroglycerin, and it stung Izumi's eyes and lungs as she coughed and spluttered. Izumi held her breath, until her body began to give off divine light and disperse the smoke around her. Izumi and Ishiko opened their eyes to find they were in the astral plane, which had been turned into the dark form by the corruption of the demon. Izumi scowled at the blood-red sky, as her possessed best friend knelt nearby, his body glowing with a malicious red aura. The power he was giving off felt familiar, which combined with the sight of the corrupted astral plane, made Izumi come to a realization. You're like a Kumiyomi. You're no normal demon, you're one of the infernal brush demons. The corrupted forms of my old friends. Izumi yelled. Katsuki's face sneered back at her, the red markings appearing on it mirroring Izumi's own. "You figured it out. Good, then allow me to introduce myself," the demon roared. Katsuki's body began to grow just as Torikeigo's had, but rather swelling up to the size and proportions of All Might, his body gained a physique similar to an Olympic shot putter, with thick muscular limbs and a rotund but muscular torso. Katsuki's nose widened and the tip pulled itself back, making it look as if he had a pig's snout, and his lower canine teeth grew into long, thick tusks. His posture became ape-like, with his knuckles against the floor, while his back legs turned into the heavily muscled and hoofed feet of a boar, complete with ash-blonde bristles covering his modesty. His shorts were shredded, which also went up to his chest and spread up his back to connect to his hair, which had become a mohawk of boar bristles. Izumi felt sick, seeing her friend's body twisted into such a bizarre shape. If Torikeigo had looked like a dragon-human hybrid, Katsuki looked like a boar-human one. If Izumi had been in a more relaxed mood, she might have compared him to a fair-skinned, blonde-haired Ganon from the Legend of Zelda. "You monster!" Izumi yelled, furious that the demon could do such a thing to Katsuki. "Wahaha! Insult me all you want, but it will not change your fate. I am the infernal brush demon known as the Boar of Absorption, Akomabaku," the demon declared, beginning a slow walk towards Izumi. Izumi growled and readied herself to fight. She had managed to beat Akumayomi as a 5-year-old with some help from Hawks, so she should be able to manage Akumabaku now that she was 8 and had some decent training. Kaken. If you're in there, and you can hear me, then I'm sorry. I'm probably going to have to hurt this guy to save you, and that means you'll feel it too. Endure until I win, she yelled. Akumabaku flinched, pausing his slow approach, before he shook himself and kept walking forward. Izumi looked at the approaching monster with curious eyes. Had she seen what she thought she had? Izumi, listen a second. Ishiko whispered, I've been thinking, Akumayomi was a dragon and became the dragon brush god, Yamagami, right? That's right. Izumi nodded. Well, by that same logic, Akumabaku is probably the boar brush god, Bakugami. If I remember the stories, Bakugami was the god of explosive force, but Akumabaku is the demon of absorption. Izumi quickly grasped where Ishiko was coming from. Yeah, it's kind of the opposite. Yamagami's power repairs things, while Akumayomi destroyed them. Corruption reverses their power. Awesome, that gives us a heads up on what he can do. Ishiko grinned, I can't really help you fight, but if I spot an opening, I'll let you know. Izumi nodded and doubled her focus. Akumabaku was approaching slowly to intimidate her into losing nerve and acting rashly, but Izumi remained calm. All she needed was to disable Akumabaku for long enough that she could touch his chest directly with Sunrise. Have a taste of this, piggy. Izumi yelled, sending her mirror flying forward. Akumabaku reared back and swung his huge, meaty fists at the mirror, which easily weaved through his clumsy movements and slammed into his chest. The blow didn't do much damage as the demon's muscular hide was extremely tough, even considering Izumi's mirror was made of special iron. Still, it left a red mark, which was more than it had managed against Akumayomi. Emboldened by this success, Izumi charged forward, willing her mirror to follow the gestures her hands made as she unleashed a combo attack. Reflector style, 4 wins. Izumi declared, as her mirror followed her will. First, the mirror smacked into the back of Akumabaku's head, forcing him to look down, then it twirled around his body and hit him hard in the side, where his humanoid upper body met his porcine lower body, which also happened to be his kidneys. The third blow landed on his chin, as the mirror rolled across his skin like a buzzsaw and left a faint trail of red skin as it went up to its target, hitting the demon hard enough to knock his face skyward. While the demon was reeling from this, the mirror went for the fourth and final blow. It looped through the sky to reach its maximum momentum, then whipped around Izumi's body and plowed straight into the demon's gut in a devastating blow that winded the monster. Akumabaku fell forward, catching himself with one hand and holding his stomach with the other. The direct damage was fairly minimal, but it left Izumi with an opening for more attacks. I'm going to slice off some bacon, she declared, readying her demigod form's claws and rushing beneath the staggered demon, aiming for his hind legs the same way she had done when Torikage was possessed. Unlike the dragon though, Akumabaku didn't have wings and would be completely hobbled by the injury. Just as Izumi was about to slash her claws down on the nearest ankle, a small explosion erupted from it, knocking Izumi back and causing quite a few sharp boar bristles to fly at her, embedding themselves in her readied palm like shrapnel from a grenade. Izumi shrieked and backed off, taking a defensive stance behind her mirror while Ishiko crawled down her arm to pull out the bristles. Did you forget? Akumabaku began, suddenly sweeping around with his arm out, knocking Izumi and Ishiko flying. I can still use this brat's quirk. Izumi barely managed to land on her feet, though the hard landing made her ankles hurt. She grit her teeth and narrowed her eyes, slowly moving backward as Akumabaku stalked towards her. Kaken's explosive power is dependent on his sweat and only comes from his palms, but this guy can release the explosions from anywhere, with a lot more force. I'd wager he can use his ink in place of sweat too. Izumi grumbled as Ishiko pulled out the last of the bristles in her palm. Brush god or brush demon, their powers were still based around the ink they produced, like Akumayomi's corrosive ink breath. You shouldn't risk another direct strike, keep hammering him with ranged attacks from your mirror instead. Ishiko said, tossing aside the bristles. Oh, what a nice idea, too bad you won't live long enough to deal any real damage. The boar demon sneered, this brat's quirk is strong already, but with me boosting its power and us being in the astral plane under my control, I can increase its power even further. To the level of a nuclear weapon. Izumi and Ishiko turned white as ghosts. If Akumabaku could do that, they'd be vaporized. Acting immediately, Izumi aimed her palm at the sky, readying Sunrise with the ring of ink she tried to use on Kaken earlier. She couldn't completely stop the demon from using Kaken's quirk, but she could at least reduce his power. Before the golden orb of Sunrise could be completed, Akumabaku roared, not so fast, and his own palms began to glow a sinister red. Izumi and Ishiko saw their lives flash before their eyes as an earth-shattering explosion burst forth from the demon's hands, ready to reduce them both to dust. Izumi would be okay, she could use astral resurrection to revive, but Ishiko would be killed, and there would be nothing stopping the demon from unleashing a second such explosion to kill Izumi again after she resurrected, ending her for good. The explosive energy shot from the demon's hands like a beam attack in an anime and blasted towards the girls too fast for them to dodge. Izumi tried to block with her mirror, but the iron would never hold up under the force of the beam. The girls closed their eyes, feeling the heat on their faces, then the backs of their necks, and then just their backs, as the powerful blast flew over the top of their heads and into the distance. It landed far away behind them, creating a deafening kaboom, a mushroom cloud, and a shock wave that knocked Izumi and Ishiko to the ground, and even made Akumabaku stumble back a few steps. The heat wave hit them next, and Izumi almost felt her skin sizzling, though thankfully the explosion was far away enough that the heat didn't actually damage them. Izumi looked up at the demon with wide eyes. Somehow, despite being only a few feet away, Akumabaku had missed. Akumabaku looked just as confused as the girls did, his body had suddenly jerked his hands up at the last instant, making him miss his mark. He scowled furiously. Katsuki was fighting back harder, trying to regain control of his body. The demon couldn't allow Amaterasu to know, or she'd take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately for the boar demon, Izumi was already using his distraction as an advantage to complete her sunrise technique, converting the astral plane back to its light form. The demon hissed as the light shone on him, and like Akumayomi had done, Akumabaku beseeched his dark master to grant him greater strength, in order to regain some control of the astral plane. Half of the plane returned to the dark state that designated demonic control, while the rest remained light to show Izumi's control. The two sides warred at each other to create the same spiral of light and dark as last time. It had been 3 years since Izumi had seen it, but it still shocked her how an entire world could appear to be spiraling in on itself. So, my aim was a little off and you immediately robbed me of a portion of my power. No matter, I will still destroy you. Akumabaku declared, feigning calm despite the fury clearly visible on his face. Izumi rolled her eyes. You demons can never just surrender. You brag about your power and how you'll kill me right up until I purify you. Just let me turn you back to normal and free my friend. Yamagami was really happy to be restored. It was true too. The dragon brush god resided within Izumi now and rarely spoke to her, preferring to play the role of silent retainer, but he could see all she did and was overjoyed whenever she used rejuvenation to heal someone or fix something. Akumabaku scoffed, brush gods were born from you, foolish girl. They return to you the same way a child would return to its mother. They return like spoiled children, ignorant to the blessings of the master. Izumi smirked, well, since you're one too, I guess that means you're in the middle of your rebellious phase. Akumabaku roared at her, though it sounded more like the squeal of a pig. Foul brat. I will destroy you. Suddenly, 4 large red blotches appeared on the demon's chest. Izumi was immediately on guard, recognizing the red substance as ink like Akumayomi's, so it meant the boar demon was preparing to use its power. From each blotch, a bleached white boar skull appeared, and began to stretch out from Akumabaku's body by using the ink like a blood-red tendril. The 4 skulls clattered to the floor, each accompanied by a large blob of ink, which began to shape itself into a vaguely humanoid form. Izumi's eyes widened as the blobs shaped themselves into perfect replicas of Kaken, but blood-red and completely naked, though thankfully genderless. Each replica wore one of the boar skulls on its head as a mask. You have your divine instrument, divine retribution as a weapon, well feast your eyes on my dark instrument, my children. Akumabaku bellowed, I'll show you the power of the boar of absorption. Next chapter, Akumabaku Part 2. To be released, April 15, 2021. A bit more information on the nature of brush demons and their powers in this chapter. Also Izumi tries her best and accidentally makes things worse, but she's not exactly a therapist and fighting is basically how Katsuki shares his feelings, so it's hard to blame her. The rest of the battle comes soon. 2-4 Akumabaku Part 2. Tuesday, October 13, 2274. The Astral Plane. Izumi swallowed thickly as she looked at the 4 monstrous clones of her best friend, each wearing the skull of a wild boar and dripping with the blood-like ink that made up their bodies. Sinister black eyes watched her from within the skull masks, and a mix between pig squealing and impish cackling filled the air with an eerie symphony. As if the sight of these creatures wasn't bad enough, Izumi felt like vomiting as the smell wafted over to her. It was the stench of rotting entrails. Ugh, what are these things? Izumi cried, covering her sensitive nose. Ishiko, faring a little better since she didn't have a wolf sense of smell, piped up. He said they were dark instruments. The brush gods all wielded a divine instrument of their own, similar to your mirror, so I guess their corrupted forms wield dark instruments instead. Izumi grimaced and began slowly backing away, mindful that the cackling clones were beginning to approach her, gradually spreading out and trying to encircle her. Akumayomi didn't have anything like this, she whispered urgently, trying to hide her growing fear from the watching Akumabaku. If I remember right, Yamagami's divine instrument were the dragon orbs that he held. You know, those 4 crystal balls of his. He could manipulate them the same way you can with your mirror. I'm guessing that since Akumayomi's corrosive breath, and the quirk of his host, were more powerful than the weapon, he never bothered to use it. Bakugami's divine instrument was his children too, 4 piglets that could spawn and throw firecrackers. Based on these 4 pig-skulled freaks, it looks like the dark instruments keep their basic form, but change their aesthetic to match the demons. Ishiko theorized. Akumabaku laughed, you are quite right, Ponkel. It is a shame my master has yet to wipe your people from the face of the earth, but you can die knowing you won't be made to watch the slaughter of your race. Attack, my children. With a squeal as a battle cry, the 4 clones charged Izumi, 2 of them throwing punches while 2 others lowered their heads to gore her with their tusks. Moving as fast as she could, Izumi ducked the first punch, sidestepped the second and blocked the first charge with her divine retribution. The 4th clone's charge barely missed her, as she used her own mirror and the skull of the other charging clone as footholds to jump up and over the final charge. Izumi landed skillfully behind the clones and immediately returned to her human form to dismiss her mirror, before transforming into demigod form again to resummon it on her back, recovering it much faster than if she'd had to weave it through the throng of flailing limbs that had resulted from the clones' coordinated assault. With a battle cry of her own, Izumi ran at Akumabaku with her mirror held in front of her to block any incoming attacks. Her plan was to get in close and pummel the demon with another reflector style, 4 wins and then slice his ankles while he was distracted, which would hopefully stop him from using Katsuki's quirk to blow her away again. It wasn't her best plan, but Izumi was desperate to save her friend and get rid of the revolting clones. At first, it seemed to work. She cried out the name of her attack and the mirror began landing blows, with the first 2 hits landing perfectly. However, as Izumi moved to slash the boar demon's ankles, silently apologizing to Katsuki for the pain it would cause him too, her mirror went for the 3rd blow to the demon's chin, and was instead parried by Akumabaku turning his head and batting the mirror away with his tusks. The demon then lowered his face close to the ground and spun his body around, swinging his tusks at Izumi. The little girl was forced to transform fully into a wolf so she could dodge fast enough to evade the pointed spike of bone. She barely managed to avoid it, but wasn't able to avoid the swipe of the demon's massive arm, which came quickly after his tusk. It slapped her hard, knocking her flying towards the 4 clones. Izumi yelped, landing roughly a few feet from the clones. She turned back to her demigod form and was almost in tears from the pain in her chest. That swipe had broken a few ribs. Izumi began to use rejuvenation to heal herself, but the clones were upon her before she could finish. Izumi! Watch out! Ishiko yelled, giving Izumi just enough warning to roll away from a heel drop from one of the clones. The next clone charged her, and Izumi angrily kicked at it with her foot, kicking off her hospital slippers so her clawed toes could slash at the creature's torso. It was with some satisfaction that Izumi felt her clawed feet slice into the clone, slicing through like butter, but that satisfaction turned to horror as Izumi found her toes now stuck in the creature. Her kick had suddenly lost all momentum about halfway through the clone's torso and was now being held there firmly, as if she'd kicked into super-strength glue. What the heck? Izumi yelped as she watched the demon clone cackle and take a step forward, pushing Izumi's entire foot into its body and leaving it stuck there. Izumi tried to pull free, but it was like her foot was encased in concrete, she couldn't move it at all. The other 3 clones attacked at once, using Izumi's momentary opening to strike. Thinking fast, Izumi slackened her free leg, making her fall to the ground and forcing the clone trapping her to suddenly bend over with her weight. This avoided the punch from one clone, and let Izumi dig her claws into the ground and perform a helicopter kick that used the clone trapping her as a cudgel to knock the other 2 attackers away. Briefly thanking the heavens that her demigod form gave her strength akin to a full-grown wolf, Izumi used her clawed hands and one free foot to gallop away from the clones, dragging the clones still trapping her leg with her. Once she had a bit of distance, Izumi healed the remainder of her broken ribs with rejuvenation, then turned her attention to the clone on her leg. Get off, she cried, trying to wipe him off her foot by stomping and grinding him into the ground of the astral plane. The clone just kept squealing like a pig and cackling madly, Izumi's efforts to get him off only forcing her leg deeper into the demon's body. Furious, Izumi recalled her divine retribution and aimed it at the creature's neck, planning to hit it with enough force to shear its head off. The divine retribution came, and it hit home against the demon's neck, but after grinding about halfway through, the mirror became stuck and ceased to move, completely unable to follow Izumi's commands. Izumi panicked and grabbed the part of her mirror not embedded in the clone and yanked it as hard as she could, but it didn't budge. Akumabaku, who had been watching this display with amusement, began to roar with laughter. MHA. Did you forget, brat? My power is that of absorption. My ink will absorb anything that it touches, eventually consuming it and making it a part of my body. My children's bodies are constructed from my ink, so to strike them is to be absorbed. Before long, you will begin to be digested, starting with your leg. You'll never escape, I have won, the boar demon declared. Izumi grimaced, she'd fallen right into the demon's trap. But what could she do? All her attacks were physical. She didn't have any kind of energy attack, so she had no way of defending against the clones. All she could do was dodge, and that was now made tougher by the clone trapping her leg, which was slowly pulling her in to digest her. There had to be something she could do. Ishiko, I could use a hand here. Izumi said desperately. Ishiko, who had tied a lock of Izumi's hair around her waist to ensure she wouldn't be sent flying, thought hard, I have my sword, but if your mirror couldn't hurt these things, then my sword definitely won't. We need a way of getting this thing off you, the punkle said, looking angrily at the cackling clone. The others were slowly approaching, laughing and oinking like they'd already won. The clone on Izumi's leg began to clap mockingly, making Ishiko wish she could kick the damn thing in the head. Suddenly, she had a flash of recollection. Izumi. You managed to hit these things earlier, remember, she cried. I did? Izumi asked, still struggling. Yeah. When they first attacked you. You were able to block one of their charges with your mirror, and then jumped off their heads to escape. Ishiko reminded her. Immediately, Izumi knew what Ishiko was trying to tell her. When she'd blocked their charge with her mirror and jumped on them, she hadn't touched their bodies, made of ink, no, she'd touched the white boar skulls they wore as masks. The skulls were Akumabaku's weapons and could manipulate the ink he created to give him allies, but the skulls themselves weren't made of ink. The beginnings of a plan began to form in the girl's head, but Akumabaku had heard Ishiko's words too, and had correctly guessed the girls had figured him out. Unwilling to let his chance to kill her slip by, he lowered his head to the ground and began scraping his hooves against the ground like a bull about to charge. Die, Amaterasu, he bellowed, before charging towards her at breakneck speed. Izumi's eyes widened. If he struck her with his head, every bone in her body would be broken, but if the tusks hit instead, she'd be completely impaled. Either way, she'd be dead and would lose her resurrection for the day. Desperately, she tried to dodge away, using her demigod strength to pull the trapping clone along with her, but the ink creature headbutted her thigh with his boar mask, goring her with his tusk and making Izumi scream and fall to her knees. She wasn't able to recover in time to dodge, and she had no way to block, so Izumi was forced to look up and accept the fact she was about to die. She prayed Ishiko wouldn't be killed by the impact, and desperately tried to untie the punkle from her hair so she could throw her to safety. Izumi would revive after her inevitable demise, but Ishiko wouldn't. She wasn't quick enough to pull Ishiko free, however, in the most bizarre maneuver Izumi had ever seen, Akumabaku either tripped or misjudged an attempt to gore her, as only a few feet from Izumi, he suddenly fell and caught his tusks in the ground with so much force, they became embedded and sent him flying head over heels. He flopped ungracefully onto his back, landing beside Izumi and leaving her completely unharmed. The ink clone stopped cackling, and the entire astral plane became eerily silent as everyone just sat there, wide-eyed with shock over what had just happened. Akumabaku was so stunned, he didn't even move at first, giving Izumi the chance to heal her thigh and drag the clone trapping her away. What the heck just happened? Ishiko asked. I know boars aren't the most graceful of animals, but did he seriously whiff his attack? I don't think it was Akumabaku's fault. Izumi said, thinking through what she'd seen. With a moment of calm to process, she was sure she'd seen one of Akumabaku's back legs kick sideways and hit the other, causing him to trip. It was like his leg had a mind of its own. Suddenly, Izumi remembered a few similar instances earlier, when she'd shouted to Kaken within Akumabaku, the demon had flinched and paused, as if his body had locked up for a moment, then later, when he tried to push Kaken's quirk to the limit and launch a nuclear-level explosion at them, he'd somehow missed and shot over their heads, his hands having apparently jerked up by themselves. With this third screw-up, Izumi was now completely certain. Kaken was still fighting back. Ishiko, I think Kaken is still conscious in there, struggling to get some control back. Izumi said. Ishiko whistled, whoa, how strong is this kid's will? Torikeigo couldn't do anything against a Kumayomi. Kaken is amazing. He'll never give up and surrender to evil. He's going to be an awesome hero. But first, we need to save him. I have an idea, but we need to get rid of this thing first. Izumi said, glaring down at the clone. And we'll start by crushing its skull. The clone released a shriek of surprise as Izumi suddenly transformed into her wolf form. The interesting thing about Izumi's transformations was that while her human and demigod forms were the same size, and aged with her, her wolf form was always a large adult wolf, being Amaterasu's true form and thus completely ageless. The mouth of a full-grown wolf was easily able to contain the head of an 8-year-old boy, like the clones, who were based on Katsuki's body, resembled, and the wolf's jaw was easily strong enough to crunch bone. With a vicious growl, Izumi snapped her jaws down over the clone's head, and with a small effort, crushed the creature's bone mask between her fangs. Immediately, the skull disintegrated into powder, and the gelatinous ink that made up the clone's body melted away into lifeless fluid, freeing Izumi's leg and allowing her to transform back into her demigod form. Izumi retched as the powdered skull and foul ink almost slipped down her throat, but she was able to produce her own ink to rinse her mouth out. As to Izumi, her own ink was no different in taste to water. Ugh, that was unpleasant, she complained, getting to her feet again. Akumabaku was snapped out of his stunned state by the destruction of one of his clones, and quickly rolled back onto his feet. You slew one of my children. How cruel. No matter, it is only a matter of time before I can create another. Izumi frowned. Create as many as you like. Now I know how all your tricks work and how to counter them. I'm going to take you down, she declared. Akumabaku appeared to be a hothead, not unlike Kaken, so Izumi planned to infuriate him and with luck, lure him into charging or attacking his own clones. Akumayomi had been vulnerable to his own attack, so Izumi assumed that Akumabaku was too, she just needed to confirm it. Hey Piggy, why don't you try that charge of yours again? I'm sure you won't manage to fail spectacularly a second time. Then again, you are a pig, maybe I should just eat you, I can always heal any bits I eat so Kaken won't be missing anything. Izumi taunted. Ishiko giggled, Izumi wasn't that great at smack talk. I'll kill you, bitch. Akumabaku roared, once again charging at her. Never mind. Ishiko thought, this guy's an idiot. Izumi ran, laughing and making rude comments about the demon as she easily stayed a few feet from him, occasionally lagging back just enough to make the demon think he could hit her with his tusks, before leaping forward as he tried, infuriating him further. After a few minutes, the boar demon was so furious, he wasn't even screaming threats anymore, and was instead shrieking and oinking like a mad boar as he chased Izumi, paying no mind to where he was charging. While this had been happening, his 3 remaining clones had been left without commands. They were psychically controlled by Akumabaku, much like Izumi's mirror was, so they couldn't make decisions or fight for themselves. They had just stood there, forgotten in Akumabaku's rage, just as Izumi had hoped. With a few more scathing insults to really piss off the demon, Izumi ran back towards the clones, who just watched mindlessly as she and their master approached. To ensure Akumabaku wouldn't snap to his senses at the last minute, Izumi spun around and struck one of his eyes with divine retribution, then shot a brief spray of ink into his other, blinding him completely. The boar shrieked with pain and rage, continuing his forward charge as Izumi dodged to the side. He tore through his own clones like a bowling ball through skittles. At first, he was barely slowed and Izumi thought her plan had failed, but then Akumabaku began to struggle and finally, he fell over. The clones had splattered from the impact, but their skull masks were intact, so they remained sticky and gum-like, with one of them wrapped around the demon's face and hair, and the other 2 twisted into a mess of red gunk that bound his arms and legs together, leaving him trussed up like a hog being carried to a cooking fire. Akumabaku squealed and roared, thrashing about in his bindings, but was no more able to escape than Izumi had been, and the skulls that maintained the clone's powers had somehow managed to get stuck to his tusks, leaving him helpless. Izumi grinned triumphantly. Her plan had worked better than she could have hoped for. She'd only hoped to have the demon destroy 1 or 2 of his own clones, and perhaps get a little stuck in one to reveal if he was vulnerable to his own power. She'd never expected to have him completely bound. At first, he was thrashing too much for Izumi to get close and purify him, but after a few minutes of enraged squealing, he finally began to calm down. You think yourself clever, I presume. Tricking me into attacking my own clones. You are a foolish little bitch. I'm going to slowly devour the flesh from your bones while you still live. My power is that of absorption. If my clones work on me, then I too work on them. The demon proclaimed. The clone that was splattered over his face and hair began to soak into the demon's body, being absorbed by him. Once his face was free of the clone's binding ink, he began to absorb the bindings on his legs too, so Izumi made a desperate gamble. Kaken. Stop him, she yelled. Akumabaku paused and opened his mouth to mock the girl for her foolishness, but suddenly found his entire form seizing up. Within him, he could feel his host fighting back with all his strength, tensing all his muscles and leaving the demon unable to move. The boar's eyes widened, he couldn't move, and he couldn't cancel his technique. He was completely bound and at Izumi's mercy. The green-haired girl grinned happily as she saw her gamble pay off. You made a mistake possessing Kaken, Akumabaku. No one's more stubborn and hard to control than him. Now I'm ending this, she said, preparing the golden ring of ink on her palm and running forward. With Akumabaku trapped by his own technique, and unable to cancel it due to Katsuki's resistance, there was nothing stopping Izumi from putting her palm against his chest and declaring, "Sunrise." The effects were immediate and the boar demon squealed in pain as his body began to crack apart and the smoke of corruption within him was driven out by Izumi's divine light. The remnants of his ink clone squealed too and began to melt, turning their bodies from the gelatinous red goop back into harmless ink, with the boar skulls burning with odd purple flames until they were reduced to ash. Akumabaku finally disappeared completely, leaving behind the intact and unfortunately, completely naked Katsuki. Izumi blushed, not having seen a naked boy before, but she was no pervert and immediately found the remnants of Katsuki's shorts discarded nearby, and restored them with rejuvenation before handing them to Katsuki, who while exhausted, was still conscious. Thanks. He whispered hoarsely, refusing to meet Izumi's eyes. Izumi smiled and turned her eyes towards the sky. With Akumabaku's defeat, her control over the astral plane had been reasserted and it was completely light again. The sun she had created previously disappeared, no longer needed, and the light released from the dying demon began to combine itself together, taking the shape of the purified celestial brush god, Bakugami. Or at least, take the shape of Bakugami and his purified children. Each of the smaller balls of light turned into a boar piglet, with a lit firecracker in their mouths. There were 4 in total, and the baby animals squealed joyously as they ran around Izumi and Katsuki, doing little hops and occasionally tossing their firecrackers in the air and catching them again. The firecrackers would occasionally go off, making Izumi and Katsuki jump and cling to each other in surprise. They had both had their fill of pigs and explosions for the day, but the children couldn't deny it was a pretty display. "That is enough, my children," came a kind voice. It sounded a lot like a friendly and portly old man's. Izumi and Katsuki looked up to see Bakugami himself, fully formed and walking out of the light. Well, rolling out of the light. For Bakugami was a full-grown mountain boar that rode atop a giant spherical bomb, made from some kind of paper wrapped around a ball of gunpowder. The boar, and the babies, now that Izumi could get a look at them standing still, were all the same shade of white that Izumi's wolf-slash-demigod forms were, much like Yamagami had been, and had the same red markings that Amaterasu had. Like Amaterasu, but unlike Yamagami, Bakugami also had tufts of fur on his shoulders and heels that resembled wings. Bakugami. "I apologize if my children startled you, my mistress, they simply wished to entertain yourself and the young lad. Even if we were in the grip of the evil one, we still possessed your precious friend and caused him anguish, then tried to slay you. Should you wish to take my power and devour my flesh, would not argue." Bakugami said, bowing his head. The piglets lined up alongside their father and bowed their heads, oinking sadly. They couldn't speak, but Izumi got the impression they were making the same apologies and offer of penance as their father. "I have absolutely no fucking clue what's going on." Katsuki deadpanned. Izumi smiled nervously. "It's a long and crazy story, but I'll explain it later. I owe you that much." Katsuki didn't reply, the guilt of what he'd done beginning to get to him. Izumi watched him sadly, but she had to see to Bakugami and his children first. "There's no need to apologize. I know about how you and the other brush gods were corrupted. I'm not going to hold you responsible for things you didn't want to do. You and your children are welcome to join Yamagami in resting within my spirit," she said, kneeling on the ground to pet the piglets. Like puppies, they clambered over each other to rub their heads against her outstretched palms. Before you go, can you tell me why you possessed Kaken?" Bakugami nodded solemnly. "The evil one believed it best to eliminate or corrupt you while you were still weak. The young lad had a powerful quirk and was close to you, but was also expendable. I was to possess him and have him slay you, or turn you to evil. My corrupted self underestimated his willpower however." Izumi nodded. "Yup. Kaken's super strong," she said cheerfully, making the boy look at her with pained eyes. "Do you know anyone else who is possessed?" "I do not know the names, faces or powers of any other host, but I do know one thing. The evil one possesses an ancient sphere of crystal, in which he can view potential futures. He has used it to find 4 people who he saw become powerful villains, and sent brush demons to possess each of them, making their power swell and pushing them down the villainous path faster. If things are left alone, they will become the lieutenants of the evil one's army," Bakugami warned. Izumi frowned. I'm the first brush god, being Amaterasu, and with you and Yamagami, that lifts the gods on our side to 3. If I can find and purify those 4, it'll mean we have 7 brush gods versus the bad guy's 6 brush demons. It'll put us in the lead." Bakugami nodded. "Indeed. I look forward to reuniting with my brethren. Now, I must depart and regain my strength. I, Bakugami, the god of explosive force, humbly return to your side, and return to you my celestial brush technique, Cherry Bomb. Fare thee well, daughter of the sun." With his goodbyes said, the piglets ran around their father with their firecrackers lit, and in the process, they lit the bomb that Bakugami sat atop. In a huge explosion of color, the god and his children disappeared, being replaced by a ball of light with the kanji, Baku, the exact same one that started Kaken's surname, Bakugu. Izumi took this orb and pressed it into her chest, allowing its warm light to join with her form and sparking another memory. Izumi saw herself entering a clifftop hut at night, where she and Isin spoke with an interesting man with a passion for fireworks. She assisted him in making his masterpiece, and watched as the resulting firework revealed a constellation in the form of a boar. The stars took the god's shape, and shortly thereafter, Izumi witnessed herself creating a replica of Bakugami's bomb from her ink and using it to blow open the cliff face, revealing a long-buried cave. Once the vision ended, Izumi and Katsuki were back in the woods of Tetsuin Ward, being thoroughly rained on. Seeing as Katsuki had seen a lot already, Ishiko didn't bother hiding herself as she used some of Izumi's hair to shield herself from the rain. Today's battle will make for an awesome painting. I'm giddy to get started. Let's start once we get home and dry. Kaken, let's go home. Izumi said, turning to the boy. To her confusion, Katsuki just turned away from her and sat back down on the river bank, his hands gripping his repaired shorts with whitened knuckles. You go. I'm staying. Kaken, come home. Izumi said gently, I know you didn't do any of those bad things on purpose, you were possessed by a demon. I saw it before, and that person was an adult but couldn't resist at all. You were so strong that a Komobaku couldn't control you completely. We won today because of you. You're amazing, Kaken. Stop saying that. Katsuki suddenly roared, his eyes glistening with tears, stop acting like I'm not a bad guy. I've done horrible things. Kaken, it wasn't you. It was a Komobaku who dash. I'm not talking about that. Katsuki screamed, cutting Izumi off. He went silent for a moment, tears beginning to pour down his cheeks. I did something awful. You getting beaten up by that second foster mom? You nearly getting raped by the third foster family? That was my fault. Izumi reeled back, completely bewildered. But how? How could you have anything to do with that? I remember how upset you were about those things at the time. Auntie Mitsuki had to lock you in your room so you wouldn't hunt down the molesters and blow them up. Katsuki's face twisted into a guilt-filled grimace. You wouldn't have been sent to them if it weren't for me. You would have lived with us right after your first foster family, if I hadn't fucked up. I don't understand. Auntie Mitsuki said they couldn't take me then because she failed in the last interview. Izumi mumbled. She didn't. I did. Katsuki said, his voice barely above a whisper now. Without Izumi still being in demigod form, and thus still having advanced hearing, she wouldn't have heard him above the rain. I sabotaged the interview. He admitted, finally exposing his greatest sin and shame. Ishiko gasped, and Izumi just stared at Katsuki, unable to comprehend what he was saying. I don't understand. What are you talking about? Izumi asked. Katsuki put his head in his hands. I didn't want you living with us. I was a stupid brat who didn't want to share my parents with a quirkless kid. I blamed you for breaking up our old dream of being heroes together. You couldn't be a hero without a quirk, so I hated you. When those government guys came to interview us, they interviewed us all separately. When it was my turn, I spent the whole meeting acting like a brat and saying I didn't want anyone else living with us. They talked to each other where I could hear afterwards, and decided it would be a good idea if my family was made to wait until I was more mature before becoming foster parents. They gave my parents a limp excuse so I wouldn't get in trouble, then fucked off. So you see, all your suffering was my fault. If I hadn't been such a little prick, if I just accepted things and not blamed you, if I had been the amazing Kaken you think of me as, you would have lived with us, and you'd never have been hurt by those bastards. It's all my fault. He said, voice broken. Izumi stood there, utterly shocked. She understood Kaken's guilt now, and frankly she'd never felt so conflicted. She wanted to forgive him and tell him it was okay, but she also wanted to cry and scream at him, even hit him, for what he'd done. If he hadn't thrown a tantrum and hated her for something she couldn't control, then the worst year of her life might never have happened. She might have spent that year with the Bakugas, loved and cared for instead. She'd never have learned what it was like to be savagely beaten by a mad woman, or made to feel like a doll to be touched and used when her so-called caregivers wanted. But on the other hand, Kaken had been only 4 years old at the time. Was it fair to expect him to act rationally at that age? The two had been estranged by that point, so was it fair to expect him to just accept her into his house? To expect him to share his parents with her? And while the terrible things that happened to Izumi might not have happened if Kaken hadn't thrown that tantrum, it wasn't like he purposely or directly caused them. He had never actually hit her before they began sparring, and had stopped over kids from doing it. Izumi wanted to hit him. Izumi wanted to forgive him. Izumi wanted to save him. So Izumi did. "Kaken," she said, "will you look at me?" Reluctantly, Katsuki gathered his courage and looked up, looking straight into Izumi's eyes. Her emerald eyes stared deep into his ruby ones, and for one terrifying moment, Katsuki thought Izumi was going to just let him off the hook and forgive him. Then she reared back and punched him hard in the nose. Katsuki was almost proud. "Gah!" he cried, falling on his backside in the stream, bleeding from his nose. Izumi had been taught to throw a proper punch, and while his nose wasn't broken, Katsuki certainly felt her displeasure. "Ugh. I guess I deserved that," he grumbled. "Yes, you did," Izumi said firmly. "What you did was really mean. I want an apology." "I'm sorry," Katsuki said sincerely, looking down in shame. Izumi nodded, apology accepted. "You can pay me back properly by taking me to get ice cream later." I will, I promise," the boy nodded. Izumi gave a stern look of approval, which promptly melted into a gentle smile. "Okay, then I forgive you, Kaken. Now stay still," she said, using rejuvenation to heal the boy's bruised nose along with any other lingering injuries from their fight. Katsuki stared at Izumi like she was some kind of alien, an incomprehensible creature of the sort he'd never seen. He'd heard a lot of weird nonsense about gods and demons today, and he was trying very hard to ignore the weird talking bug on the girl's shoulder. At least he thought it was a bug, but all of it made more sense to him than Izumi just forgiving him. But I dash. What? How can you just forgive me?" he yelled. "I didn't. I punched you and made you say sorry, and made you promise to take me to get ice cream. That seems fair for the mean things you said about me. Now, I know that what you confessed isn't all that's bothering you, so do you want to tell me everything that's wrong? You could consider that a way of repaying me too. I want to make you feel better too, you know," Izumi said with a kind smile. Ishiko shook her head. "God save me from these sappy children." Katsuki's eyes widened and fresh tears began to pour from them. He wailed loudly, seeming to almost shake the trees with his cry of anger and sorrow, before crumpling to the ground on his hands and knees, sobbing his heart out. Izumi looked at him sadly as she gathered him up into a hug. He tried futilely to pull away, but didn't have the emotional strength to truly leave the hug. After a few minutes of listening to her best friend cry and holding him comfortingly, Izumi spoke. "Kaken, talk to me, please. I want to help you," she whispered. "It wasn't supposed to be like this." Katsuki sobbed. "It was all going so well. When we were little kids and going to be heroes together. You were going to be my sidekick, then you got diagnosed as quirkless and I ditched you. You were my only real friend and I ditched you, but even after I treated you like shit, you came back to me when you got a quirk. I thought things would be okay again, our dream could come true. But, Izumi gently coaxed. But you started getting better than me. People used to praise me for being so smart, and you started keeping up with me. They praised my quirk, then when yours came in and you started fixing shit, they thought mine was just good for destruction. I was the most popular kid in the area, then you started helping everyone and refusing their rewards, so you became the popular one and I was seen as a delinquent. I wanted to help too, but I didn't want people to think I was just following you. I lost all my friends and everyone's respect while you became the apple of everyone's eye. The only thing I had was that I was a better fighter, but you went and beat me." Katsuki said, his sobbing giving way to a dead tone of voice. "My dream to be a hero. I've lost that too. You'll be the big hero, and I'll just be another villain. You might as well drown me here." "No!" Izumi yelled, hugging him tighter. "Kaken, you're my best friend. Everything I am, everything I've done. I worked so hard, but I never thought I was even on your level, let alone above you. I wanted to walk beside you, not ahead or behind." "What are you talking about?" he asked, confused. "You always called me your sidekick. I wanted you to see me as an equal. I worked hard in school so we could achieve our dreams together. You were so much better than me at everything. I had to work so hard to keep up with you. When I thought I was quirkless, I started helping people to show I deserved to be loved, that I was useful, that I could be a hero, even without a quirk, and once I saw how happy it made people, I just kept doing it. I always thought that you were so much better than me, you were like an unattainable goal, just like All Might. I made myself what I am today by chasing after you. Even today, I was only able to win by turning your own power back at you, and I beat Akumabaku because of you too." Izumi said, smiling earnestly and excitedly, the way she spoke of All Might and other heroes. "You may think I've gotten so much better, but I still feel like I'm clinging to your coattails." Katsuki looked awestruck. How could Izumi, the darling of Tetsuin, the so-called fairy of the Green Valley, possibly think someone like him was better than her? More upsetting though, it reinforced the second reason Katsuki felt so terrible. It's not just that, Izuken. Why, you are my only friend and I've been thinking bad thoughts about you. Part of me wants to praise you for doing so many great things while another part makes me want to hurt you for outshining me. Then I hate you for looking down on me while feeling shitty, cause I know that's not what you're doing. I don't know what to think or feel. Izumi looked at her friend sadly. He was giving her such a desperate expression, pleading with his eyes to make him better, to make the bad feelings go away. While Akumabaku had caused a lot of those feelings, some would have come from Kaken naturally, and even if it had all been the demon, Kaken would still feel the guilt. Izumi responded by hugging him tenderly, one hand petting his hair as she gently whispered to him. Kaken, you're like a brother to me. I don't have the ability to help you completely, what you've got going on in your head is too much for a couple of 8-year-olds to fix by talking it out. You need someone professional to help you, she told him, I'll be with you through it all, like family should be. And, through all these years, I've always wanted you or my mommy to say some specific words to me, but I think you need to hear them too, so I'm going to give you those words. She pulled back and looked him in the eye. Katsuki, you can be a hero. The blonde boy looked at her with wide, hope-filled eyes. Warmth filled his chest and for a second, he couldn't help but smile. It was a genuine smile, not a cocky grin or smirk, and it was filled with joy. It delighted Izumi to see it and the two embraced again. Katsuki whispered his thanks to her and like that, the two children began to feel some of the day's stress melt away. Katsuki sighed with relief as he felt his thoughts focus, making Izumi smile. Things would be different now. Katsuki had seen too much for Izumi to sweep her true identity under the carpet, so he would need to be brought in on the secret, which meant his parents would need to be told too. Izumi wondered how they'd take it. Skeptically, would be her guess. Izuken? You're mumbling. Katsuki chuckled. She snapped back to reality to find she was still hugging Kaken. Gently pulling away, Izumi smiled at him, we should go find our parents. I bet they're still at school. I think we're both going to be in some trouble. Katsuki snorted, what did you do to get in trouble? Did you not notice what I'm wearing? She asked, pointing down at her now filthy hospital gown. Wait, you ran away from hospital? More like I jumped on my bodyguard, threatened him with my fangs and then ran away as a wolf. Oh crud, I am so grounded. Izumi paled. In all the adrenaline, it didn't occur to her exactly how bad what she'd done was. Oh well, at least she hadn't actually hurt poor Akiji. Katsuki laughed uproariously, the first real laughter he'd had in months. That's badass. Now come on, we might as well face the music together. Izumi nodded and transformed into her wolf form, allowing Katsuki to ride her. They were both physically exhausted, mentally and emotionally drained, soaking wet, covered in filth and wearing very little clothing in the middle of a storm, but they were happy, enjoying companionable silence as they headed back. Next chapter, Explosive Revelations to be released, April 17, 2021. Katsuki will begin to get some professional help now, and Izumi has a new power to practice, once she and Katsuki face the music for what they've done of course. To make something clear, Katsuki was possessed by a Komabaku just over a year before the events of this chapter, when he was around 7 years old, so the demon is not responsible for his feelings and actions before that. After that though, a Komabaku began influencing him. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 2 to 5, Explosive Revelations. Tuesday, October 13, 2274, Hibana Elementary School, Tatooine Ward, Mizutofu. After their difficult fight and their equally difficult heart-to-heart, the two children returned to their elementary school and were allowed through by the police officers still at the scene of the explosion, led by Officer Tashiji who shook his head at them with a rueful smile. They found their parents in the principal's office with the guidance counselor and court counselor. Izumi. Sakuya yelled as the kids entered the room. Dr. Sakamoto told me what you did. You are in big trouble. And look at you, you're both filthy and bruised. Were you fighting outside? In this weather? Sorry Lady Sakuya. I thought it was the right thing to do. Izumi meekly defended herself. She'd never been properly scolded by Sakuya before, and she wasn't sure what to expect. She knew Sakuya would never hurt her, but that didn't make her anger any easier to face. It's not her fault ma'am, it's mine. Katsuki said, ashamed as he stepped out from behind Izumi. Mitsuki ran and hugged her son while Masaru sighed in relief. Katsuki, why did you run away? Surely you don't think we'd let these bastards take you away? Mitsuki cried. We love you, son. We'll support you when you need it, you just need to tell us. Your mother and I can be a bit dense sometimes, and you've always been so independent that we took it for granted. Masaru stroked his son's hair. Katsuki teared up, thanks mom, dad. Izukin and I were talking, after we got in a fight. She said some stuff that made me think, and a little bit later my head started to feel clearer, but He swallowed thickly, I think I might need therapy. Okay Katsuki. We'll get you all the help you need. But it won't be here, I think we've had quite enough of this school and its lax attitude towards bullying. Mitsuki declared, looking at the principal with a glare that could send most hardened criminals running for their mothers. We are withdrawing our son from your school. The principal actually had the gall to look relieved, until Sakuya dropped another bomb. I will be withdrawing Izumi as well. She needs Katsuki more than she needs you. Izumi and Katsuki smiled at one another, relieved they'd be staying together. Principal Kobayakawa looked apoplectic, what? But Izumi has done so well at our school. Miss Kanahana, please reconsider. The children snorted. While Izumi was a good student, the principal only wanted her at the school due to her foster mother's prestige and her own growing fame in the community. Sakuya was completely unmoved by Principal Kobayakawa's plea. Not a chance. You and your staff have said some horrible and highly unprofessional things about one of your charges today, why would I leave my foster daughter in the care of such people? Good day to you. Sakuya said primly, before taking Izumi by the shoulders and leading her out the door. Mitsuki and Katsuki followed soon after, with Masaru stopping for a moment at the door. He turned to the principal and gave a glare every bit as terrifying as his wife's. Principal Kobayakawa, go fuck yourself, he said. He then slammed the door on the gaping man and followed the two women and children with a smirk. Holy shit, my dad is a badass. Katsuki laughed. Shut it brat, you can't swear till you're a teenager and start puberty. Also, while you're not in trouble for all the shit that happened today, you are totally grounded for fighting with Izumi. 1 week. Mitsuki said with a small smile. Katsuki just shrugged, he was okay with that. Sakuya looked at her. Izumi, you are too. 1 week. What you did may have turned out for the best, but you went about it the wrong way. Sometimes you need to trust the grown-ups to solve problems for you. Though seeing the teachers here, I suppose I can understand why you wouldn't. Okay Lady Sakuya. I do trust grown-ups, I wanted to help my best friend. Izumi said. Sakuya's expression softened and Mitsuki chuckled. She looked down at Katsuki, well brat, it looks like your sidekick has really got your back. Shut up hag. Katsuki snapped, stupid Izukin ain't my sidekick. He looked the girl in the eye and smiled, she's my partner. I'm still the best and get top billing though. She is the little sister after all. Izumi giggled, okay big brother Kaken. I don't mind that, so. Partners, she offered her hand to hold. Katsuki held it gratefully, partners. The adults grinned. Izumi then looked to Sakuya, Lady Sakuya. I told Kaken some stuff today. I think we need to tell the Bakugas about that. Sakuya's eyes widened, Izumi. I encountered somebody. Akumabaku, the little girl explained. Sakuya paled, oh dear. Mitsuki, Masaru, please come have dinner with us tonight. We have some, shall we say, hard to believe things to tell you. The Bakugas exchanged a glance and shrug. In the era of quirks, what could Sakuya possibly tell them to surprise them? Still, Katsuki looked like he could do with spending some quality time with his newly dubbed little sister, so they readily agreed. The group left the school and met with Kabuto Nezo and Akainu Onikawa waiting beside Sakuya's limousine. The Bakugas, living nearby, had walked to the school after being called, so they piled into the limo too, riding with them as they headed to the commission branch in Dorofu Ward. During the ride, Katsuki was given his backpack with his clothes in them, giving him the chance to finally change into clean clothes, though his body was still filthy from running around in the mud and rain of the woods. Sakuya informed Izumi that Akiji and Dr. Tanaka had taken Izumi's bag with them when they left the hospital, and were waiting for them at the manor. She also made it very clear that she expected Izumi to apologize properly for the stunt she pulled to escape the hospital. Until then, to stop her from shivering in the cold, Akainu took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders with a silent smile. Once they arrived at the commission branch, they all went straight up to the manor, where they found the entire Kanahana household waiting. Anxiously, including Kigo. As soon as they saw the state that Izumi and Katsuki were in, the servants swarmed them. Young Lady Izumi. What on earth happened? You're filthy and soaking wet. Young Master Bakugu, you too. This will never do, you'll catch cold. Granny Citrus fussed. Warm baths is what you need. Grandpa Citrus added, waving his walking stick. That's a good idea. Sakuya agreed, Doi, the Bakugas are joining us for dinner. Izumi has insisted that they now be brought in on certain details, so they will be staying for a while to talk. Doi Nazo nodded, I'll get right to work. Dinner should be ready by the time the children are done bathing. I can spare one or two of the Maeda sisters to help them bathe, she said, grabbing the eldest Maeda sister, Hitomi, and heading for the kitchens. Hikari jumped forward, I call dibs on helping Lady Izumi, she called. She was the youngest and shyest of the sisters, so was a little uncomfortable helping a boy to bathe. Without asking permission, she took Izumi by the shoulders and took her to her personal bathroom to bathe. The remaining sister, Himori, smiled at Katsuki, guess you're stuck with me. Katsuki, already having been exposed to one girl today, even if that girl was Izumi, was not eager to repeat the experience and jumped backward, no way. I'll bathe myself. You're covered in filth, you will need assistance. Granny Citrus said. I'll help him. Kigo stepped forward with a lazy grin, it's better if it's another guy, right Katsuki? Besides, I should have a bath myself, I worked up a good sweat earlier. Katsuki didn't mind that, so he followed Kigo to his own room to bathe. With the children off bathing, Sakuya turned to Mitsuki and Masaru, while they're doing that, let's discuss what we should do about their schooling. I don't want to separate Izumi from her friend, so we should coordinate. I was gonna suggest the same. Izumi's my brat's only friend, I think he needs her right now. Mitsuki said. We should also talk about the therapy he needs. Sakuya, is Izumi still seeing a therapist? Masaru asked. Sakuya nodded, yes, though it isn't strictly necessary anymore. It's been 3 years since anything traumatic enough happened that she's felt. She needed it. She meets her therapist only every now and again, usually with her social worker. The Hero Commission has contacts with a lot of mental health professionals so we can help our distressed heroes, I'm sure I can find one ideal for Katsuki. The 3 adults sat down in the dining room and spent the next period of time discussing therapists, tutors and schools while the children bathed. By the time the children emerged from their baths, pink-skinned and clean, the adults had come to an agreement. Izumi was already being tutored for her introductory hero lessons, so Sakuya would simply hire more tutors to give her more normal lessons, which Katsuki would join, until the adults found a suitable new elementary school for them to attend. Sakuya also made preliminary bookings with a few of her therapist contacts that could work with kids, so Katsuki would have someone to talk to about his troubles. Once Izumi, Katsuki and Kigo returned from bathing, the younger two were given some hot chocolate, then presented to their parents. Katsuki was wearing some of Kigo's old clothes, it was kind of weird, since they all had wing slits in the back, while Izumi was in her pajamas. As Izumi sat down, Sakuya gently took her by the chin and lifted her face, making the little girl look her in the eye. Now Izumi, I believe there is someone you should apologize to. Akiji, come here please, she said gently. Akiji appeared in an instant and kneeled on the floor where Sakuya gestured, facing Izumi with his usual benign look. Mitsuki piped up, I meant to ask, what exactly did you do at the hospital, Izumi? Izumi flushed, I threatened him in my wolf form so he'd raise his arms and let me slip between his legs and escape the hospital. Izumi. Young lady, that was very naughty. I'd expect that kind of behavior from my brat. Mitsuki scolded, then added under her breath. Kinda shocked you had it in you. I know. Izumi said, ashamedly, I wasn't going to hurt you Akiji, I promise. I just wanted to help my friend. Akiji nodded, I understand. I have no ill feelings towards you, he said quietly. The Onikawas rarely spoke, but their deep and menacing voices commanded attention when they did. Izumi bowed deeply, I'm very sorry, Akiji. Please forgive me. The towering man smiled softly and pet Izumi's head, I have already done so. Be at peace, my lady. Izumi, loving head pats, maybe it was her canine side, leaned into the touch. Sakuya nodded approvingly, good girl. Everyone makes mistakes, Izumi, just be sure to learn from them. Why don't you and Katsuki go and see if Mrs. Nazo needs help in the kitchen, consider it a part of your groundings. Yes, Lady Sakuya. Izumi said, feeling a little better now that she'd apologized and been given her punishment. She took Katsuki by the hand and skipped out of the room and headed to the kitchens, Kigo following lazily behind them to see how it would go. As soon as the kids left the room, Sakuya's lip began to quiver and she turned to Mitsuki, I wasn't too harsh with her there, was I? She asked worriedly. You sounded reasonable to us. Masaru said. Sakuya sighed, thank goodness. I've never had to really scold Izumi before. I was afraid I'd make her hate me. I have no idea how strict I'm supposed to be. Mitsuki laughed, don't worry so much. Kids get in trouble all the time, they're tough little things. They won't fall to pieces because you scold them or ground them. They might cry a little if they're the sensitive type, but as long as you aren't cruel, they should get over it pretty fast. Masaru nodded in agreement with his wife, We're both lucky and unlucky that Katsuki is so tough and independent. It means we don't have to worry about upsetting him when he messes up, though it does make it harder to deal with the more serious stuff like today. Izumi, and Inko 4. That matter, we're always the sensitive type, they're both criers. It's a good thing Izumi's generally well behaved, or else you'd end up feeling like a bad parent for scolding her. Inko used to worry herself sick that Izumi would be impossible to deal with once she got to her rebellious phase. I can imagine. I'm worried about it myself. If she misbehaves in future, can I just send her to you to be scolded instead? Sakuya asked, putting on puppy eyes as she looked at the Bakugas. Katsuki's parents laughed, giving her a hard pass on that. They had enough on their plate with their own son. Not long later, dinner was served. Izumi and Katsuki helped the Maeda maids by carrying the dishes to the dining room, then the entire household sat down to eat together. It was a tasty meal of katsudon, made by Doi Nezo to make Izumi feel better after her long day. They all knew about the explosion at the school and her injury, but not much else. No one except Katsuki and the hiding Ishiko understood why Izumi seemed even happier than usual as she hungrily tore into the pork meal. Finally, once the meal was done and the dishes were washed, Izumi and Katsuki did it as part of their punishment. Everyone sat around the table in the meeting room to hear what had happened, and so the Bakugas could be told the truth. Mitsuki and Masaru sat on either side of their son, to the right of Izumi at the head of the table. Sakuya, sitting to Izumi's left, cleared her throat. Mitsuki, Masaru, Katsuki, what I am about to tell you is going to be very hard to believe. It will sound like nonsense at best, or lies at worst, but I swear on my honor and life that it is all true. Please wait until the end before asking your questions, else this will take all night, the tree spirit said. Katsuki nodded seriously, having already worked out some of it, while Masaru put on a blank expression and Mitsuki smirked. It can't be that hard to believe. In this era, pretty much anything is possible. I wonder if you'll say that at the end. Sakuya said ominously. Hit us with your best shot. Mitsuki grinned. So Sakuya did. She dropped her disguise, showing her true spirit form, which momentarily surprised the Bakugas. Everyone in the room was glad that the trio could see Sakuya's true form. It meant they were spiritually strong and thus able to see the truth. Still, the Bakugas had never asked about Sakuya's quirk, so to them, this transformation was just a part of it and nothing more. With a deep breath, Sakuya began to explain everything. She started with the tale of Shiranui, Izumi's first incarnation in the mortal realm, then she told of Izumi's second incarnation, who'd been known by her true name of Amaterasu. Sakuya spoke of the Sparrow clan and its connection to Kigo, and she spoke of the Punkles, at which point Ishiko finally came out of hiding to introduce herself. Then Sakuya explained Izumi's powers, and even her battle with Akumayomi, which naturally involved informing the Bakugas of Izumi's once-per-day astral resurrections. Through it all, Mitsuki and Masaru sat stoically, with blank expressions, while Katsuki grew more and more amazed. When Sakuya was finished, and the Bakugas had been told everything except what happened earlier that day, which the children had yet to tell anyone, Izumi and the Konohana household sat back and waited for the Bakugas' reactions. As it turns out, Izumi's prior guess that they would be skeptical was way off the mark. They weren't skeptical at all. They were furious. Masaru got to his feet without a word, picking up Katsuki as he did, while Mitsuki immediately lunged over and picked up Izumi. Izumi, we're going to pack your things. We're leaving. Mitsuki said angrily. Izumi, stunned, just gaped at her auntie. But why? These nutcases are cultist freaks. Mitsuki yelled, shouting not at Izumi, but the Konohana household. All of them had surged to their feet and were ready to stop the Bakugas from making off with Izumi by any means necessary. Master Onijirai and the Onikawas were already in combat stances, and Kigo was reluctantly pulling feather blades out of his wings. Auntie, they aren't cultists or freaks. I know it's hard to believe, but it really is true. They've never lied to me. Izumi argued, becoming afraid now. She didn't think for a second that the Bakugas would successfully take her away. They'd never make it out the building, and if by some miracle they did, the police would never believe their claims over the Konohana households. Izumi was afraid of what would happen to them. They were her family, so naturally she didn't want them hurt. Mitsuki wasn't swayed by her pleas, in fact they made her angrier. Izumi dear, I know you care about these people and like them, God knows I did too, but they're liars. They've tricked us all into thinking they're good people so they can use you for their weird cult. The Bakugu matriarch was actually quite hurt. In the 3 years Izumi had been in their care, Mitsuki had come to like Sakuya and her servants. Sakuya was always kind and reminded her of Inko, making her the ideal guardian for Izumi, and the Bakugas had gone for drinks with Jin Maeda, Kabuto Nezo and Master Onijirai a few times. They had become friends of the Bakugas, which is why their claims felt like a betrayal. Like they'd only been using them to make Izumi compliant. Mitsuki, please listen to us. I understand your skepticism, but we are telling you the truth. Sakuya argued, we aren't a cult, and we have no nefarious plans for Izumi. We don't even worship her, at her own request. We are innocent in our intentions. Shut up. Mitsuki shouted, I've heard about cults like yours before. People who raise up children to believe they're gods so they can scam money from believers. You've been using Izumi and her dream to be a hero for your own ends. Or plotting to use Izumi as a pawn in some political game, saying you'll raise her to be a hero when you're really making her your loyal soldier. Auntie. Please listen. I know it's hard to believe someone like me could be a goddess reborn, but dash. Izumi's words were cut off by Mitsuki's tight hug. Oh Izumi. I know how lonely and sad you felt before Sakuya took you in, the woman said, holding her tightly. I've known you since you were still in your mother's womb, no one but Inko knows you better than I do. I knew how you felt, helping people because you thought that's what would make people love you, but it isn't right. You don't need to be a goddess for us to love you. You don't need to be anyone but yourself. I would care for you just as much if you were quirkless or even a villain. These people have been feeding your worries, calling you a goddess and treating you like one so you'd believe it, but it's wrong. You're worthy of love as a normal human, Izumi. You don't need to live their lie. Izumi gasped. She had no idea that Mitsuki had been able to see through her old facade. The girl was actually touched that Mitsuki cared so much, and was so emotional over the whole affair. Mitsuki genuinely believed that Izumi was only accepting the Amaterasu story because it meant she was someone important and worthy of love, not necessarily an unlikely theory given how Izumi had felt during her black year, as she called it. But still, as well-meaning as Mitsuki was, she had the wrong end of the stick. Auntie, I love you so much for caring about me, but you're wrong about Sakuya and the others. I don't care if I'm a goddess or not, in fact I told them all to treat me like a normal girl, and they have. But I know what they're saying is true. I've had dreams containing memories from my old life. Izumi argued. Masaru piped up, Izumi dear, I care for you just as much as my wife and son do, but I think you're being irrational here. Any number of quirks could be used to give people manufactured dreams, he pointed out. None of them have quirks like that. Izumi replied, Sakuya doesn't have a quirk at all, her spirit powers are warding off evil and growing plants. Granny Citrus can turn any rice or grain into mochi, Grandpa Citrus can control the temperature, Tenji Ida has a weaker version of the Ida family engine quirk, Mrs. Nazo can grow turnips from her arms, Kabuto can talk to dogs, the Onikawa brothers can transform into a fire oni and an ice oni, Mr. Maeda can turn his canine teeth purple, and all three Maeda daughters have the same quirk. They can make crystals from their hands in all different colors. There's no telling that they don't have other people in their employ with the power to change dreams though. Sakuya is the head of the Hero Commission, even with her strange beliefs, she could have found someone with such a quirk and had them brought in to work on you. Masaru reasoned. But my first dream was before I met them. It was that day in the playground. Izumi argued. The same day Sakuya conveniently sent her vice president to collect you. It smells like a setup, the man replied. Izumi grimaced, while Mitsuki was more impassioned and prone to acting on emotions, Masaru was smart and generally cool-headed. He was a hard man to convince. Mitsuki, who was still holding Izumi, looked to her husband. Masaru, let's just go. We can talk to Izumi later at home. No, he said, shaking his head, if we just take Izumi, she won't accept it and will grow to resent us. I don't want this to drive a rift between us. We aren't leaving until we're on the same page. Masaru said, putting his foot down for once. If the situation wasn't so serious, it would have made Mitsuki a little weak in the knees. Izumi racked her brain for another argument, then pointed to Ishiko, look at Ishiko. She's a punkle, who can see spirits. You can see her clear as day. If someone like her is real, then the rest of what we said can be real too. Masaru looked at the punkle curiously, making Ishiko pipe up, Izumi's right. I come from a long line of punkles that trained as celestial envoys so we could serve her when she returned. And my small size isn't a quirk, my quirk is called storage, she said, briefly explaining and demonstrating her quirk on an empty teacup. A person can have physical characteristics unrelated to their own quirk. Your small stature could be the result of an ancestor's quirk being in your DNA. Masaru explained, I've seen it before, a model I work with is a centaur, because her father had a horse quirk. Her own quirk is the ability to control her hair though, unrelated to her body. Ishiko screamed with frustration, damn it. I've never met such stubborn humans. Why can't you just trust us? We've all worked our butts off with Izumi to save the whole world from evil, and now we're being stopped by a couple of overprotective parents. This won't do at all, we shouldn't use force, but if we don't act, they'll take Lady Izumi away. Granny Citrus lamented. Katsuki, who had been mostly silent through the explanations, piped up, "Mom, Dad. I think we should believe them." The Bakugo parents turned to look at their son, who stared back at them with determined eyes. "Izuken fought a demon earlier to save me. I watched her purify it with my own eyes and turn it into a god. And that day in the park 3 years ago." The boy shuddered. "When she hit her head, I was sure she was dead, but she miraculously woke up without an injury. I think what they're saying is true. Izuken is still the Izuken we always knew, but now she's something else as well." Masaru narrowed his eyes as he looked at Katsuki. His son wasn't one to lie, especially about something serious, nor did he spend enough time with these Konohana people to be tricked. He and his wife exchanged looks, still highly suspicious, but then turned back to their son. "You mentioned a demon and purifying. Explain that," Masaru ordered. Katsuki nodded and began to explain what had happened that afternoon. He started with Izumi finding him, their brief fight, then his body being taken over by Akumabaku. Katsuki had been conscious throughout the whole affair, so he had experienced everything Izumi and the demon had, and had heard everything they'd said. The Konohana household cheered and celebrated loudly as he told them of Izumi defeating the demon and purifying it, reviving Bakugami in the process. Sakuya even patted the boy on the head and thanked him profusely for his own part in the defeat of Akumabaku, and reassured him that he wasn't to blame for anything the demon did. Mitsuki and Masaru looked at one another with concern. It seemed so far-fetched, but combined with Izumi's fervent belief and Sakuya's story, it began to sound plausible. While it was easy to shrug the whole thing off as tricks caused by quirks, they couldn't deny that quirks themselves had seemed like the work of gods and spirits when they first appeared. If it was possible for humans to suddenly develop superpowers, wasn't it possible for gods and demons to exist too? The story of Rokuju the Green Imp stealing Inko's soul lined up with Sakuya's claims too, and Izumi had told that story a year before meeting the commission president. The thing that finally sold them on it though was Izumi turning into her demigod form and offering to slit her own throat with her claws. "I can resurrect once per day, a power that's supposed to be impossible even with quirks. I haven't died in a long time, so I can die now and come right back," Izumi reasoned. Everyone in the room had screamed "No," startling Izumi and almost making her cry, but her supreme confidence in her own ability finally convinced the Bakugas. If Izumi was seriously willing to kill herself to prove that she was telling the truth, then Mitsuki and Masaru would believe her. After everyone took a few minutes to calm down and process everything, during which all of them tried to find a way to scold Izumi for her reckless offer without making her cry, Mitsuki and Masaru retook their seats and allowed Izumi and Katsuki to sit together at the head of the table, with Katsuki watching Izumi with the intention of protecting her from his parents, the Konohana household and even herself. "All right," Mitsuki said, once she was calm, "for Izumi's sake, and based on everything we've heard today, we're willing to try and believe what you've told us. Is there anything else we should know?" The members of the Konohana household exchanged looks, but no one could think of anything. Aside from personal stories about their own lives, there wasn't anything else to tell the Bakugas. Kigo offered to tell his own story at a later date, but promised that it wouldn't have any real bearing on what the explosive family chose to do next. "Why didn't you tell us this from the beginning? We may not be knowledgeable about spirits, but surely it would have benefited Izumi to have more of her family in the know," Masaru asked. "I intended to tell you if you agreed to live with us 3 years ago, when we first met," Sakuya said. "Now that you know the secret, you're in danger. You're strong enough spiritually to see demons and spirits, so there's a chance you may see demons now that you would have dismissed as people with quirks in the past. If demons learn you can see them, they may try to kill or possess you. Not only that, but being close to Izumi, who is Amaterasu reborn, you may be targeted in order to assassinate her, like Katsuki was, or you may be attacked to hurt her," the tree spirit explained. "Also, for the record, Izumi wanted to tell you from the beginning, but we all vetoed her," Kigo added. "Ugh, what a mess." Mitsuki grumbled. "Let me and Masaru talk privately for a few minutes, we need to talk some things over," she said, getting to her feet and dragging her husband from the room. It was a tense few minutes for the rest of them, in which Onijirai offered his compliments to Izumi for being able to take down a brush demon without being killed this time, though she still only got a B grade, since she did help. When the Bakugo parents returned, they were resolute. "We've come to a decision," Mitsuki stated firmly. "We're all ears," Sakuya replied. Mitsuki nodded. "Firstly, we won't be moving in. We have a home, and we're confident in our ability to defend ourselves. If you want to offer protection, then hook us up with an alarm that'll call you for help when demons come calling. Secondly, we want to be kept informed on any god or demon encounters that Izumi or Katsuki have. Lastly, we don't want what happened today to affect things between us or our kids going forward, so we propose we go forward with a clean slate. Do you agree?" Sakuya nodded. "That sounds perfect. We don't have any technology that can detect demons, but I will bless your home to ward them away, and provide wearable talismans. It isn't foolproof, but it'll give you the chance to escape the demons until we can arrive to help you. Sadly, only myself and Izumi can actually slay demons permanently, but anyone with enough strength can drive them off or disperse their bodies. As you request, we'll inform you of any more demon activity and include you in everything going forward. Mitsuki and Masaru smiled and nodded, each shaking Sakuya's hand. Izumi felt much better now that the Bakugas were fully on board, and Katsuki silently decided to confess his greatest sin to them later, when they were alone and everyone had cooled off. Sakuya offered to allow him to join Izumi's hero training, potentially allowing him to become a hero early, but the boy refused. He had his intellect, his combat prowess, and his powerful quirk. He'd be a hero in his own time and on his own terms. He'd become the best without the extra help, and besides, Katsuki wanted it to be Izumi's thing, something that was just hers. It was his form of repentance for his earlier actions. And so Katsuki and his parents came to know the truth of Izumi's situation, and for a time at least, life could continue peacefully. Next chapter, Himiko Toga. To be released, April 19, 2021. And that ends the first half of the story arc. The Bakuga family are fully on board, Katsuki's going to get the help he needs, the kids are getting a new school, and Izumi has a new technique to train with. This chapter also touches on something important about Izumi's character, and how willing she is to be harmed if it's for the greater good. This trait will come back to bite her in future story arcs. Next chapter starts the second half of Arc 2. No prizes for guessing who it involves, laughing face. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 2 to 6, Himiko Toga. The aftermath of the explosion at Hibana Elementary, which came to be known simply as the Hibana incident, led to quite a few changes for Izumi and the Bakuga family, least of all being Izumi and Katsuki being admitted to a new elementary school in a neighboring ward of Mizurufu. Their high grades saw them welcomed by the new school, and the declining reputation of Hibana in the aftermath of the incident made them appear sympathetic to the teachers. Both children served their week of grounding by helping Dr. Sakamoto at the hospital while their parents arranged their transfer and the therapy for Katsuki. Izumi's rejuvenation was so useful that the doctors didn't want her to leave, though they had been somewhat concerned with how often Izumi would overwork herself using the ability, and Katsuki worked so hard that the nurses were glad for his help. They even taught him some basic first aid so he could help keep people alive when Izumi wasn't around in their hero career. During this week of grounding, Katsuki had confessed his sabotage of the fostering interviews to his parents, fully expecting to be harshly punished by his furious parents. They had certainly been angry, but Mitsuki and Masaru saw it as the first sign of Katsuki's less than ideal mental health, so they had a heart-to-heart talk and sorted everything out. Izumi wasn't privy to the details of this talk, but she did notice the Bakugas were an even more tight-knit family than before, and Katsuki seemed a little more respectful of his parents. Not long after their grounding ended, Katsuki began his therapy with an elderly psychiatrist named Dr. Nishikata. She was exceedingly patient and understanding, without being a doormat, thus earning Katsuki's respect. For the first few sessions, Katsuki demanded that Izumi come with him, which Izumi and the adults allowed, and with her help, Dr. Nishikata got Katsuki to talk through many of his problems, from his inferiority complex to his guilt over his negative feelings aimed at Izumi. It resulted in something none of them expected. Katsuki was diagnosed with QIBD, quirk-induced bipolar disorder. The psychiatrist explained it by saying that quirks were physical functions, and thus had effects on the brain and brain chemistry, so the combination of the quirks' physical effects and societal attitudes to them could cause all kinds of mental illnesses, especially in developing minds. Katsuki's switches between manic depression and rage were down to his explosion quirk's volatile nature and the way people treated him because of it. With a combination of medication to adjust the chemicals released in his brain and therapy sessions, Katsuki began to get a grip on his mood swings and was able to think with complete clarity. Katsuki maintained weekly sessions for 2 years, but not long after turning 10, this was decreased to monthly sessions. He didn't need them as much as while he still had a violent temper and was cocky and surly, he didn't feel as much jealousy towards others and was better at controlling his emotions without suppressing them. With the love and support of his parents and Izumi, Katsuki began to really thrive again. Izumi and Katsuki kept up their training, with Izumi putting special care into practicing the celestial brush technique she'd gained from Bakugami. Bakugami's cherry bomb allowed Izumi to create a replica of the bomb that the boar had been riding on, giving Izumi a powerful attack outside of using her divine instrument or body. The cherry bomb could be made as small as a marble or as large as an exercise ball, with the explosion it created being proportional to the size. Izumi could also only create one at a time though, but she could increase or decrease the size of the bomb so long as she touched it, and she was completely immune to its effects. Lastly, Izumi practiced more with the Divine Retribution's reflective capabilities, since it had been what won her the fight with Katsuki, though she'd only been able to improve her timing. The two worked hard together and began developing combination moves. Katsuki proved his combat genius, and following his loss to Izumi in the woods, he had buckled down and not lost to her again, though Izumi did come close a few times. Katsuki also started joining Izumi in her volunteering efforts around the city, and it became common to see a kid in a motorcycle helmet riding around on the back of a wolf, silently assisting her in whatever he could. His name and face were never exposed, since he didn't want any praise or attention. He claimed it was because he wanted U.A to be his debut as a hero, but in reality, he wanted the helping to be Izumi's thing, just like fighting was his thing, so he helped to be supportive but kept it quiet to the public. Izumi's efforts reached every corner of Mizurufu, and she would help anyone from the rich to the poor, innocent or shady looking. She'd share her lunch with the homeless and then take them to shelters, play with kids in the park that looked lonely, or even just help people clean their houses. No job was too small, and before long, what happened in Tatooine and Darufu happened all over the city. The other children noticed the reward she was offered and promptly took over. Izumi and her mystery helper became well known, and the old fairy of the Green Valley nickname gave way to a new one that everyone in the know found hilarious, the Kami of Mizurufu. The Konohana household and the Bakugas thought it was a hilarious coincidence, though in reality, Kigo had begun spreading the new nickname himself once he began his proper hero work. Not long after the Hibana incident, Kigo took the final hero licensing exam and successfully passed. At age 14, Kigo Takami officially became Japan's youngest ever pro hero, the wing hero, Hawks. It was a day of celebration which really lightened the mood after the incident. Hawks wouldn't be joining any other agencies as a sidekick until he founded his own at 18, instead he'd be acting as an independent hero based in the Mizurufu area. Crime in Mizurufu and the nearby cities dropped quickly once he made his debut, and Hawks started gaining popularity at his signature top speed. Once Izumi turned 10, her usual hero lessons went from the easier, watered-down versions she was used to the full difficulty lessons that were taught at U.A and other hero schools. She began real combat and rescue exercises using the Commission's facilities across the country, and even began taking internships with a few heroes, including Hawks, so she could fulfill the requirements to take the provisional license exam and eventually the full version. Sakuya's current training regime had Izumi taking the 3 years of high school hero education across 5 years instead, to account for her younger age and developing body, but if Izumi stuck to it, she'd be a fully licensed pro hero by the time she started high school. Of course, not everything went swimmingly. In the aftermath of the Hibana incident, Ashigaki's parents and a few other parents had tried to bring legal action against both Katsuki and the school. Despite most of the kids being uninjured and Ashigaki being fully healed by Izumi during her week of grounding, they were furious that Katsuki hadn't been punished or expelled, but simply transferred out. In addition, other kids moving to the same elementary as Katsuki following Hibana's damaged reputation, where they tried to make Katsuki vilified by the students of the new school. For a while, this was a cause of stress for Katsuki, whose recovery was being affected, but the whole thing fell apart after his diagnosis of QIBD. This diagnosis, combined with the documented effects and requirements for Katsuki's quirk, meant that no criminal charges could be laid on Katsuki, and since he was already in therapy, no court would take the case. Hibana ended up being sued for their shoddy pipes causing the brunt of the damage and their lax attitude towards bullying. When it got out that the teachers had done very little to stop Ashigaki's actions towards Katsuki, their damaged reputation was destroyed and the school was closed until the gym could be repaired and new staff could be hired. The Ashigaki family moved away, and the students and teachers of Katsuki's new elementary school wouldn't tolerate any bullying, especially with the added scrutiny after Hibana, so the whole mess died down. Still, it was a stressful time for poor Katsuki. More time passed in between their schoolwork, training and volunteer work. Izumi and Katsuki quickly found themselves graduating elementary school and preparing for junior high. Monday, April 7, 2279. Origani Junior High School, Asakura Ward, Mizurufu. It was a warm spring day in Mizurufu as Izumi and Katsuki walked with their families to their new junior high. Today would be their first day, and the two 12-year-olds were eager to see if they'd be in the same class again. Origani was the nicest public school in Mizurufu and only accepted the students with the best grades, so Izumi and Katsuki would be some of the only ones from their old elementary to go there. Asakura Ward was also a nice part of the city, being the middle-class equivalent to the working-class Tatooine. As it was junior high, this would also be the first time the two would need to wear uniforms outside of gym class, and while Katsuki wasn't too thrilled, Izumi liked her new uniform. It was a tartan pattern, pleated skirt, a white dress shirt, a cute light red bow tie and a blue-colored blazer jacket. The boy's uniform that Katsuki was sporting, which Izumi thought looked rather handsome, was much the same but with black pants and a normal tie, colored light blue. It was a far cry from the sailor fuku and gakuren uniforms they'd both expected to wear as kids. The pockets inside the blazer jacket even made for a convenient place to hide Ishiko, who was currently napping. The punkle had been busy organizing the trophy room and gallery at the manor, which now sported Izumi's elementary school graduation certificate and 2 new scroll paintings, one showing Izumi and Ishiko battle at Komabaku, and one showing Bakugami's true form. Are you sure you both have everything? Handkerchief, pencil cases, notebooks. Sakuya asked, getting a fair bit of attention from other people, due to her pink business suit and her beauty. We've got everything, Sakuya, we both double-checked before we left home. Izumi sighed. Heh, to think you brats are already heading off to junior high. It'll only be 3 years until you're both off to high school. You better study hard. Mitsuki smirked, an arm around Sakuya, who was beginning to turn on her video camera. Ever since Izumi turned 12, Sakuya realized how much she was growing and began taking pictures and videos of her whenever she could, so she could show them to Inko when the woman's soul was restored. Sakuya wanted Inko to be able to experience some of Izumi's growth, like a mother should. Masaru chuckled at his wife, I'm sure they'll do fine. Origami has a few alumni who went on to attend U.A. Really? Oh man, I need to find out who. To think we could be going to the same school as real-life pro heroes. Izumi gushed, making Katsuki roll his eyes. Chill out, nerd, you've had actual internships and work studies with heroes, why are you still so excited by every new pro? And why are you guys even coming with us? Today is just the entrance ceremony and a bunch of beginner shit. Katsuki grumbled. He and Izumi had finally convinced their parents to let them take the train and walk to school from the station by themselves instead of having Kabuto drive them, and yet here they were following them. Mitsuki swatted the back of his head with a fond smirk, it's customary, you brat. We've got to get pictures of you outside the school. And for heaven's sake, do your tie up properly. You look like a slob. Fuck off. Stop fucking swearing. Izumi, Sakuya and Masaru sighed as the two got into another of their arguments. Thankfully, their new school was only a 5-minute walk and a single train stop away from the Bakugo home, where Kabuto had dropped off Izumi and Sakuya, so they didn't need to endure the arguing for long. When they arrived, Izumi and Katsuki looked up at their new school as they reached the gates. It was a fairly normal-looking building, nothing too special, but it was clean and well-maintained. The teachers hanging around outside to direct the students appeared well-dressed and enthusiastic, which made the two of them feel more at ease. At Hibana, even the good teachers had looked overworked and underpaid. Sakuya began to get emotional, and soon she was losing her battle with her tears. She finally ended up crying as she took Izumi's photo next to the school gates, while Mitsuki gently teased her. Sakuya crying while proclaiming Inko would be proud of her naturally set Izumi off too, and the two were soon crying in each other's arms while the Bakugas looked on with amusement. Masaru ruffled his son's hair and whispered a few proud words to the boy, making Katsuki a little misty-eyed, though the boy would never admit it, and Mitsuki quickly snapped a few pictures of her own, including one of Izumi and Katsuki together. Then she insisted on taking one of Sakuya with Izumi and one of Katsuki with Masaru, which of course meant Masaru had to take one of Katsuki and Mitsuki. It was getting a bit out of hand, but Izumi supposed it was normal as quite a few families were doing the same thing. While Sakuya was taking a picture of the whole Bakugo family, Izumi noticed a fancy foreign car parked just on the corner. Standing beside it were a pair of well-dressed adults who were lecturing their daughter. The daughter looked a little older than Izumi and was dressed in the origami uniform, so she assumed the girl was a senpai. The poor girl was looking at the ground, holding her hands together and projecting the image of a demure and perfectly behaved young lady, her ash blonde hair falling neatly to her shoulders and her yellow eyes refusing to look up from her shoes. When she replied to whatever her parents were saying, Izumi noticed some rather large canine teeth, which Izumi guessed was related to her quirk. Curious and unable to resist the call of someone who might need help, Izumi edged closer to the family while pretending to read some of the messages on a bulletin board pinned to the school wall. What she heard made her frown. And you must get in at least the top 5 in all your classes, the mother said, her voice shrill and irritating. Any less would be a shame on the toga name, the father added. His voice was stern and his eyes were devoid of any love or passion. Yes, father, the girl said demurely. It looked like that was all she'd been saying this whole time. Good, and be sure not to cause trouble. Don't draw unwanted attention to yourself or the family, the mother continued. And for pity's sake, do not do anything abnormal. This is your last chance, Himiko, fail here and your sister will replace you as heiress to the family business. We won't have our family associated with freakishness, the father spat, roughly grabbing his child's chin and making her look at him. There was a flash of fear on the girl's face before it was replaced by the same, obedient expression she'd been wearing the whole time. Izumi narrowed her eyes as she felt her animal instincts growling within her. She did not like those people. Yes, father, I'll behave. Himiko replied in a monotone. Her father sneered and released her, then he and his wife got back in their expensive car and drove off without a second glance at their daughter. Himiko didn't move for a few seconds, but once her parents' car was out of sight, she sighed and straightened up a little, looking around. Izumi chose that moment to casually walk over and greet the girl. Hello. Sorry, but I'm a new first year and I was wondering if you could show me and my friend around. This place is a lot bigger than our old school and I'm afraid we'll get lost. Izumi smiled, channeling her natural shyness to really sell the naive image. Oh, I'm Izumi Midoriya. Sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. It's nice to meet you, she bowed in greeting. The taller girl blinked, then smiled brightly. Izumi's eyes widened as she saw it. When this girl was smiling, she looked so different. Her eyes twinkled like stars and her slightly mischievous grin infectious. It was the kind of face you wanted to make friends with. Hello Midoriya. Can I call you Izumi? I'm Himiko Toga, but you can call me Himiko. I'm actually a first year too. I started junior high a year late because of family stuff, but we can try and find our way together. Himiko grinned. Izumi's eyes widened. This girl was already 13 but still only a first year like her. Whatever her family trouble was, it must have been big. Though it did make Izumi a little more mad at Himiko's parents. If this was her first day, why not take photos or at least walk her to the gates? Judging by what they were saying, Izumi guessed they were the distant and wealthy type. You can call me Izumi, the girl smiled. Why don't you come and meet my friend Kaken? He's just over here. Himiko nodded enthusiastically and followed Izumi over to where Sakuya and the Bakugas were still taking photos. Mitsuki wanted one of Sakuya with Katsuki now. Hey everyone, this is Himiko Toga. She's starting this year too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Mitsuki smirked. Goo, another one for the photos. Come over here Toga, we'll get some of you with the brats. Izumi and Katsuki went red and Masaru started trying to talk his wife out of it, but Himiko just beamed and said okay, before skipping over to stand next to Katsuki. It took a whole 10 minutes for Mitsuki to get her fill of photography, whereupon the adults finally finished their goodbyes and headed off to their respective jobs, offering a good luck to Himiko too before they headed off. Once the adults were finally gone, Izumi and Katsuki sighed with relief, getting a giggle from Himiko. Your parents really love you huh? She smiled. Katsuki just snorted, but the statement twisted something in Izumi's gut. Izumi knew things weren't all sunshine and rainbows in the Toga household, but she didn't know if it was bad enough to warrant interference, so she decided to keep an eye on the girl. Heroes helped even when they weren't asked for after all. Yeah, Dad and the hag are annoying as hell, but they're good parents. Auntie Sakuya is a freaking saint for putting up with the hag's bullshit. Katsuki smirked, leading the two girls into the school grounds. A teacher smiled and directed them to the auditorium for the entrance ceremony, so the three of them headed there, taking the time to look around the school and chat a bit. What's your family like Himiko? Izumi asked innocently. Normal. Himiko replied a little too quickly. She quickly added, they're kind of old-fashioned and run a business in shipping goods between Japan and China. It's nothing big. Huh, shipping. Guess there's a lot of business. Katsuki said, trying not to give away how underwhelmed he was. My mom's a photographer, does weddings and shit, hence the photo fuckery at the entrance. Dad works in fashion. My foster mom works at the Hero Commission. My, birth mom's in a coma, so Sakuya takes care of me instead. Izumi added her own 2 cents. She tended to downplay how important Sakuya was in the commission, so as to keep attention off her. Sorry to hear that. Himiko frowned, I hope your mom gets better soon. She'll have a lot of photos to see when she wakes up I bet, the girl giggled, thinking back to Mitsuki's obsessive photography and Sakuya's more subtle recording. Thanks for the kind words. Kaken and I have been in the same class for years now, so we're hoping we are again. Maybe we'll be really lucky and you'll join us too. Izumi smiled. Himiko nodded along, then got a mischievous gleam in her eye, say, are you two, in love? Katsuki spluttered and Izumi almost tripped over her own feet. Both turned green and looked disgusted, which made Himiko giggle, guess that's a hard no. Ew, no way. I love Kaken, but he's like my big brother. Izumi explained. Fucking hell Sonny, I almost lost my breakfast. I don't even like girls, least of all fucking Izuken. That would be like dating my sister. Kaken spat, giving the still giggling Himiko the evil eye. Himiko just giggled harder, oh, you two are great. By the way, Kaken, who's Sonny? Katsuki looked constipated as Himiko called him Kaken, don't call me that. I only let Izuken call me that. I'm Katsuki Bakugu, fucking remember it. And Sunny is you, I don't remember people's names till they prove they're worth it, so, till then, you're Sunny. 'Cause of your hair and eyes and the smile. Izumi smiled, you get used to it, Sunny is one of the nicer nicknames he's given to people. By the way, I don't mind if you call me Izuken. Himiko beamed at her again, but before they could talk much more, they reached the auditorium. Not long after, the entrance ceremony began, and then all the first years were assigned their classes and shown around the school by a third year. Izumi, Katsuki and Himiko were all in the same class, much to their joy, though Katsuki wouldn't admit it, and they were all required to introduce themselves as well as given the opportunities to show off their quirks a little. Their new classmates had been awed by Katsuki's explosion in Izumi's Okami, though they noticed that Himiko was one of the few who didn't show off their quirk and the only one who didn't even mention it in her introduction. When their homeroom teacher asked, Himiko had just said that her parents told her not to talk about her quirk. Izumi had frowned deeply at that, especially as Himiko looked so ashamed of herself. Did she have some odd quirk that caused her trouble at home? She wouldn't have been the first kid to be abused or treated more strictly because of her quirk. The day went fairly quickly after that. It was only a half day to get the students acquainted with their new classes and give them an idea of what each subject was going to be teaching that year, so most students left after third period, though the students who were just starting junior high stayed until lunch so they could be given a tour of the campus and meet all the teachers. Overall, Origami seemed like a nice school to go to, and the teachers were friendly, so Izumi and Katsuki were confident they could enjoy their time there. Himiko looked happy too, but Izumi had noticed through the day that Himiko always had a pleasant expression. It was a little creepy actually. The girl seemed to constantly have a demure look or a doll-like smile. It was making all of Izumi's mental alarm bells ring, and during a bathroom break, she told Ashiko her concerns and texted the same concerns to Katsuki, so he would keep an eye open. Katsuki had replied with a simple, got it, and Ashiko had agreed with Izumi's concerns. Once they were all dismissed for the day, Izumi approached Himiko again as they walked to the shoe lockers. Hey Himiko. My foster mom, Sakuya, was going to take Kaken and I out for lunch to celebrate our first day of junior high. Did you want to come with us? Izumi asked. She hoped to see what Himiko was like in a more casual setting, and perhaps learn a little more about her family situation. Izumi also had a more selfish reason. She wanted Himiko to be her friend. Himiko's expression changed to that demure look, the closest she got to a frown. I'd like to, but I don't think my parents would like it. They're coming to pick me up, and I'm sure they'd get mad at me for wasting their time. Plus, they don't like me going off with strangers. You can at least ask, right? Sakuya's picking us up too, so she can say hi to your parents and introduce herself. Maybe your parents will be okay with it if they meet her first. Izumi offered, smiling brightly with her best puppy dog eyes on full display. Katsuki, who was walking on Izumi's other side, thought that look was cheating. Himiko looked conflicted, and seemed to argue with herself for a few seconds, before giving Izumi a small doll-like smile. It couldn't hurt to ask at least. I do want to be friends with you and Kaken, after all. Don't call me Kaken, Sunny, the boy grumbled, though there was no real heat behind his complaint. The trio walked out to the parking lot at the side of the school, where they found Sakuya chatting with Kabuto Nezo, her chauffeur. All three teens sighed with relief when they saw her. Izumi and Katsuki were relieved that Sakuya had opted to come in a normal, though still expensive and fancy, car instead of a limousine, which would have drawn attention, while Himiko was glad Sakuya had arrived before her parents. Her parents definitely wouldn't have been willing to wait around. Hello children. Did you have a good first day? Sakuya asked, smiling brightly at the three of them. Yep. We're all in the same class. The teachers are nice, and the campus is cool. I think it'll be fun. Izumi said with a big smile. Sakuya smiled in response and cupped Izumi's cheeks, squishing them with affection. That's wonderful. How about you two? The woman asked, turning to Katsuki and Himiko. It was nice. Himiko smiled politely. It'll do. Katsuki grunted. Sakuya ruffled the boy's hair, and gave Himiko a friendly pat on the shoulder. Did you three want to chat some more, or should we get to lunch? Actually, I invited Himiko to lunch with us. Izumi said, we just need to get her parents' permission first. That sounds like a good idea. The more the merrier. Sakuya grinned, should we stop by your house first, Miss Toga, or do you have their phone number? Himiko flushed, they're actually supposed to be here to pick me up. The group looked around, but other than Sakuya and a few teachers, there was no one in the parking lot. Himiko flushed further with embarrassment. They must be running a little late. The others could feel her embarrassment and offered friendly and nonchalant looks of, happens to all of us, so as to spare the girl's feelings. Kabuto even chuckled and said, traffic was a little busy in Dorofun Asakura Ward today, so they're probably stuck in it. We'd have been late too if we weren't already in the area on an errand. That was a lie, but it made Himiko feel a little better. Are you Izumi's older brother? Himiko asked, looking at the suited man. Kabuto laughed, no way, I'm just her lowly chauffeur, Kabuto Nezo. I've served as Lady Kanahana's driver since I got my license, and I've driven Lady Izumi to preschool and elementary school every day since she joined Lady Kanahana's family. But now she doesn't want me to. He pouted. I'm a junior high school girl now. I need to be able to walk places and take the train, I can't rely on you all my life. I need to be independent. Izumi whined, embarrassedly. Sakuya looked away with a nervous look. She decided not to tell Izumi that the Onikawas were currently hiding nearby with special cologne on to disguise their scent from Izumi's sensitive nose. If Izumi didn't want a chauffeur, she certainly wouldn't be happy about the bodyguards. Himiko's eyes widened and she looked to Izumi, you have a chauffeur. My family is pretty well off, but even we don't have someone like that. Izumi chuckled nervously. She'd wanted to downplay how wealthy her foster family was, she wasn't super comfortable with vast wealth. Especially as she came from humble beginnings. After waiting for about 5 more minutes, during which the teens told Sakuya and Kabuto about their day, the togas still hadn't shown up and Himiko was getting antsy. You guys should go on and have lunch. I can go with you another time, she said nervously. It's no trouble, Miss Toga. We don't mind waiting. Sakuya smiled. At this point, she had pegged that Izumi was acting a little differently. The green-haired girl was sticking close to Himiko, watching her expressions carefully and gently steering conversations to topics that Himiko reacted more favorably to, while avoiding topics that made her put on that demure facial expression. This was the same thing she'd done when Katsuki was having a hard time following the Hibana incident. It's okay, really. Himiko said quietly, I don't want to inconvenience you. You must have more important things to do than wait around for me. Not at all. You and Izumi are friends, so I'm happy to wait, the woman said, patting Himiko's shoulder again. Himiko blushed, but gave another small smile, before allowing the conversation to go on. Almost an entire hour passed, and Izumi began to go from worried to angry. She was sure Himiko hadn't lied about her parents coming to pick her up, so why hadn't they shown up yet? Had they forgotten? Himiko had checked her phone, but hadn't gotten a message telling her they'd be late and she dared not send a text herself. I'm sure they're on their way. It'd make them angry if I texted them when I knew they would be driving. Himiko reasoned. After 5 more minutes, Sakuya was ready to send Kabuto to get food so the teens could have a pseudo-picnic in the parking lot, but just as she was going to give the order, Himiko recognized her father's car pull up. They all sighed with relief that the togas had finally shown up, though Himiko did look a little pale as her father gave her a withering look as he and her mother got out the car. Mr. Toga was a fairly dull-looking man whose only interesting feature was his yellow eyes, which he shared with Himiko. Mrs. Toga had nothing interesting about her, though she was surprisingly pretty despite her look of distaste. Himiko. Mr. Toga frowned as he approached, who are these people? Himiko tried to stutter out a reply, but Sakuya beat her to it. Hello Mr. Toga, I'm Sakuya Kanahana. It's good to meet you, she greeted with a polite bow. The Togas regarded her with a critical eye, noticing her business suit and the fact she was stood with 2 other teenagers and a man in a suit. Seeing as none of the group looked to be related, Mr. Toga assumed Sakuya and Kabuto were teachers, and the 3 teens had been up to some mischief. What has Himiko done? He asked, a dangerous look in his eye. I warned you this morning, girl, not to cause trouble for your teachers. Kabuto narrowed his eyes for a moment, while Izumi and Katsuki almost charged forward to defend Himiko. Sakuya took control of the situation however. Mr. Toga, I am not a teacher, and your daughter has done nothing wrong. I apologize for the misunderstanding, but I'm actually Izumi's foster mother. It seems the girls have become friends, so Izumi invited Himiko out for lunch. We were just waiting for you so we could get your permission. Ah. Mr. Toga calmed down, putting on a genial smile, no harm done then. Himiko, did you introduce yourself properly? Himiko flinched, she hadn't actually officially introduced herself at all. Thankfully, Sakuya came to her rescue, she did indeed. Your daughter is very polite and well-spoken. We've chatted a bit in the hour since school ended, and we waited for you, she said, subtly rebuking the Togas' lateness without insulting them. The Togas looked slightly embarrassed. Why yes, well, we had some trouble at work you see, so we were delayed. We apologize for keeping you waiting. Mrs. Toga smiled falsely. Izumi narrowed her eyes, they didn't bother apologizing to Himiko. I see. I assume your phones must have gone dead too. It's hard to find a chance to charge them in these busy times. Sakuya smiled pleasantly, making it clear as politely as possible that she knew the togas were full of it. Allow me to introduce my foster daughter and her brother in all but blood, Izumi Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. It has only been a half day, but they've become quite fond of your Himiko. They have? Mr. Toga raised an eyebrow. I see. Well, I mean, no offense, but I'm not sure it's a good idea for us to let Himiko go with you. She can be quite a willful child, and we don't really know you. Of course. Allow me to give you my card. Sakuya smiled, handing over a small business card. Mr. Toga read it and immediately went white as a sheet. Mrs. Toga read it over his shoulder, and soon took on the same complexion. P. President of the Hero Public Safety Commission. You're that Konohana. Mr. Toga exclaimed. Himiko's jaw hung open in shock, then she whispered urgently to Izumi, your foster mom's in charge of the Hero Commission. Why didn't you tell me? Sorry. Izumi whispered back, people tend to act weird when they find out, like that, she said, pointing to Himiko's parents. Both were now bowing politely to Sakuya and spluttering out a more formal greeting. Sakuya, used to such things, merely smiled benevolently. Do you think it would be alright for Himiko to join my child for lunch, and perhaps dinner too? I assure you, she'll be well taken care of. My darling Izumi has few close friends, and I dearly want another girl for her to associate with. Sakuya was laying it on thick, and the togas were eating it up. Of course. We'd be happy to let Himiko spend time with her new friend. Mr. Toga smiled, rubbing his hands together in what he probably thought was a humble gesture, though it made him look covetous and conniving. No one had any doubts why the man had suddenly changed his tune. Sakuya was high-ranked in the government, so it would be beneficial for the togas to be seen associating with her, even if it was only through their daughters. This was made doubly clear when Mr. Toga handed over his own business card and tried, unsuccessfully, to big up his company without sounding too slimy. Upon seeing that both Sakuya and Izumi were beginning to get annoyed, which meant they were actually extremely angry to the point they couldn't completely hide it, Mr. Toga decided it would be a good time to depart. Himiko, be sure to behave for Lady Konohana. Don't cause trouble for her or her daughter. Mr. Toga said, before taking his wife and abruptly leaving. Sakuya, Kabuto, and the teens stood in silence for a moment, almost unable to believe the audacity of the togas. Himiko was mortified, but Sakuya just patted her head. Let's go have some lunch. I know a good sushi place, she said. Himiko nodded, and joined her new friends in the car. On the drive to the sushi restaurant, Izumi and Katsuki kept Himiko's mind off her parents by chatting about their hobbies, while Ishiko snuck over to Sakuya and relayed Izumi's suspicions. Sakuya, having now met the togas, agreed that something was up and decided to keep her eyes open. The sushi place turned out to be an extremely expensive and upmarket kind of venue, but Sakuya's title got them in without a problem, and she certainly had the money to spend. It was a nice meal, in which the teens continued to get to know one another. After eating, they returned to the commission branch and showed Himiko around the manor, as well as introducing her to Inko. Inko was, of course, still comatose, but Izumi made it a habit to talk to her every day and tell her what had happened. Himiko thought it was sad, but Izumi took comfort in it, so Himiko ended up talking to the slumbering woman as well. Himiko ended up staying for dinner, getting to meet Hawks, of whom she was a fan, before being dropped off back home for the evening. Once she was gone, Izumi filled Kigo in on her suspicions, and along with Katsuki and Sakuya, they came to an agreement. Himiko Toga needed to be watched, and if necessary, protected. Izumi had enough experience with abusive guardians to be highly protective of others she thought were in the same position. Without even realizing it, the togas had the eyes of a goddess planted firmly on their backs. Next chapter, A Thirst for Blood to be released, April 21st, 2021. Now we've introduced Himiko and begun the second half of the arc. Izumi has started her official hero training, Katsuki is in therapy, and the two have started junior high. The next few story arcs will take place while Izumi is attending origami. Fun fact, the uniforms for origami are based on the uniform Himiko is seen wearing in the flashbacks of her past in the manga and the last anime ending. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 2-7, A Thirst for Blood. In the weeks that followed, Izumi and her friends settled into their new school wonderfully. Katsuki made a few guy friends, and between them, Izumi and Himiko had befriended most of their year. Izumi had gained a bit of celebrity status when someone eventually discovered that she was the one they called the Kami of Mizurufu, but it faded fairly fast when everyone realized she was a fairly normal shy girl with a penchant for helping people and an obsession with heroes. Izumi never showed off or reveled in her fame, so it became easy to forget about when she was just acting like a normal schoolgirl. Himiko also became very popular, gaining a reputation as a cheerful and well-behaved girl. She was friendly to everyone and acted exactly like one would expect from a happy, studious teenage girl. Through it all, Izumi kept an eye on Himiko and slowly, she was becoming more convinced something was wrong. Being an incarnation of Amaterasu allowed Izumi a degree of emotion sensing, similar to how dogs can pick up on their owner's feelings, and her experience in helping people had given her a lot of practice in reading body language, especially when someone had something to hide. Just about everything Himiko said or did got some kind of reaction from her instincts, which whined and cried inside Izumi, sensing a deep pain within Himiko. It started with Himiko's almost obsessive desire to be seen as normal. She never did anything that someone else hadn't already done and only if it was considered normal or good. If she got dirty or disheveled, she'd correct herself before going home. She never said anything controversial or appeared to pick sides when people bickered. She tried to help everyone, but it was less out of a desire to be helpful like Izumi and more out of fear of rejection. Every day, she had the same hairstyle, keeping her hair down and only ever put it up in a ponytail for gym, and her clothes were perfect, never a hair out of place or a sock pulled up less than the other. It was like she was a perfect doll. Once Izumi made the comparison, she couldn't stop noticing it. Himiko's tone of voice was always measured and pleasant, occasionally showing true joy but more often than not just sounding polite. She never appeared as anything but happy or neutral and she was always straight-backed and proper. Worst of all was her smile, it was never more than a small curve. It all seemed so fake. What made it worse was that occasionally, Izumi would get a glimpse at the real Himiko beneath her mask. Her perfectly girlish giggle would almost break into snorts and genuine laughter, or her voice would raise a few decibels and take on a more excited tone. Occasionally, if Izumi was really lucky, she'd catch Himiko in a real smile, golden eyes sparkling like the sun and mouth wide and open in a truly happy expression that made Himiko look almost like an overjoyed kitten. Seeing this fueled Izumi's determination and she went from quietly observing Himiko to actively trying to do as much with her as possible. She'd invite Himiko over after school or on the weekends. The blonde never accepted on the weekends, or rather her parents never let her go, but occasionally she'd get permission to hang out at Izumi's manor and the girls could spend time together as just girls. Kaken usually stayed out of the way, but he'd made it clear to Izumi in private that he knew what she was doing and supported her. The entire Konohana household had quickly worked it out too, and if they and Katsuki had worked it out, Mitsuki and Masaru certainly would. Within a month of the school year starting, it became common for Himiko to eat dinner with everyone at Konohana Manor, or with Izumi at the Bakugas. But she never stayed the night and always had to go home. What's more, Izumi was never allowed to Himiko's house and on the rare occasions she saw Himiko's parents. They either fawned over her for her connection to the president of the Hero Commission, or when they thought she wasn't looking, they looked at her like she was an oddity, as if wanting to be their daughter's friend was strange for some reason. Izumi had briefly met Himiko's younger sister, an adorable 8-year-old girl named Yukiko. The girl looked like a proper Japanese beauty with sleek long black hair and refined features, sharing only the golden eyes with her sister. Yukiko didn't seem to really notice her sister even existed, but she appeared genuinely happy and the Toga parents doted on her. It looked like only Himiko was treated badly. To Izumi's shame, she wasn't able to find any sign of outright abuse that she could take to the police. Himiko was silent over the matter, always pretending like she hadn't heard the question when it came to questions about her parents, and Himiko didn't have any scars or signs of physical abuse, at least that Izumi had seen. Izumi hadn't even caught any serious verbal abuse, with everything she heard being potentially construed as the words of strict parents. Izumi was on the verge of trying to use Ashiko and the Commission's resources to actively spy on the Toga family to try and catch them, so desperate was her desire to help Himiko, but she knew she couldn't do that. She couldn't break the law on a hunch, no matter how sure she was. The only other evidence Izumi had was Himiko's reaction after watching Izumi and Katsuki sparring after school one day. The two had gotten a little out of hand showing off for their friend, so both Katsuki and Izumi were landing heavy blows and causing bruising and bleeding. At first, Himiko had flinched every time Katsuki struck Izumi, but by the end, when both kids were bloodied and bruised, she had a look in her eye more in line with affection, or obsession. The manic look had faded once Izumi had taken time to heal Katsuki and herself with rejuvenation, but Himiko had been very clingy with both of them ever since. She always wanted to watch them sparring and would be disappointed if she had to leave. Izumi had been confused at first, but since the strange phenomenon had made her closer to Himiko, she didn't question her about it, just logged it as potential evidence of her parents' warped upbringing. And so the first term ended and second term began, bringing with it 4 more months of school. It would be the middle of October when Izumi got her chance to finally help her new friend. Friday, October 17, 2279, Origani Junior High School, Asakura Ward, Mizutofu. Ugh, I wish the freaking teachers would pack their own crap. Katsuki complained as he carried 2 cardboard boxes full of books. Quit complaining, those are nothing to you. Izumi retorted, carrying 2 of her own. Himiko giggled as she was only carrying one. You two are really strong. I kind of feel bad. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Feel free to carry more then. Goddamn Sunny taking the easy fucking job. Himiko giggled again and Izumi found the noise grating. She hated that damn fake giggle, she wanted to hear Himiko's real laugh. The trio were currently staying after school to help one of their teachers move offices. The teacher's new office was finished, so they had to pack everything into cardboard boxes, tape them up, transfer them to the new office in the new building. It had opened the year before the trio started at Origami, then cut open the boxes and decant the contents. It was boring work, but all three liked the teacher in question, so agreed to help. They had just finished lugging the last of the boxes to the new office when their teacher came in, smiling pleasantly at them. Thank you for the help, you three. I appreciate it. Bakugo, would you please come with me to get my new desk chair from my car? It's a bit heavy for just me, she asked. Katsuki sighed but nodded, silently following the teacher out the door. The teacher then turned to Izumi and Himiko. Midoriya, Toga, I can unpack everything myself, but if you would, could you open the boxes while I'm with Bakugo? Here's the box cutter. The girls nodded and the teacher gratefully handed the yellow-handled blade to Izumi, then left the room with Katsuki. Izumi and Himiko got into an easy groove, Himiko handing boxes to Izumi, who carefully sliced the tape open with the box cutter. It was quick and easy work and the two were done within 5 minutes. It would have been even faster if Izumi gave the box cutter to Himiko and used her demigod claws to cut open boxes while Himiko used the cutter, but Izumi wanted to prolong the time they spent together. Easy peasy. Now we're done. Izumi smiled, idly twiddling the box cutter between her thumbs. Once Kaken gets back we can head to my place for some sparring. Himiko grinned, not too tired. That's good. Don't want it to interfere with your training, she said. There was an eagerness to her tone that Izumi picked up on, though she'd gotten used to Himiko being excited to watch their sparring matches. Izumi gave a shy smile. Don't worry about me, Himiko, I'm still full of energy. It's getting late though, will you still be able to come over? The blonde's eyes widened and she quickly looked at her phone. Upon seeing the time, a look of disappointment filled her features. I need to be home soon. I won't get to watch. That last part was said to herself and Izumi felt awful. She didn't get why Himiko liked watching them spar, but Izumi loved to invite her, knowing it was the only real way she could help make Himiko happy. It'll be okay, Himiko. We spar every day, so you can watch on Monday. Maybe even the weekend if your parents let you. Izumi said, trying to be optimistic while Himiko was looking longingly at her phone. Himiko's disappointment was apparently enough to shake her facade, as the girl barked out a laugh at the very idea of her parents letting her do something she wanted. The noise was so startling, Izumi flinched and lost her grip on the box cutter. The greenette tried to catch it quickly but only succeeded in wrapping her hand around the blade and slicing open her palm. Ow. Ooh, that stings. Izumi hissed, letting go off the box cutter and allowing it to clatter to the floor, along with a good splash of her blood. The noise caught Himiko's attention and she looked up. The room fell silent as Izumi saw the look on her friend's face. It was hunger. Himiko's pupils were dilated and her mouth hung open, showing the fangs she liked to keep hidden. She wasn't drooling, but she did have a rather heavy blush coating her cheeks and her breathing was beginning to quicken, almost to the point of panting. Izumi's eyes widened as she saw Himiko stare fixedly at her blood on the floor, then felt a shiver go up her spine as the other girl's eyes trailed up Izumi's body until they settled on her bleeding hand. For a brief second, Himiko's arms dropped and Izumi saw what she was looking at so longingly on her phone. It was a picture of Izumi and Katsuki, bloodied and bruised after a sparring match and resting against the wall in the Kanahana Manor dojo. Himiko. Izumi was ashamed that she couldn't keep the fear out of her voice, but the way her friend was hungrily watching her was beginning to really scare her. Suddenly, Himiko threw down her phone, shattering it, and lunged at Izumi. Izumi screamed in surprise as the taller girl shoved her to the ground and straddled her. Himiko completely pinned Izumi with her larger body and roughly grabbed Izumi's injured hand and brought it to her lips. Then, with a look of pure ecstasy, Himiko began to lap up the blood oozing from the cut, acting like a puppy licking up peanut butter. Izumi was so stunned that she didn't even try to stop her, despite being strong enough to shove Himiko off even without using her power. Himiko wasn't actually hurting her, just licking her blood like it was the most wonderful thing in the world. After a minute, Izumi's body had stemmed the flow of blood and begun the natural process of healing, and with no blood left in sight, Himiko calmed down, though Izumi quickly wished she hadn't. The blonde's ecstasy turned to horror and she turned white as a sheet, save for the red blood painting her lips. Himiko looked down at Izumi and the girl's eyes met, horror and bewilderment exchanged between them, before Himiko practically threw herself off Izumi and ran from the room. Himiko, wait. Izumi shouted after her, quickly leaping to her feet and chasing after the fleeing girl. Himiko was sobbing as she ran, Izumi in hot pursuit, and every tear fueled the green-haired girl's desire to help her. Himiko was fairly athletic, but she had no real training outside of gym classes, so Izumi was able to quickly close the distance with her without even using her power. Izumi grabbed Himiko's shoulder and yanked hard on her jacket, practically throwing her into the open door of an empty classroom. Izumi then removed her own jacket and used it to wrap around Himiko and bind her by tying the sleeves together. Then Izumi shut the door to ensure no one would come in to disturb them. When she was done, Himiko was sitting limply on the floor, her arms bound by Izumi's jacket, crying weakly and whimpering. Izumi allowed herself a second to catch her breath, then grabbed a couple of chairs, effortlessly lifted Himiko into one and then sat down in the other. "Himiko," she said softly, "I'm not sure what all this is about, but if you talk to me, I can help you. It's all over, my normal life is over, everyone is going to know what I am. They'll know I'm a freak. A creepy monster girl. I tried so hard, but it was all for nothing." Himiko sobbed, her yellow eyes ringed in red. Izumi was a little on guard, seeing that ring of red, but she soon dismissed it. In all other cases of demon possession she'd seen, the redness started with the pupil and then expanded from there. Himiko's redness was along the edge of the sclera, so it was likely just from crying. She carefully reached out and placed a hand against Himiko's cheek, ignoring the flinch, and gently rubbed with her thumb the way her mother always used to do for her. "Himiko, we're friends. I'm not upset with you, you didn't hurt me, just surprised me. If you don't want me telling anyone about this, then that's fair and I won't. But please, talk to me. If you do, I might be able to help." Himiko gave her an incredulous look, "But you saw the real me. My smile, my eyes, my obsession with blood. Why would you want anything to do with me?" Izumi grinned, "Have you seen Kaken's eyes and smile? Trust me, I like the toothy grins and passionate eyes you both have, at least when you're being your real self as you call it. Plus, he literally makes explosions. A fascination with blood is hardly going to upset me." Himiko's eyes widened, "Are you messing with me? Please Izuken, that's too cruel." Izumi frowned. If Himiko wouldn't believe her, Izumi would make her believe. Without a moment of hesitation, Izumi transformed into her demigod form and roughly dragged a claw across her own left index finger, drawing blood. She then showed Himiko the bleeding finger and placed it within reach of the blonde girl's mouth. "You want blood? Take it. I told you Himiko, I'm your friend and if you need this to be comfortable or happy, then I'll do it without complaint." Himiko's sobs increased in volume and desperation, but the girl couldn't resist her desires and began drinking the blood from the cut. When the cut stopped bleeding, Izumi healed it fully, then raised a claw to cut herself again, but Himiko stopped her. "Please don't. I've had enough, my urges won't go crazy now," Himiko said quietly. She sounded tired, like all the fight had gone out of her. Izumi smiled gently and untied her jacket so Himiko could move freely, then pulled the blonde girl into a warm embrace. "Okay. Take some deep breaths and calm down a bit. When you're ready to talk, I'll be here for you. It doesn't have to be now or even today, but please, talk to me. I can help you, I want to help you," Izumi said softly. Himiko sniffled and nodded, taking a few calming breaths and snuggling back into the young girl's warm arms. "Why aren't you more freaked out by me? Liking blood isn't normal," she said quietly. "So? It's not like you're hurting people. If you were hurting people to get their blood, then I'd be freaked out, but you just have a fascination with it, right? You've never hurt anyone for it." Izumi said with confidence, "I believe that you shouldn't suppress yourself. If you aren't hurting anyone, then no one has the right to judge you for it. I've never hurt anyone, but I've enjoyed watching them hurt. I fell in love with you and Katsuki after that first time I saw you both all bloodied and beat up. You were bleeding from your lip and Katsuki had it coming out of his nose, but you were both smiling and the sun was behind you, you looked beautiful, radiant even. I couldn't help but fall in love with you both. I never used to be like this, I swear, it's just." Himiko trailed off, blushing a little from basically confessing to one of her two crushes. Izumi blushed too, more than a little flattered by Himiko's feelings, but she had to stay on track here. "I'd wager your infatuation with blood only got stronger from suppressing it. It's like how people on a diet look at delicious food even more longingly than others, because they are actively suppressing themselves from having it. You can suppress your actions, but not your desires. I'd also wager that your fascination started with your quirk, am I right?" Himiko blinked, "Yeah, you are. My quirk is called transform. By drinking a person's blood, I'm able to transform into them. How did you guess?" Kaken had some similar problems because of his quirk. Rather than being obsessed with explosions, he had some explosive personality issues. Quirks are a part of you and have a presence in your mind, so it's only natural for them have effects on personality and stuff. Funnily enough, your issues just show how strong your quirk is. Only the strongest quirks have such a profound effect on their wielder. That's why so few people really acknowledge these things. Izumi explained. She was really grateful that Kaken had wanted her to attend some of his sessions with him. Hearing about it made Himiko feel a little better. She began to relax and return to her normal self, or rather, her true self. Her posture wasn't as rigid and her expression wasn't frozen in that faux smile like it usually was. It was progress. Then, with a soft voice, Himiko asked Izumi, "Would you do me a big favor?" Izumi nodded with a smile, "Of course. If it's something I can do, I'll be happy to." Himiko sniffled, "Then could you?" She looked up, her eyes suddenly a solid red, "Die for me?" Izumi's eyes widened in shock, and Himiko lunged forward. The blonde girl opened her mouth wide, baring her large canine teeth, then bit down hard on Izumi's throat. The green-haired girl spluttered and would have cried out in pain if it weren't for the fangs embedded in her larynx and jugular. Blood began to cascade from her torn-open throat, and Himiko began hungrily drinking it. Her eyes were demonic red, but tears were pouring down her cheeks. Himiko was possessed, that much was clear, but it seemed she still had enough control to cry in sorrow for what she'd just done. "What are you doing?" Ishiko suddenly cried, leaping out from Izumi's jacket pocket. The punkle girl slashed forward with her tiny blade, cutting Himiko's cheek and forcing the possessed girl to leap back before she could be slashed again. Possessed Himiko leapt clear to the other side of the room, grinning manically as her red eyes gleamed in the slowly setting sun, and with tears still streaming down her face. She looked insane, but Ishiko was more concerned for Izumi. Izumi choked on her own blood. Himiko's teeth had pierced her jugular, which was essentially a death sentence for most people. Thankfully, Izumi was able to apply a quick dose of rejuvenation to close the wound before she succumbed to blood loss and drowning in her own blood, though she did end up coughing and spluttering to get out the blood that had ended up in her lungs. "Ugh, who are you?" Izumi choked out, glaring at her possessed friend. "Are you one of the brush demons? Or are you a normal one? I wonder if I should tell you that. You've lost a lot of blood, it would have been better for you to die and resurrect back to full health, right Amaterasu?" The possessed Himiko smirked. Her voice was distorted, with a high-pitched and squeaky echo. Izumi narrowed her eyes, "So you know who I am. This wasn't just a random attack then." "Nope. In fact, this is the first time I've directly controlled dear little Himiko. I've just been living in her head for a couple of years, feeding her insecurities and pouring oil into the fire of her desires. The master is quite interested in this girl. He has predicted that left alone, she would eventually become a formidable villain. But I was sent to possess her and push the process along. Now that I've forced her to almost kill you, her will is broken and I have full control. The poor thing can do nothing but cry now, though her tears are getting a little annoying," the demon smirked, lazily wiping away some of Himiko's tears. The green-haired girl growled with anger and took on a combat stance. "How dare you? Himiko has been struggling so hard, and you've made everything worse. I'm going to drive you out of her if it's the last thing I do," she roared. The possessed Himiko stepped back. Izumi wasn't a little kid like when she fought the last two demons. She had officially become a teenager in July and had some serious hero training under her belt. Her confidence and anger made her an intimidating opponent, and the mood swings that accompanied puberty meant her emotions were working overtime. The demon within Himiko couldn't afford to play around. She needed to skip the boasting and taunting, kill Amaterasu fast and get out of here. Izumi took another step forward, her claws and fangs bared and her mirror beginning to spin behind her. Ishiko was on her shoulder, tying herself to Izumi's hair again while trying to whisper to and calm Izumi down. Despite her intimidating display of anger, Izumi wasn't actually in great condition. She was tired after a long day and the emotional outpouring with Himiko, and had lost a lot of blood. This left her pale and weak. Izumi would need to purify the demon quickly. She couldn't afford a drawn-out battle, especially at school, where a teacher could come by at any moment. "Hurry up and take us to the astral plane already." Izumi spat, "and transform into your real form. I want to end this quickly." Possessed Himiko looked shocked. "What? You know the kind of demon I am. How did you figure it out in only a few seconds?" "Your little speech." Izumi replied, "Bakugami told me that 4 brush demons had possessed people that the evil one foresaw becoming villains, and you just said you possessed Himiko for the same reason, so you must be one of them." The demon snarled, "That damn pig, spilling the beans right off the bat." "Fine, let's make this fast," she declared, releasing the now customary black fog that dragged her and anyone nearby into the astral plane. Izumi, having experienced this twice now, held her breath as the fog engulfed them, then once she was sure it was safe, she released her divine light to disperse the fog and reveal that she'd been transported with the possessed Himiko to the astral plane, which took on the dark form. For a moment, it looked like Izumi and Ishiko had been brought to the corrupted astral plane by themselves, as there was no sign of Himiko or the demon possessing her, but suddenly, Izumi felt her instincts scream. Sensing an attack but not knowing where it was coming from, Izumi transformed into wolf form and almost immediately, felt something fly through the air where her head had just been. The flying object embedded itself in the stormy clouds that made up the ground of the dark astral plane, and Izumi noticed it was a large red sword. The sword was about the same length as Izumi's human body, and was as wide as her admittedly narrow hips. The blade was curved like a scimitar, and while the actual blade was crimson in color, the hilt was black and modeled on a skull, with the blade roaring out from the skull's mouth and horns seemingly made from human ribs sticking out from the side, acting like the weapon's cross-guard. There was no handle however, leaving Izumi and Ishiko wondering how it was wielded. "TCH, you dodged," complained the possessed Himiko, digging her way out of the dark clouds beside her demonic bone blade. Himiko's voice no longer had the high-pitched echo, and had instead been changed to the voice of a prepubescent boy, the kind you'd hear singing in church choirs. Izumi returned to her demigod form and got back into her combat stance. "Himiko. I know you can hear me in there. Don't worry, I'll defeat this demon and save you. Then we can get back to our talk. Hold on for just a little while," she cried, knowing from experience that the host was still conscious within the demon. The tears streaming down the possessed girl's face began to flow faster, but unlike a Komobaku, this demon didn't flinch or show any trouble controlling its host body. Himiko likely didn't have the will to resist like Kaken had. "I won't be shaken like that pathetic pig. I've worked hard to ensure this girl cannot resist me. Let's begin," the demon roared, a red aura beginning to form around Himiko's body, and blood-red copies of Izumi's markings appearing on her face, just like they had with Torikeigo and Katsuki. When the transformation into the demon's true form began, Izumi was shocked. Instead of swelling up like the previous two hosts had, Himiko actually began to shrink, seemingly being de-aged until she was about the size and appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The child Himiko's long blonde hair then began to twist itself a pair of messy buns on the sides of her head, which then grew and turned into a pair of massive golden furred mouse ears. The little girl opened her mouth and her upper canine teeth grew into long, vampiric fangs, and as her clothes slipped off her smaller body, leaving only Himiko's buttoned shirt to cover her like a dress, her feet stretched out and became rat-like, making the girl stand on the tips of her feet as the rest extended outward. A rat-like tail appeared from her tailbone, and most shockingly of all, the sleeves of her now oversized shirt ripped open as her fingers grew to be as long as her body, and a wing membrane stretched itself between them, turning Himiko's arms into bat wings lined with ash-blonde fur. The same fur covered much of Himiko's body, including forming a fluffy collar around her neck. The demon screeched as its transformation completed, making Izumi wince and lower her wolf-like ears due to the ear-splitting pitch. The bat-slash-rat demon then flapped its wings and it took to the air, briefly landing on the cross-guard of the sword it had thrown earlier before it took off again after gripping the blade with its clawed toes, pulling the sword free with surprising strength. That sword was the same height as 13-year-old Izumi, who was admittedly small for her age, and looked to weigh more than her and Kaken combined, yet the demonic Himiko, whose body now resembled a brand new elementary school student, was able to not only lift it, but fly with it while making it look easy. If she could lift it that easily, she'd almost certainly be able to swing it just as easily, so Izumi prepared her mirror to act as a shield. "Let us begin this battle. I am the infernal brush demon known as the Rat of Fusing. My name is Akomatachi," the demon screeched, still talking in the voice of a choir boy. Before Izumi could reply or react, Akomatachi darted towards her, swinging his blade directly at her neck with enough force to rend her head from her body. There was a splash of blood, a thud as something heavy fell to the ground, then a young body hit the floor. Next chapter, Akomatachi. To be released, April 23, 2021. 2 brush demons in one story arc. Things are going to get even more hectic as Izumi grows up. Poor Himiko is having one heck of a hard time right now, but like Katsuki before her, she'll get the help she needs before long. Fun fact, I had Himiko possessed by Akomatachi because I love the whole vampire thing she has going, and what better demon that the rat turned bat. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 2-8, Akomatachi. Friday, October 17, 2279. The Astral Plane. Ishiko, standing on Izumi's shoulder, stared with shock at what just happened. Akomatachi had swung his massively oversized sword at Izumi's throat, aiming to lop off her head with a single swing. There had been a splash of blood, a thud as something heavy hit the ground, then a small form collapsing to the floor. But it hadn't been Izumi that fell, no, it was Akomatachi, his sword thudding to the ground beside him as his blood flowed from a fresh new wound. It had happened almost too fast for Ishiko to see, but just as the demon's sword had come flying at Izumi's neck, the girl had moved the divine retribution mirror to defend against the blow. The blade was sharp, and a dark instrument to boot, so it bit into the hard iron back of the mirror, but by only a few millimeters. The instant the blade had stopped, and before Akomatachi could attack again or pull the blade free, Izumi had slashed up with her claws, carving 5 shallow cuts into the demon's body from the right hip to the left shoulder. Akomatachi had gasped at the sudden attack and fell to the ground, writhing in pain as the blood poured from the wound. Izumi grimaced, hating that she'd hurt Himiko too, but she needed to drive the demon out. "I'm sorry, Himiko. I need to damage this demon so he's weak enough to purify. Please endure for a little while longer," Izumi begged, eyes full of pain. Akomatachi suddenly released a horrible screech, making Izumi wince and back off a few steps to cover her sensitive ears. This gave the demon a chance to pull his sword free and quickly fly away, getting some distance from the wolf girl. Recovering from Akomatachi's sonic screech, Izumi looked up, and before the bat-slash-rat demon could do anything, she cast sunrise at the sky to purify the astral plane. She'd learned her lesson from Akomabaku and wasn't going to waste a chance to weaken the demon while he was retreated. Akomatachi screamed at her, "You bitch! You're different from what the master described. Still, I will kill you." With a flap of his wings, he released some black smoke to turn the astral plane back to darkness, and ended up turning it into the contested spiral form Izumi had seen in her last 2 brush demon battles. "Oh, he's going to kill me. What an original threat," Izumi grumbled. Ishiko patted Izumi's head, "You're really out of sorts over this, aren't you? You've never been this aggressive or snarky before. I'd be proud if it weren't so unlike you." Izumi winced, "I'm sorry. I'm not feeling quite right today, and this demon really hit a sore spot." The puncle on her shoulder gave the girl a reassuring hug, which due to their size difference, ended up being Ishiko pressing her body to Izumi's cheek. Izumi didn't talk about it much, due to it being a majorly traumatic experience for Katsuki, but the battle with Akomabaku had really gotten to her. She'd been forced to fight and hurt a friend, one who was in a vulnerable position and was already suffering. For someone like Izumi, who felt more for others than she ever had for herself, it had been a traumatic experience that left psychological scars. Now the same thing was happening again, only this time, Izumi saw shades of her past abuse reflected in Himiko's relationship with her parents, and the poor girl had just opened her heart to Izumi. Then this demon had used that moment to force Himiko to hurt her. Every single one of Himiko's tears felt like acid dripping into Izumi's heart. All that, combined with her already not feeling well. Ishiko almost felt sorry for the demon. "We'll get through this together, Izumi. Now, his name is Akomatachi, right? Then based on the naming scheme the other brush demons had, his original form must be Tashigami, the rat, or mouse brush god. He was the god of rending, with the power to divide things in two with his mighty blade. With his celestial brush technique, Power Slash, he was able to slice almost anything in half. You used that power a lot in your last life, if Isen's journals are accurate," Ishiko reported. Izumi hummed, watching carefully as Akomatachi did something in the distance. The demon was small and high up, as well as being far away now, so Izumi couldn't tell exactly what he was doing, but it looked like he was nursing his wounds while still in the air, refusing to land. At his current altitude, Izumi couldn't reach him with her divine retribution, so she'd need to wait for him to be done, or think up a way to get past her limitations. "If he's a rat demon, why does he have bat features as well?" Izumi asked. "Not too sure. Demonic corruption does strange things to gods and spirits. Remember Yamagami? He's a serpentine dragon akin to the ones often seen in Eastern cultures, but based on your descriptions, Akomayomi turned Torikego's body into a more Western-style dragon. Maybe Akomatachi became more like a bat than a rat when he became a demon, or maybe it's Himiko's body influencing the form. It would make sense, Himiko likes blood, like a vampire, so Akomatachi took on a more bat-like form," Ishiko suggested. Izumi put a finger to her chin in thought, but then that implies that the brush demon's form is decided by the host as much as its own original form. It's possible. We don't actually know what any of the brush demons look like in their natural forms. We've only ever encountered them possessing a person, whose body they twist into a more demonic shape, the punkle pointed out. "I'm going to have to start a new notebook soon," Izumi mumbled. Between her obsessive note-taking and analysis skills, Izumi had about 13 notebooks related to heroes and a further 7 related to demons. She used to always be seen scribbling something down in them, but Master Onijirai forbade her from taking them out of the manor after he read one once. Something about bringing doom to the entire hero world if a villain found them. Shaking that thought away, Izumi began to plan her attack. Akomatachi had speed, flight and a powerful sword, as well as Himiko's quirk, which would have been strengthened by the demon, and whatever unique power the demon possessed. Given the demon had introduced himself as the rat of fusing, Izumi guessed it involved combining things together, just as Tashigami cut them apart. The demon had little in the way of defense. Unlike the previous demons Izumi had fought, Akomatachi had no scales or muscles to defend himself with and was probably physically weaker than Himiko, considering he had to shrink her body and remain light enough to fly. With a preliminary strategy worked out, Izumi warned Ashiko to hold on tight, then turned into her wolf form and charged forward with incredible speed. Akomatachi saw her coming and swooped down to attack, apparently having finished tending his wounds. He pretended to attack with his blade, which Izumi easily dodged, then feigned a desperate retreat, flying only a few inches above the ground as he waited for Izumi to reach her top speed. Once Izumi was running after the bat-like demon at her fastest speed, Akomatachi suddenly reversed direction, racing back at her with his own full speed. Izumi was too close and both she and the demon were moving too fast, so a head-on collision was imminent. However, Akomatachi wanted just that, and was already swinging his sword downward. At the speed they were moving, Izumi wouldn't have time to dodge without being struck by the bat demon's wings, and she couldn't jump over the downward strike or reverse direction fast enough. What's more is that if Izumi used her mirror to block, the sword's current momentum would likely slice it in two, especially as it was already damaged from the first swing, and then the blade would slice her head in two a moment later. Thinking fast, Izumi focused her mind and began secreting ink from her forehead, but rather than releasing it as a spray to blind the demon, she willed the ink to secrete from her in a certain pattern. She could use her wolf form's tail to draw brush strokes for her celestial brush techniques, but it took time, and Izumi didn't have the extreme drawing speed her previous incarnations had, so to compensate, Izumi learned how to secrete her ink in the shape of the necessary brush strokes, saving her from having to draw them. It used a lot more stamina and ink than the normal way, but it was useful for emergencies. The demon's eyes widened as he saw the mark taking shape on Izumi's forehead. It was a simple circle with a line crossing into it from the top right, like a sideways Q. Also known as the mark of Bakugami. In a burst of smoke, a cherry bomb the size of an exercise ball appeared from Izumi's forehead, and promptly exploded before Akomatachi's blade could land. Izumi, being mostly immune to her own techniques, was blasted several feet backward, while Akomatachi was both blasted backward and damaged by the firework-like explosion of color. The colorful sparks burned holes in the demon's wings, leaving it unable to correct himself as it was sent careening into the distance. Unable to stop himself from crashing, the demon instead wrapped himself in his wings to protect himself. The clouds of the astral realm, be they light or dark, made for a fairly soft landing, so both Izumi and Akomatachi were unharmed by the impact with the ground, though the latter was badly bruised and had burnt wings thanks to the cherry bomb. Ugh, that didn't go quite how I expected, but I got what I wanted. Izumi grumbled, having returned to demigod form. She had come perilously close to dying and needing a resurrection there. Not that she'd tell the demon that. Got what you wanted? And just what does that mean? Akomatachi demanded, trying to hide that he was secreting his own red ink on the edges of the holes burned in his wings. I figured out your ability. The whole rat of fusing thing. Your ink binds two surfaces together, kind of like molecular glue. Izumi said. Akomatachi's mouth hung open. How did you work that out? My speciality, other than healing, is analysis. When it comes to quirks, or similar powers, I'm good at working out the secrets of how they work, and the limits they have. For you, I saw the slash marks I gave you earlier. Izumi pointed to the 5 slash marks in the demon's shirt-turned dress and the skin beneath. The shirt was unchanged, but the skin had been healed with only a thin red line. I got a good look at them when you suddenly charged back at me. I hadn't expected it, but I still got to see how those wounds healed. You healed them by using your ink to fuse the edges of the cuts together. Your technique is like welding, but instead of a blowtorch, you use ink. Well, good for you, you worked out my technique. It won't help you though, the bat-like demon screeched. Izumi smirked. Oh, but it will. You see, both Akomiyomi and Akomabaku were vulnerable to their own techniques, and by fusing your cuts shut, you've proven you are too. Plus, all demon ink smells the same, and I can smell you creating some right now, using it to fix the holes I put in your wings. I now have everything I need to defeat you. The girl's eyes suddenly narrowed, and her pupils became slits. Surrender now, and I will purify you painlessly. Fight, and I will be forced to hurt you. This is your only warning. The intense emerald eyes burned like fire, and in that moment, Akomatachi felt fear. Losing his nerve, but unable to surrender to purification, Akomatachi screeched loudly, making Izumi wince and growl, then he took to the sky with all his speed, flying as fast as he could. His wings weren't even fully fixed yet, so he had to leave his sword behind. No. I won't fall here. I'll fly far beyond your reach, then rain my ink down upon you. Once you're fused to the ground and unable to move, I'll take your pretty little head straight off your shoulders, the demon shrieked. His wings carried him straight up, to the point Izumi almost thought he was going to pull an Icarus and fly into the sun she'd created with sunrise. Instead, he stopped right in front of it, keeping it behind him in hopes that Izumi wouldn't be able to watch him with the blinding light of the sun at his back. Of course, Izumi was the sun goddess, so she could gaze into the sun, real or created, without fear. All she saw was a terrified demon, flapping his wings to rain red ink down on her. Izumi almost lazily caught some of the red ink on the iron surface of her mirror, then placed it on the side of Akomatachi's abandoned sword. Once the ink had fused the weapons together, Izumi had the mirror float above her head and begin spinning rapidly, forming a pseudo-umbrella/buzzsaw combo that kept the rest of the raining ink off her. When the demon paused his attack, shocked at her audacity, Izumi reached up and drew something on the underside of her mirror with her own ink, then sent the weapon skyward with incredible force. Akomatachi briefly panicked, but then remembered he was out of Izumi's range. Izumi could currently only control her mirror in an area of 10 feet in every direction, and he was easily 80 to 90 feet in the air. Just as he was feeling secure however, a cherry bomb suddenly burst to life from the mirror's underside and detonated, sending both the mirror and the sword connected to it even higher. It was out of Izumi's direct control now, but the force of the explosion sent it even closer to her target. The mirror's ascent began to slow, and again, Akomatachi felt safe. That was the moment Izumi revealed another way to get around her limits. She could only have a single cherry bomb at a time. That didn't stop her from drawing multiple marks of Bakugami though, and only activating them one at a time. A second bomb appeared from the mirror's underside and blasted it even higher, then a third bomb, then a fourth. When a fifth bomb appeared and exploded, the mirror and attached sword reached Akomatachi's altitude. Thinking fast, and believing he'd worked out Izumi's plan, Akomatachi grabbed his sword by the rib-like crossguard, feeling his own ink fuse the weapon to his feet. As he expected, the attached mirror began trying to pull him down to Izumi, as while Izumi couldn't directly control it more than 10 feet away, she could recall it to her from any distance. With a victorious laugh, Akomatachi deactivated his technique on both the sword and the mirror, undoing the fusion and causing the divine retribution to return to Izumi alone, and leaving him to continue flying in the air, now with his sword. He'd already finished repairing his wings, so he could support the weight. MHA, he boasted, your plan failed completely. All you managed to do was bring me my weapon. You make a delicious delivery girl. I'll make poor little Himiko lick up every drop of your blood when I've finished carving you like a turkey. Izumi's eyes narrowed, this is your last chance, demon. Surrender, or suffer, she called back. The demon, believing he'd outsmarted Izumi and seen through her plan, just laughed mockingly, poor puppy, maybe after Himiko is done drinking your blood, she can use your pelt for a nice coat. Ought to make her happy while she rots in a prison cell for your murder. In a cold voice that Ashiko didn't believe Izumi capable of, the wolf girl said, then you have chosen, suffering. Immediately, Akomatachi began to laugh, until he noticed a glow on the top of his sword. The skull that made up the hilt had a funny glowing symbol on it, a familiar glowing symbol. The mark of Bakugami. The bat-like demon didn't even have the time to scream. A cherry bomb burst from the mark and immediately exploded, blasting Akomatachi upward whilst burning holes in his wings. As he was sent upward by the explosion, the demon thought he'd have just enough time to fix the new holes in his wings before he hit the ground or fell into Izumi's range, but he'd forgotten where he'd been flying. Right in front of Izumi's sundae. He collided with it, his back scorched and his wings burned further, not by the heat or fire of the sun, but by the divine light that formed it. He fell to the ground, his fall broken by Izumi catching him so Himiko's body wouldn't be harmed. Izumi then promptly shredded what was left of his wing membranes, pulling some parts off completely so he couldn't simply fuse the wounds closed. With his wings useless, his sword blown somewhere by that last cherry bomb, his ink technique unable to save him, and his body too weak to stand up to the well-trained Izumi, the demon was completely helpless. He couldn't even use Himiko's quirk. Improved by his power, Himiko's quirk allowed him to transform into the people whose blood he ingested, but unlike Himiko, he could also use their quirks. But the only person whose blood he'd ingested was Izumi, and despite all her power, she was still technically quirkless. Izumi slammed the demon into the ground once she'd finished shredding his wings, placing one hand over his mouth to stop any pathetic begging or last-minute threats, while placing the other hand, with sunrise brushstroke already prepared, against his chest. Akomatachi stared wide-eyed up at Izumi, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In what seemed like no time at all, Izumi had completely decimated him and now stood over him, one hand gripped around the demon's mouth and one over his heart. Izumi's eyes burned like the sun as she leaned in close to whisper in the demon's ears. I told you I'd drive you out if it's the last thing I do. Himiko was already suffering, and you made everything worse for her. Be happy I want to be a hero and don't want to hurt Himiko, or you'd be suffering a lot more for what you did to her. Izumi whispered dangerously. The hand she was pressing against Akumatachi's chest began to glow with golden light. Sunrise. The demon screeched with pain as the purifying light of sunrise began to course through his body. The rat-slash-bat creature began to crack apart, and within a few minutes, Himiko was left completely normal again while the darkness was driven out and chased away. The darkness from within Akumatachi combined with the darkness that still partially held the astral plane, and promptly burned away in the light of Izumi's miniature sun, which then disappeared by itself. The light that chased the darkness out of Himiko began to combine together, rebuilding the now purified brush god's body, but Izumi was more concerned for her friend. Himiko was unconscious now, likely passing out from the stress of her body suddenly growing back to normal size, and to Izumi's embarrassment, she was wearing only her shirt and bra, while her lower half was naked. Izumi closed her eyes and relied on Ishiko to guide her hands while she applied some rejuvenation to any injuries Himiko received while Izumi fought Akumatachi, and once the blonde girl was healed, Izumi ran to collect the rest of Himiko's clothes, which had slipped off when Akumatachi transformed. Izumi had Ishiko put Himiko's underwear back on her, and once poor Himiko's modesty was preserved, Izumi was able to look at her properly and put the rest of the girl's clothes back on. Fully clothed and healed, Himiko began to stir a little, and would likely wake before long. With Himiko seen to, Izumi looked up to where the light had begun to take shape, producing the complete and purified form of Tashigami, the rat brush god. He was a fluffy white mouse, sporting the same red markings and wing-like tufts of fur that Amaterasu and the other brush gods, but also sported additional red swirls on its sides. On its left side was a tiny red sheath with a blue hilt poking out, and a long red tassel attached to the pommel. Tashigami. Oh. You look much cuter now that you've been purified. Izumi cooed, and you've even got a little dagger. The mouse gained a glint in its eye and promptly pulled out the dagger, revealing it was actually a monstrously long blue blade, easily as long and thick as the corrupted version, but rather than being a scimitar, it was an odd straight blade that grew a little thinner halfway down the blade before widening to the same width as the hilt as it approached the point. At the base of the blade was a pair of holes and no guard, giving it an unusual, but unique look. The mouse god performed an impressive display of swordsmanship, wielding the gigantic weapon by gripping the handle in his teeth and swinging it like it was weightless. When he was done and Izumi was suitably impressed, Tashigami stabbed his sword into the ground and sat on the pommel, so that he was on the same eye level as Izumi. Well met, O great Amaterasu. I am Tashigami, the god of rending. It pains me greatly that I have raised my sword to you, and even more so to know I have harmed your comrade. The mouse god greeted, bowing his head contritely. Despite being male, his voice was extremely feminine, sounding a little like a young girl's. Izumi smiled, it's fine. You weren't to blame. The evil one is. Indeed. The evil one is most displeased that you already defeated 2 of his corrupted brush demons. You were only 5 years of age when you purified Yamagami, and 8 when you did the same for Bakugami. You've gotten much stronger since then, and I fear my own purification will make the evil one fearful of your developing power. Tashigami said. Good, after all the pain he's caused, he should be a little afraid. Izumi grumbled, listen, Bakugami told me that you and 3 others possessed people who were predicted to become villains. Himiko should be okay now, but can you tell me about the other 3 people that have been possessed for that reason? Tashigami shook his head sadly, I am sorry, but there is little I can say. The evil one has been reluctant in informing the corrupted brush gods on what the others are doing. He fears you will purify them and learn his plans, so he tells us little beyond our own mission. I was ordered to possess Himiko Toga and feed her bloodlust, but otherwise not interfere. Once you began seeking to be Himiko's friend, I received a new order, to corrupt or kill you if I had the opportunity. The Togas are bad people, but you should be grateful that they refused to allow Himiko to spend the night at your home, or I would have been compelled to slay you in your sleep. Izumi opened her mouth to ask more about Himiko, hoping to use this as her chance to learn more about how her friend was treated by her parents from someone who had witnessed it, but Himiko stirred before that. The blonde girl groggily sat up, noticing the clouds she was sitting on. She then looked at Izumi, the tiny Ishiko, and the mouse god Tashigami. Am I dreaming? Izumi hurried over to Himiko's side, Himiko. Thank goodness you're all right. Do you remember anything? I remember helping you and Katsuki take boxes to our teacher's new office. Did you cut yourself? Himiko asked fearfully. The poor girl prayed it had all been a dream. Izumi gave her a sad smile, yes Himiko. What happened after was real too, and what happened in the classroom. Even the stuff you saw and felt while being possessed, it was all real. Himiko gasped and began to tear up. I was possessed. That's why I did those things. It's a long story, but you were definitely possessed. Don't worry though, I ripped that nasty demon out of you and purified him into a nice spirit. This is him right here. Izumi said, pointing to Tashigami. The mouse god bowed his head. Good day, young lady. I offer you my sincerest apologies for the trouble I caused you. Himiko seemed to take that in stride. I don't know what's happening. Wait. You were controlling me, right? Does that mean the demon version of you is responsible for me being the way I am? My interest in blood, me pushing down Izumi and licking her cut, was that all you? She asked hopefully. Tashigami shook his head. I am afraid not. Your desires are your own, my corrupted self merely increased the rate at which your desires grew. My first act in control of your body was biting into Amaterasu's throat, that, and everything after that, was solely my responsibility. Himiko looked heartbroken, but Izumi took her hand and gave it a squeeze. It's okay, Himiko. Akomatachi made it worse, so it should be easier for you now. Don't worry about a thing. I'll help you. The golden-eyed girl whimpered, but managed to nod bravely at Izumi, who smiled happily at her. The green-haired girl then turned back to Tashigami. I think I need to take Himiko back to the mortal realm so we can solve the rest of her problems. Tashigami, you're welcome to rest within me, just like the others. The mouse god bowed his head again. My thanks, great mother Amaterasu. As you suggest, I will lay myself to rest within your spirit and begin gathering my strength again. I, Tashigami, the god of rending, humbly return to your side, and return to you my celestial brush technique, power slash. Fare thee well, daughter of the sun. Tashigami then leapt into the air, pulling his massive sword with him. With a single graceful movement, he sheathed his blade into the tiny sheath at his side, then transformed into a ball of light that floated into Izumi's open palm. Izumi held it gently, noticing the kanji, tachi, glowing within it. Izumi then pressed the orb into her chest, regaining the powers of Tashigami and triggering another vision. In this vision, Izumi found herself walking up a hill and entering a cave in a strange wood. Within the cave was a statue of a mighty warrior, which had been mostly claimed by the forest. The statue held his sword aloft, but it had been broken with time, so Izumi watched herself restoring the broken blade with rejuvenation. This resulted in starlight shining down on the sword from a hole in the cave ceiling, which in turn revealed a rat-shaped constellation. From this constellation, Tashigami leapt forward to greet Izumi's previous incarnation. A moment later, Izumi witnessed herself slicing first a boulder, then a wooden gate in half with merely a line of ink. As expected, when the vision ended, Izumi and Himiko were back in the classroom they'd been in before the battle. What was all that? Himiko muttered, speaking more to herself than Izumi. Izumi answered anyway, that was the astral plane. You were possessed by a special kind of demon that thrives there. When he forced you to transform, we were transported there to fight. Now that you're free and the astral plane has been purified again, we were sent home. It's pretty cool, huh? Ishiko piped up. Himiko looked at the tiny person with wide eyes. Who, or what, are you? I'm a punkle, an Izumi celestial envoy. A goddess like her needs one. Ishiko grinned. Goddess, so it really wasn't all a dream. Himiko said, that means I really pushed down Izumi. I showed her my freakish true self. I drank her blood. Oh my god. I bit into her throat, the girl shrieked, beginning to get hysterical. No. Well, yes, but the last part was because you were possessed. We know you wouldn't really kill Izumi, even if you did like drinking blood. Ishiko said, trying to wave off the blonde girl with a carefree smile. It didn't work, and Himiko began to really wail. Ishiko paled and jumped back to Izumi's shoulder. I think I'm making this worse. You're the touchy-feely type, you help her. I'll clean up the mess, the punkle said, immediately hopping off to find some rags to clean up the blood Izumi had lost earlier. With a sigh at her tiny friend's antics, Izumi stood in front of the sobbing Himiko and began patting her back. There, it's okay Himiko. Yes, the bad stuff you experienced today was real and not a dream, but me accepting you for who you are was real too. You know I'm not upset with you, or grossed out by your urges. I cut myself to give you blood and calm down your desires, didn't I? But I felt it. When I bit your throat, I felt your blood flow down my throat. I hurt you really bad, even if I was possessed, and I loved every second of it. The taste and feel of your blood, it was like ambrosia to me. You were on the verge of dying and all I could think about was drinking more and more of your blood. Himiko sobbed. But you were crying. Izumi pointed out, even while drinking my blood, you had tears streaming down your face. I don't believe they were tears of joy or happiness, they felt sad to me. They weren't happy at all. I loved the blood, but I felt awful for hurting you. The blonde confessed. Then you aren't a bad person. You aren't to blame for hurting me. I don't think badly of you for liking my blood, and there's no way I can think of you as anything less than a precious friend. So please, believe in yourself a little more. Izumi begged. Himiko, unable to take it any more, burst into sobs and clung to Izumi for dear life. The two girls embraced each other tightly, with Izumi rubbing Himiko's back and softly whispering reassurances to the girl, promising everything would be okay. After Himiko had calmed down, Izumi helped her dry her tears and the two sat together on the floor, while Ishiko graciously cleaned up the blood Izumi had lost when her throat had been pierced. It wouldn't do for a teacher to find them surrounded by blood. Seeing her friend regaining her composure, and not wanting to address the god/demon topic while in a semi-public place, Izumi turned the focus back to Himiko's urges. If you're having trouble with your quirk and the urges from them, I can recommend a great psychiatrist. She was able to put up with Kaken and I, so you'll be a breath of fresh air for her. You could probably do with seeing her anyway, after the trauma you suffered today. Do you think your parents will go for it? Izumi asked. Now that she knew about Akomatachi having possessed Himiko, she wasn't sure if the Togas were actually abusive, neglectful, or just didn't know how to handle their daughter's sudden increased urges. Tashigami had said they were bad people, but did that extend to child abuse? Himiko shuddered. No, but it doesn't matter. If they find out what I did today, they'll disown me, or worse, keep me out of school for another year. Izumi's eyes widened. Is that why you started junior high a year late? The family stuff you mentioned was. She trailed off. Them taking a year to beat normalcy into me? Yeah, it was. Himiko said with a hateful look, though thankfully not aimed at Izumi. The reborn goddess felt her heart sink. Akomatachi had been possessing Himiko for just over a year, so the abuse definitely started before the demon arrived. As far as Izumi was concerned, the Toga's fate was now sealed. What Izumi clamped a hand over her own mouth to stop the question blurting out. She couldn't just ask her emotionally fragile friend to confess all the abuse she suffered. Himiko chuckled, a real laugh, and gently lowered Izumi's hand. What happened? It's fine, I told you my most shameful secret, and I found out you were a reborn goddess after being possessed by an evil spirit and nearly murdering you, might as well confess the rest. Only if you really want to. Izumi told her. The older girl smiled, a real smile. Izumi almost fainted with joy, and got herself comfortable against Izumi's side. It was in the winter break before I was due to start junior high. A tree in our yard had a branch fall off in some storm and it had left a displaced bird's nest. There was a baby bird, cute as a button but, dead, and bloody. Izumi felt a sinking feeling, she could guess where this was going. Himiko continued, I thought it was the cutest, most pretty thing I'd ever seen. So I picked it up and kissed it, tasting the bird's blood. Then, like a normal little girl, I wanted to show this pretty thing to my parents, they flipped out and hit me. After that, everything changed, for the rest of the winter break, everything I did just upset them. They thought my smile was creepy, like the smile of a deviant, so they hit me when I smiled. Then they started hitting me if I wasn't ladylike. I guess once they started hitting me for being creepy, they figured they could do it for every other thing they didn't like about me. Single smacks turned into beatings, hands turned into belts and then this awful cane thing. They pulled me out of school for a year to train me to be a proper heir for their business and family. In the end, my whole normal act was just that, an act to stop the pain. Now I don't think I can go back to that. I don't want to go back to that. Himiko began to break down again, but Izumi hugged her tightly. And you don't have to. Izumi declared, a fierceness in her eyes that Himiko found breathtaking. My foster mom is the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, remember? It'll be easy to have a lawyer brought in, maybe even heroes. Plus, Wing Hero, Hawks is a close friend of mine. He'd definitely help too. Kigo had turned 18 in the December before Izumi had started junior high, and had founded his own agency based in Mizurifu. In the Autumn Hero rankings that had passed just a few weeks ago, in September, Hawks became the youngest person ever to be ranked in Japan's top 10 heroes, and was now the number 9 hero in all Japan. Izumi didn't get to see him as much now, since he'd moved into a penthouse above his agency, but he frequently flew over to eat dinner with the Konohana household. If Hawks showed up at the Toga's home in full hero gear, they'd probably bow to his demands without even needing a lawyer. Izumi grinned enthusiastically, we can get you away from those monsters. If you're willing to repeat what you've told me to Sakuya and her lawyers, you'll be free of them. Himiko smiled hopefully, I can really leave them. But where would I go? Most people wouldn't want some creepy bloodsucker. I would. I bet Sakuya and the Bakugas would too. We'll take care of you. You won't be alone anymore, Himiko, I promise. Izumi gripped Himiko's hands in hers. I swear I will save you. Himiko blushed and smiled widely. Anyone else saying that would make me laugh, but I think you actually could. You're too stubborn to fail. Okay, I'll talk to Miss Sakuya. She'll probably need a camera too. You've been concealing the scars from your abuse, right? Izumi asked sadly. Yeah, it's why I was never allowed to stay at someone else's house overnight. It needs to be applied every morning. I've gone without breakfast countless times because my mother took too long to apply it. Himiko said, smiling almost like it was a funny anecdote while Izumi felt a flame of rage building up inside her. She really hoped their plan worked, if Himiko had to go back to the togas. Izumi wasn't sure what she'd do, but she was sure it would be something bad. Next chapter, Thicker Than Blood, to be released, April 25, 2021. One more chapter to go and Arc 2 is finished. Himiko has been freed from a demon and now it's time to rescue her from her parents. The fight in this chapter was intended to show how much stronger Izumi has become over the years, and how she uses some of her powers. Plus, she now has Power Slash. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 2 to 9, Thicker Than Blood, Friday, October 17, 2279, Origami Junior High School, Asakura Ward, Muzutafu. After making sure that the room was clean and neither she nor Himiko showed any signs that something had happened, Izumi disposed of the bloody rags Ashiko had used to clean up the blood and went with Himiko to find Katsuki. They found him and the teacher in the teacher's new office, freaking out over the bloody box cutter and the small pool of blood it had caused. See, they're here and fine. I told you. Katsuki said with a frown, hiding how freaked out he had been. Girls, what happened? We got back to find blood and a bloody knife with you two nowhere in sight, the teacher asked, rushing over and carefully looking over the two girls for signs of injury. Ehe, sorry sensei. I slipped while using the box cutter and cut my hand. My quirk lets me heal myself, but Himiko was worried and dragged me halfway to the nurse's office before I could use it. I had to explain how it worked before she agreed to let me come back. Izumi laughed nervously, showing her unharmed hands. Himiko, playing along, pouted, it was scary. I thought you were really hurt. I can imagine, the teacher said, still, I'm glad you are alright, Midoriya. I think that's enough excitement for today, you three go home now, I'll finish up. Izumi tried to offer to clean the mess she'd made, but their teacher refused and quickly hurried them all out of the room. The trio began their usual walk home, but once they left school grounds, Katsuki turned to Izumi. I can tell when you're lying, you know. You always act overly nervous when lying to someone. What really happened? Katsuki demanded. Kaken, it's kind of. Izumi began, but Himiko cut her off. It was my fault. I'll tell you what happened. Himiko said, throwing a smile Izumi's way. Himiko found that talking about what happened to her was rather therapeutic and the words flowed much more easily than they had the first time. She told Katsuki everything, what happened in the office, her running away, Izumi catching her, the battle with Akumatachi, and everything that had been said in the empty classroom. When she was done, Katsuki had a curiously blank expression. Suddenly, he pointed both hands to the sky and let loose a massive explosion, accompanied by a roar of fury. Those motherfuckers. I'll blast them into the fucking sun. Being the literal reincarnated sun goddess, Izumi felt a shudder go up her spine. Please don't pollute the sun, Kaken. Izumi said, mildly amused but mostly worried by the boy's reaction. No, fuck that Izuken. The shitty fucking togas went too far. I'm gonna blow them the fuck up. Kaken, leave it to Sakuya and the lawyers. Let them try their way first and if that doesn't work, then you can blow them up. Izumi said casually. Katsuki laughed, see, you want them blown up too. Fucking parasites. The boy turned back to Himiko, look, I'm bad at feelings and shit, but that was some fucked up crap your parents did. That stuff about you loving me and Izuken. That might work for her, but not me. Not into girls, but if you want a friend, then I've got your back. Himiko giggled, thanks Katsuki. Besides, I'm still thinking about the love I have for you guys. I don't think I understand real love, or can separate it from my infatuation with blood. For now, I'll just consider you friends, Kei. Izumi and Katsuki both smiled. That was fine as far as they were concerned. I'm surprised you aren't more concerned by me almost killing Izumi while being possessed by a demon. Himiko pointed out. Same shit happened to me. Katsuki replied, briefly telling Himiko about Akumabaku, I'm fairly certain Izuken only makes friends with people who try to kill her while possessed by demons. But what about you? You don't know the full story yet, but you're taking this well. The blonde girl shrugged. I just can't bring myself to feel too down or worried. I feel so much better after being purified and having someone accept me even with my urges. Plus, Izumi is a cutie, and Ishiko seems nice too. I'm sure that this secret of yours isn't too shocking. Well, you can't react any worse than my parents did. They lost their shit when they first found out, thought Auntie Sakuya was a weird-ass cultist or some shit. Katsuki smirked, remembering that day. The trio soon fell into a comfortable silence as they headed for the station, so they could ride the train to Dorofu Ward. Katsuki texted his parents to let them know he would be home late but found he needn't have bothered, as no sooner had they stepped out of the elevator at the commission branch and through Izumi's front door, they found Mitsuki and Masaru having coffee with Sakuya. What are you doing here? Katsuki asked while Izumi hugged Sakuya in greeting. What's that supposed to mean, brat? Can't we have coffee with our friends? Mitsuki snapped. Masaru rolled his eyes. We're here planning a camping trip for this weekend, and visiting Inko. We'd have been home by now, but Sakuya wanted us to go with her to try and convince the Togas to let Himiko come along. Izumi's expression hardened. Hold off on that. Sakuya, you need to call Mr. Nagisa. Sakuya frowned. Mr. Nagisa was an old friend of hers and one of the few lawyers who knew Sakuya's true identity, as his family was descended from Kamiki village residents, like the rest of the Konohana household. Alright dear one, I'll call him now. Well that was easy. Izumi blinked. She'd expected to have to tell the whole story twice, once to convince Sakuya to call the lawyer and once to the lawyer himself. I know you, Izumi. You wouldn't ask me to call him if it wasn't important. I take it this has something to do with Himiko's family? Sakuya asked, already dialing the number. Himiko answered with a nod while Izumi quickly ran to her room to retrieve her digital camera. Once she had it, Izumi turned to Himiko. It'll be at least a half hour before Mr. Nagisa can get here. Go take a bath and wash off the concealer. I'll get you a change of clothes. The adults looked at each other with worry as Himiko obediently went off to take a bath. Once she was gone, Izumi's expression changed from simple determination to outright rage. It was a scary expression on the face of the usually cheerful and quiet Izumi, enough so that even Mitsuki didn't want to comment. The room fell silent, with the only noise being Sakuya's hushed phone call with Mr. Nagisa and the sound of water running in Izumi's bathroom. He'll be here in 45 minutes. What on earth happened today? Sakuya asked worriedly. Himiko told me the truth about her home life. It was abuse Sakuya, and the Togas are going down. Izumi said, venom in her voice. Sakuya scowled. Child abuse was one of the crimes she hated most, and she loved Himiko like her own family due to the girl's growing close relationship with Izumi, so it was even worse. Himiko is going to need a new home. I guess the camping trip will have to be replaced by a shopping trip for her new room. Mitsuki and Masaru chuckled. Sakuya was already prepared to foster Himiko. Just like she'd done for Izumi. It wasn't like they didn't have the room. Aside from the room Inko was placed in, the entire west wing was virtually empty. Kigo still had a room there, and Katsuki had one too for when he slept over, but that left a half-dozen rooms to occupy. To Sakuya, it made perfect sense for her to foster Himiko. They had come to love Himiko in the months they'd known her. Sakuya had the means and the desire to help her, and as the manor technically belonged to Izumi, the green-haired girl could invite anyone she wanted to live there. Himiko was family in all but name, just like the Bakugas. Izumi and Sakuya were just planning on making it official. With plenty of time before Himiko finished bathing, Izumi told Sakuya and the Bakugas about what happened at school, leaving out only the parts about Himiko's abuse. They were all concerned how Himiko was the third possessed person to attack Izumi from the position of a friend, but were impressed by how handily Izumi dealt with the problem. When the rest of the Konohana household were told about it, along with the fact that Himiko would be staying with them now, they cheered and Izumi finally got the coveted grade from Master Onijirai, for not only beating the demon, but doing it on her own and without dying or being seriously hurt. The adults began a conversation about the best places to buy furniture and wallpaper, while Izumi and Katsuki did a few exercises in the dojo to stretch their bodies, since they wouldn't be getting to their usual sparring today. Soon after, Himiko returned wearing a set of Izumi's pajamas, which were a little small on her. These are pretty cute, just wish they were a little bigger. Himiko said, showing off the pale green pajamas. They were a bit short in the leg and the shirt didn't quite cover her stomach, the fabric stretched to show Himiko's developing figure. This made Izumi blush, which in turn made Katsuki smirk at her. Sakuya just smiled. We'll get you some larger ones of your own this weekend, she promised, earning a hug from the gleeful blonde girl. Everyone was happy to see Himiko acting completely naturally, with none of her fake smiles or habits, though she seemed to have picked up a new one. She never turned her back on any of them. Izumi found this a little odd, as Himiko hadn't minded before, but she would soon find out why. Mr. Nagisa arrived not long after Himiko had finished in the bath. He was a tall man with vivid red hair that he kept in a short businessman's haircut. His eyes were an unusual pink color, which paired well with his friendly features. He was also dressed in a tailored black suit and carried a thick leather briefcase. "Good to see you, Lady Konohana. I came as soon as I could," he greeted politely. "Thank you, Nagisa. I really appreciate it," Sakuya told him, hugging him as they exchanged cheek kisses. Bill Nagisa was a man of mixed Japanese-British descent. His father had named him Bill while his mother had wanted to name him Nagisa. Since his real last name was Smith, Bill had legally changed his name to Bill Nagisa to honor his mother and distance himself from his abusive father. He was an expert in the laws surrounding child custody in abuse cases, especially in relation to the children of villains. "Izumi, you've grown again. Are you and Katsuki still doing well?" Bill asked. "Yes, Mr. Nagisa. We're working hard to be heroes." Izumi smiled. Bill grinned and exchanged greetings with the Bakugas, then turned to Himiko. "Hello, Miss Himiko, my name is Bill Nagisa, though I prefer to go by Nagisa, and I'm a lawyer specializing in cases of child abuse. Sakuya called me because she had some concerns about your family life." "Yes, sir. I already told this to Izumi and Katsuki, but this is what's been happening," Himiko said, taking a deep breath as she began telling her story. She was in the middle of the sofa in Izumi's personal lounge, flanked by Izumi and Katsuki, both of whom held her hands to comfort her, though Katsuki clearly didn't enjoy it, while she spoke. Mr. Nagisa took a seat opposite them while Sakuya and the Bakugas stood behind the sofa the kids were on, with Sakuya occasionally stroking Himiko's hair affectionately. The rest of the household had left them alone, to respect Himiko's privacy. Having told the story twice before, Himiko found it much easier this time, especially with so many people offering her comfort. None of the adults showed any sign of disgust when she revealed her infatuation with blood, nor when she spoke of the baby bird, at least not until Himiko mentioned her parents' reaction. Then the adults looked angry. Sakuya was more upset that Himiko had been struck than the fact Himiko had pushed her Izumi down to lick her blood, a fact that made the golden-eyed girl feel warm on the inside. Through the whole tale, Mr. Nagisa was writing everything she said down, as well as occasionally looking at a small recorder he had set up to record her statement. By the time Himiko was finished, Mr. Nagisa looked murderous. "Miss Himiko, with this story, if we can get some corroborating statements or evidence, we could have you out of your parents' house today," Mr. Nagisa told her. "I can get you that evidence. I just need someone to take the pictures," Himiko said shyly. The lawyer nodded. "I suspect you'd rather it not be me. Would you be alright with Sakuya? She would be able to take the best pictures for this case." "Okay, but can Izumi come too?" Himiko asked, standing up but clinging to Izumi's hand. Izumi nodded and went with Himiko and Sakuya to Izumi's bathroom. Sakuya held the camera and nodded to the blonde girl, who began nervously stripping off her clothes. Izumi blushed furiously, averting her eyes from her friend's naked body, until Himiko turned around and Izumi turned white as a sheet. Now she knew why Himiko hadn't turned her back on them while her clothes didn't cover her perfectly. Now Izumi knew what real hatred felt like. From the back of Himiko's ankles all the way up to her shoulder blades were a collection of crisscrossing scars, the remnants of harsh cane cuts as well as a few marks that looked suspiciously like belt buckles. Sakuya and Izumi exchanged looks of horror before getting to work. Sakuya dutifully took all the relevant pictures while Izumi stood beside Himiko, holding her hand and offering all the comfort she could to the abused girl. As being exposed began to make Himiko feel extremely vulnerable, Izumi stripped off her own shirt with a blush, showing her back to Himiko. The scars she'd received from Rokuju's beating 9 years ago hadn't faded even a little, so they stood out as raised white lines against Izumi's already pale skin. They looked a lot like slightly thicker versions of Himiko's cane marks. Himiko's eyes widened, and she teared up a little at the show of support. Touched by the show of support, Himiko gripped Izumi's hand tighter, and was able to get through the rest of the evidence gathering. They were silent the whole time, not uttering a word until Sakuya was done and Himiko and Izumi were dressed. Once the girls was clothed again, Izumi embraced Himiko and whispered into her ears. "I understand how it feels. I'll explain another time, but for now, know this, you're leaving those people tonight. Otherwise, I think I might kill them," Izumi whispered. She knew it was unheroic to think or say such a thing, but anyone who could do such things to a child, let alone their own child, were no better than demons, and deserved a demon's fate. Himiko looked down at Izumi, surprise on her face before suddenly smiling and hugging Izumi a little tighter. "No, you wouldn't. You're too kind. Whatever happens, thank you Izumi. For letting me be myself and loving me even with my less than normal desires." Izumi and Himiko shared a moment of comfort in each other's arms before going out to see everyone waiting for them. Mr. Nagisa had gone down a floor to borrow Sakuya's office where he could prepare and print off all the different documents they'd need, as well as making copies. When he was done, he returned and looked at Himiko with a serious expression. "Alright Miss Himiko, we have two options today. First, we do this the old-fashioned way, I call the police, show them your statements and the pictures Sakuya took. They'll remove you from your parents' custody and arrest them. Your case is rock solid, so there is no chance you'll end up with them again, but you'll be placed in foster care and it'll take months for the case to go through the courts. If you want to be fostered by Sakuya alongside Izumi, it'll take a few days, since you've not been in foster care before, and any blood relative of yours will be able to take custody of you, so long as they aren't implicated in the abuse." Mr. Nagisa explained. I don't like the sound of that. Himiko admitted, nervousness beginning to creep up within her. I have an uncle and aunt on my dad's side of the family, and while they never abused me, I bet they knew about it. They never liked me much. I thought so. Proving in court that these relatives knew about the abuse will be nearly impossible unless you can provide a compelling statement, so I prepared something else, guardianship papers. If Sakuya, myself and Izumi confront your parents with the evidence we've gathered and inform them that we intend to call the police, we might be able to get them to sign these papers, making Sakuya your legal guardian. The Togas can also sign an additional document allowing you to be added to the family registry of either the Konohana family or the Midoriya family, since Sakuya is acting as Inko Midoriya's legal representative while she's comatose. It'll save a significant amount of time, but it does mean that the Togas won't be punished for their abuse of you. Strictly speaking, this also isn't completely legal, but I think doing the right thing is more important than doing the legal thing here. Izumi took Himiko's hand. We can't make this choice for you. No matter what, we'll stick by you and Sakuya and I will be your new family. I promise. You can become Himiko Konohana and join Sakuya's family, or if you want, I can ask for you to be added to my family registry, so you can be Himiko Midoriya instead. It's all up to you. Himiko smiled and nodded, okay. I don't care what happens to them. If I can be taken in by Sakuya and Izumi today, then I want that. I'd also like to be Himiko Midoriya, if that's okay. Himiko said the last part bashfully, as if a little worried she'd offend Sakuya, but the woman merely smiled and nodded. Izumi looked extremely happy however, confirming to Himiko that she made the right choice. Mr. Nagisa grinned, excellent. Then you will stay here with the Bakugas while Sakuya, Izumi, and I go to your old home. We'll be back with the signed papers. Want me to come along for some muscle? Katsuki asked, idly making a few sparks with his quirk. No thank you Kaken. I think I'll be enough for these two. Izumi grinned, transforming into demigod form and idly playing with a conjured cherry bomb. Kaken gave a feral grin, I almost feel sorry for the fuckers. I'll hold down the fort here with Sunny. After a short goodbye, Mr. Nagisa led Izumi and Sakuya to his car and they drove to the Toga's home, the Onikawa brothers following quietly behind in another car driven by Kabuto. The Togas lived in a Japanese-style compound on the edge of Asakura Ward, so it didn't take long to get there. Mr. Nagisa spoke quietly into the speaker beside their front gate and a few seconds later, they were buzzed through. The three of them entered and were immediately met by the Toga parents. Lady Konohana, young Lady Izumi, what a pleasant surprise. What can we do for you? Mr. Toga asked casually, still as slimy and conniving as ever. The man looked around and noticed that Himiko wasn't present. Is Himiko not with you? No, Mr. Toga, but she is the reason we're here. Sakuya said coldly. Her icy tone immediately set the Togas on edge. Is there a problem with Himiko? Mrs. Toga asked, feigning concern. Yes. We have learned some very troubling things today. I am a lawyer for the Konohana family, here today to talk about your daughter. Mr. Toga quickly grabbed the wrong end of the stick and began grinding his teeth in anger, wondering what Himiko could have done to draw lawyers to their home. She'd get it when he next saw her. What has the little freak done this time? The father demanded, looking angry. Izumi snapped and lunged at the Togas, claws bared and ready to slash them. Akainu Onikawa quickly leapt out from behind the Toga's garden wall and grabbed Izumi, preventing her from attacking while Akiji Onikawa ensured the Togas didn't try to strike back while Izumi was vulnerable. Don't call her a freak. Izumi roared in the faces of the now terrified Togas. She has done nothing. You, however, have. Mr. Nagisa stated coldly, handing the shaking Mr. Toga a brown envelope filled with copies of the pictures and statements taken from Himiko. Mr. Toga read them slowly, his wife reading them over his shoulder, and both were slowly going green as their most shameful secrets were exposed. Why you don't understand? We couldn't control her bloodlust. It was only a matter of time before she hurt someone or something. We had to rein her in. Mrs. Toga begged. Sakuya scoffed, the only thing she was hurting was your delicate sensibilities. You abused that wonderful girl. How did you think suppressing her was going to help? We found out the truth because she snapped, but what if it had gone on longer? She could have become so obsessed with blood that she became a villain. Her infatuation with blood is caused by her quirk, which she can't get rid of, so suppressing it was only making the desires stronger. Something was bound to break eventually, a child can only take so much. If Himiko had snapped and become a villain, you two would have been her first victims. Izumi added helpfully, a cruel smile looking awfully out of place on her usually innocent features. Mrs. Toga began to sob hysterically and her husband looked ready to puke. And now see here. Mr. Toga tried to bluster, we won't stand for this. The police and heroes would never tolerate these scare tactics. Oh, wouldn't we, came a familiar voice. Everyone looked up to see Hawks, in full gear, hovering over them. His yellow eyes were focused fully on the Togas, watching them coldly. Hawks. Mr. Toga gasped, his wife too shocked to even form speech. I stopped by the manor for dinner, and because I got an interesting text from Katsuki. Himiko was nice enough to fill me in, and I saw some of the copies of those pictures the press took. As far as I'm concerned, you two look like villains. I've got no problem kicking the crap out of villains, so, should I get to work? Hawks asked, preparing a feather blade. The Togas were even more terrified now, what little bravado they still had crumbled under the cold fury of Hawks, and the more intense, fiery hatred that Izumi was projecting through her eyes. The Onikawa were hulking men with terrifying faces when they got serious, but they couldn't hold a candle to Hawks and Izumi in that moment. Mr. Nagisa let them stew for a few moments, then offered the guardianship papers. You have a choice, be arrested for your abuse, or let someone who truly loves her take Himiko off your hands. Sakuya will be a real mother to her, and Izumi will give her all the sisterly love Himiko could wish for. I don't know. Mrs. Toga whimpered. For once in your life, do the right thing for Himiko's sake. Izumi demanded. The Togas exchanged a look, then quickly signed the papers and handed them back. All this will go away, right? No police and no Himiko? Yes. Himiko has agreed to this. Now we have to leave. Good day. Mr. Nagisa said, abruptly turning his back on the two and walking away. Sakuya followed with a barely concealed look of disdain, taking the Onikawa brothers with her, while Hawks went and landed beside Nagisa's car, intent on riding back with them. Izumi, released from her bodyguard's grip, lingered for a second. The sun goddess lunged forward and wrapped her hands around the Toga's faces, covering their mouths with her palm and forcing them to their knees while she fixed them both with a glare. She was still in demigod form, so her physical strength was beyond a pair of untrained adults. I really want to hurt you for what you did to Himiko, but that would make me no better than you. Still, I will be watching you. If you do anything to hurt Yukiko like you did Himiko, then the police will be the least of your problems, she said, using her divine retribution to destroy some gaudy lawn ornament as a show of power, before tossing the Togas aside like they were filth. With one last look of hatred, Izumi turned away and left, leaving the petrified abusers to crumple to the ground. Izumi joined Sakuya and Hawks in Nagisa's car and sat in silence for the car ride home. When they got back, they found all three Bakugas playing Smash Brothers with Himiko in Izumi's lounge, while the entire household watched with interest, filling the house with their cheers, Katsuki and Mitsuki's shouts, and Himiko's giggles. You guys look like you're having fun. Izumi grinned. Himiko smiled and ran to hug Izumi. I say it done. Mr. Nagisa nodded, they signed with only a little persuasion. I'll head back to the office and file these papers, but then it'll be completely official and legal. You are Himiko Midoriya now. Izumi and Sakuya exchanged a look, then turned to Himiko with warm, loving smiles. Welcome home, Himiko, they said together. Himiko burst into happy tears and hugged them both. I'm home, she said happily. Izumi saw that smile and immediately, all her worry over whether she was right to threaten the Togas melted away. Himiko deserved to be cared for, and abusers deserved to be scared. The girl wondered how her mother would react when she finally got her soul back. Izumi had gone and adopted another girl into their family as a sister, so that might put her mom in an awkward position later. Izumi doubted her mom would disapprove, but she probably would have gone about it a different way. Sakuya cleared her throat, and Izumi suddenly realized she'd been hugging Himiko for a bit too long. Himiko was watching her curiously. You okay, Izumi? Izumi smiled, yeah, just enjoying the hug. So, big sister, what do you want to do now? Himiko giggled, well, little sister, I think I want to start working with you and Katsuki. You want to be a hero now? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Yeah. I was never interested before, but... Himiko paused, trying to find the right words, but I feel so happy and light, like all my troubles are gone, and it's all because I was saved by a hero. She looked at Izumi with a beaming smile. I want to give this feeling to others too. I want to live, love and die freely, knowing I've helped others do the same. I want that to be my new normal. Izumi smiled as wide as she could and Katsuki smirked. Well then, we need to start working you hard. Your body is fairly strong, but you need some real training. Izumi grinned. Yeah, and I bet this nerd has had some ideas for your quirk since you explained it. With you for stealth, Izuken for rescue and me for kicking ass, our hero team will be unstoppable. Katsuki grinned, pumping his fist. Himiko smiled, a determined glint in her eye. She would repay the hero that saved her, and save others too. All three young heroes grinned happily while their parents watched on with amused smirks. Their hero team had just grown to 3 members. So, are we filling Himiko in on everything? Kigo asked, already lounging in one of Izumi's beanbag chairs. That would be for the best, she's part of the family now. Considering she was successfully possessed by a brush demon, she's definitely spiritually strong. Weak people would die. Sakuya mused. Himiko nodded excitedly. I wanna know. I met Ishiko after Akomatachi bit the dust, and the whole gods and demons thing is both scary and cool. I wanna know more. Fair enough, just brace yourself, this is going to sound crazy. Mitsuki smirked, remembering how she had reacted. Sakuya proceeded to tell Himiko everything, going in chronological order just as she'd done when telling the Bakugas. Seeing as how Himiko had suffered abuse, both Izumi and Kigo told their own stories about abusive guardians as a form of commiseration. To Himiko, it was hard to really think of the stories about Izumi's first 2 lives, or the Sparrow clan, as anything other than fairy tales, and if she hadn't already been possessed by one, the idea of demons would seem ludicrous too. However, she didn't react with disbelief or anger as the Bakugas had, instead she looked at Izumi with awe. Should I be bowing to you right now? Himiko asked seriously. Of course not. Even in my last 2 lives, I wasn't exactly worshipped. People thought I was the servant of a demon in my first life, while they thought I was just a normal wolf or dog in my second life. I am the 3rd incarnation of the sun goddess, OkamiHeroAmaterasu, but I'm also a junior high first year with an obsession for heroes, Izumi Midoriya. Izumi grinned, I'm both at once, but I'm also your friend, and now your little sister too. Treat me like you would treat a friend and sister, and I'll do the same. Himiko giggled, it's a little funny, when things were at their worst with my parents, I would pray for someone to save me. I suppose those prayers drew the attention of a real goddess. Izumi and Himiko both giggled, and the rest of the watching group smiled. Himiko, while having a bit of trouble really processing what she'd been told, decided that none of it was that important, all she cared about was that there was something special about the girl who had saved her. And as far as Himiko was concerned, Izumi could be the sun goddess, a demon temptress or even just a little girl with her head in the clouds. So long as she was the wonderful friend who saved her, Himiko wouldn't complain. With Himiko's place in the household now confirmed, everyone began to get ready for dinner. As they adjourned to the dining room, Kigo couldn't help but ask, you know, lil pup, I can't help but notice you're a little off today. I know that stories of abuse and quirk discrimination always get you worked up, but I've never seen you try to claw out somebody's eyes before. I thought you might actually kill the togas today, the winged man said, pulling off his goggles and headphones. Izumi frowned, now that you mention it, I have felt a little off today. Sakuya turned and felt the girl's forehead, you're not feverish, but you're definitely a little warm. Are you catching a cold? I don't think so. I just feel a little more emotional today, and my stomach hurts a little, the girl explained. Ishiko, who was now riding on Himiko's head, nodded sagely, yeah, and you were brutal with Akomatachi. You took him apart with barely any trouble at all, if he hadn't been possessing Himiko, I think you'd have beaten him to a pulp. Come to think of it, I have felt more aggressive when in wolf form for the last few days. I wonder if I really am getting sick. Izumi mumbled. Mitsuki suddenly paused, as did Himiko and the 3 Maeda maids walking with them. Increased temperature. Abdominal pain. Mood swings. Heightened aggression in wolf form. All the women, minus the clueless Sakuya, suddenly gasped with realization. Izumi? You're 13 now, you know. Himiko began. Yeah, and? Izumi asked. Oh dear. Come on girls. Let's take her to her room. We need to have a little chat about growing up. Mitsuki said, clapping her hands. Wait, my room. Izumi blinked. Himori and Hikari lifted Izumi up by her arms and began taking her to her bedroom, growing up. Am I in trouble? Izumi whimpered cutely as she was dragged off. Sakuya, not entirely sure what was happening, was soon dragged along too by Mitsuki. Kigo and Katsuki were left standing in the hall alone, the former bemused while the latter was completely clueless. Katsuki turned to Kigo with a raised eyebrow. The fuck was that about? Kigo just laughed, it seems our little pup is growing up. Katsuki flushed as he grasped what Kigo was implying. Both males offered a silent prayer that the other women would be merciful to Izumi. A new chapter in life began for both Himiko and Izumi that day. End of Arc 2, Soul Siblings. Next